Well, a very good morning and welcome along to Adelaide, the city of churches. We are here for the 2026 Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It is such a pleasure to have you wherever you might be watching, right around Australia, all the world, for this amazing event of wheelchair rugby. My name is John O'Farr. Great to have your company, however or wherever you're watching us. Joining me in commentary, a dear friend of mine, Bryce Allman, Hall of Famer, former player, 1,000 more accolades. Bryce, great to have you here. How are you going to see this tournament, mate? So many great international teams, some domestic sides as well. What a tournament it's going to be, eh?
Yeah, super exciting, Jono. Last year, we saw how popular the tournament has become. And, we can see now that it's taken notice. There's a lot of big international teams that have shown up this year, so it'll be super exciting.
We had an amazing tournament in 2025. You're seeing pictures now on your screen. Of course, that dramatic final, Bryce, it was between Australia and the Netherlands, 64-60. The Netherlands got the Steelers after that amazing victory from the Steelers over Brazil. But what a tournament was. There's Chris Bond, the captain of the Steelers. This Australian side, they've got some challenges in 2026, haven't they?
Yeah, they do. It's sad that the Netherlands couldn't make it out to defend the title. But yeah, we can see from the depth of the teams that are here this week that, yeah, it's going to be an exciting week here in Adelaide.
And we've got two great international sides to take on the court here between the USA and Great Britain, as we see some wonderful pictures at the old netball centre, which is now no longer in South Australia. That's being torn down and renovated. It'll be into a brand new stadium in the next couple of years in Adelaide. Adelaide is a thriving city, so much infrastructure going in terms of the sporting world. You can see the Brazilians there on screen, Bryce. They were a side that were formidable under the great Benoit Lebrec.
Yeah, he's got a lot of coaching experience, and particularly their two high pointers, so dynamic, and really it'll be interesting to see how they match up against Bat and Bond, who are back.
And you mentioned the Netherlands not here for the 2026 tournament. That's because there was a scheduling conflict. They qualified for the World Championships later this year in Brazil. So too New Zealand as well. They're two sides really that can bring a lot of heat and a lot of intensity in wheelchair rugby, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a pity for both those two teams, but we can see, unfortunately Denmark couldn't make it out here, but we've got the likes of the US, GB, Australia, of course, Germany, and it's going to be an exciting week.
Yeah, well, the situation is this. It is the USA taking on Great Britain, the first game of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Sideline now, Hannah Kuhar. What are you making of it so far, being courtside?
Hey guys, it is unbelievable down here on the court. The atmosphere is building. As you said, Adelaide, a beautiful place to be. And as soon as you step off a plane, there is signage everywhere. There is hype everywhere, and so much hype for this match. I'm looking to see how the US react with this one, of course. Last three Paralympic cycles, silver medalists. Who will be the player to stand up in Australia? Maybe it might be Zion Reddington. We saw him at this tournament last year, albeit playing in the national competition. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in the US of A.
Well, it'll be great to have you sideline as always, Hannah. So the sides just going through their final paces. Bryce, you know what it's like at these international level. What would be going through the mind of the players, both experienced and the rookies into the side?
Yeah, I think the experienced players will be glad to get this opportunity. The US are missing Chuck Ioki and Josh Wheeler, who have been the backbone of their team. So it's going to give some of their up-and-comers some big opportunities and a chance to play good minutes, at an elite level.
So the US in the white and Great Britain in the dark blue. There is the Great Britain side on your screen. Of course, Stu Robinson, such a decorated player, of course, gold at Tokyo. He's got an MBE, and of course he played for Victoria Protect Thunder last year.
Yeah, We've got a soft spot in the Vic team for Stu. He played the import role last year, and I think on that basis I'm going to tip GB.
And of course there they are, the United States of America, under the tutelage of Joe Delagrave, who has so much experience in wheelchair rugby as a player and a coach. Of course, was best in class at the World Championships back at 2018, which was a wonderful event here in Australia, in Sydney, at the old State Sports Centre. So we're about to get underway. Great to have your company on Fox Sports KO, Amazon Prime for our American audience. And terrific to have your company wherever you may be watching us right around Australia and the world. This is Wheelchair Rugby. If it's new, welcome to the family. If you've seen it before, welcome back. This should be a great battle between two heavyweights. Third and fourth in the world, USA and Great Britain respectively. Final moments here in the basketball stadium. So plenty of experience in the middle with our referees. The first tip-off is underway and the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge begins as America have first use of the ball. Great work initially there by Putabol. Back to Adam. Now to Putabol, who just settles things. Down back. The wall of defence sets itself for Team GB as Putabol just muscles his way through. And a great start for Team USA, Bryce.
Yeah, Jono, GB won the tip, but unfortunately for them, Corey was able to scoop up the loose ball and, yeah, take that first opportunity to score. And interestingly, the US starting with a female play, which allows them to run over points. And GB choosing a more traditional 8-point lineup.
So Robinson to Walker. Walker now. Just rolling through Team USA's defence, and he gets the first try. And we're all square at one apiece. So now it'll be inbound by Simmons for Team USA. 8 minutes per quarter. Possibly overtime if we need it, Bryce. We've been there before, haven't we?
We don't want to make those calls too early, Jono.
So Putabol now. Up the middle. Nice work. And a great effort there. O'Neill gets the points for Team USA to give them the lead. Now inbound by Coggan. Finds Walker. Walker now rolls up the sideline. And Robinson gets us all square at two apiece, Bryce.
Yeah, Walker for GB is exciting young player, and he's got some height which could cause the US some problems.
So now Team USA on the charge. As Adam takes the pass and gets the try. And now, of course, Walker gets that inbound. Under some pressure initially. Goes to that halfway line. 30 seconds left on the shot clock. Under some pressure here, Team GB. Little pop pass to Robinson. Robinson now. Just rolls through with ease, Bryce.
Yeah, he's so cool, calm and collected, and yeah, under no real pressure there.
So a determined look from the Americans here as Simmons now has the ball. Oh, Harlem Globetrotters, how good. Charging up the middle go Team USA with Putabol. And never in doubt as he takes out one of our sponsors, Ballards, light and easy. Great to have them involved as sponsors as well in 2026. So 4-3 your scoreline. Walker. Now Robinson. Great protection there from Smith. And the points go the way of Team GB to get a square. 4 apiece, under 6 to play in this first quarter. It's interesting to note, Bryce, that a lot of the international teams, I can see Australia and Team Brazil just in the background, just having a bit of a look.
Yeah, it's a good way to settle the nerves, is come and watch, you know, another game and, yeah, just run through in your head how things might go during your game. So, yeah, also gives the opportunity for players to scout the opposition teams and, yeah, get a bit of an idea of the newer players and how they're looking.
So Robinson goes downtown and gets the points there for Team GB. So both sides going try for try. Nice close context to start proceedings in the World Challenge. Simmons inbound, finds Adam. Adam down court. Goes over halfway, gets a bit of trouble from Walker, but a nice threading the needle pass to Putabor. And the Americans are back.
Yeah, America's got a really strong domestic comp too, Jono, and a lot of international players look to go there and get experience, and they've got such a big rugby population that their depth is probably greater than any other country.
And great work and positioning there from Robinson. Nice chair speed. He delivers there for Team GB. So 6 apiece here. And Team USA regather the lead through Putabor. So now they'll inbound through Smith to Robinson.
US not really causing GB any defensive pressure when they're pressing. So now they've dropped back to key for a bit of a different defensive opportunity.
So Robinson now surveys his options. The bump and grind through the defensive line from Team USA. And the veteran finds the way to get us level at 7 apiece. So Putabor now down back. Finds Adam. Nice work from Adam. Bit of trouble from Team GB. Robinson just on a hammer. Putabor now. Looks for something here. Adam close in the key. Putabor now. Nice protection there from Simmons. Putabor charges through and gets the points for Team USA. Determination with a capital D, Bryce.
Yeah, he really had to work hard just to get past Jonathan Coggan, the 0.5 there, who almost got him trapped on the line.
Of course, was the best in class at the World Champs back in 2018, Coggan. And now Team USA continue the charge as we're 8-all. Putabor now. Big bump there from Walker. What was the call there, Bryce?
Yeah, the two GB 0.5s were able to knock Simmons, the US 2-pointer, over the baseline. So that's a turnover and a GB ball.
So this will change things in this contest. A little bit of communication there. You can see Jenkins coming to get the ball for Great Britain.
And these two teams ranked 3 and 4 in the world. It might only be 1 or 2 turnover opportunities that present during the game, and that can be the difference between the win and the loss.
So now West downtown finds Robinson. Robinson just navigates past Simmons. Beautiful pass. Jenkins with the finish.
Yeah, a lot of trust there for the low pointer to catch the ball and score that goal.
Downtown they go. Chance here, Reddington.
Zion Reddington was also a player that played in as an import player last year in our league, so he's been to Adelaide before, and yeah, he's seen the level that's expected at this tournament, and yeah, looks pretty comfortable on court.
Yeah, for the West Coast Enforcers. So first tyre change of the tournament. The pit crew doing their thing for Jenkins to get back on 2 wheels. Great to have the support of Fox Sports and KO. Hope you're enjoying the action right around Australia, wherever and however you are watching us. And of course, into our international markets as well. Great to have the support. Bryce, you're a bit like me. You've seen the sport grow literally from the ground up. You've seen a little bit more than me. You must be delighted with where the sport is now, commercially and in a broadcast market.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing, Jono. I think back in the day, we used to struggle just to get someone to buy the uniforms. And yeah, I remember when we first met, and yeah, we had 1 or 2 events in Sydney, but everything else was in the back blocks of a suburban basketball stadium. Yeah, to come to a stadium like this and to have international teams of this caliber wanting to come to Australia, it's a huge transformation that the sport's undergone in the last probably 10 years or so.
Yeah, there's been an enormous hype in Adelaide for this tournament as Reddington gets some points for USA to bring us level at 9 apiece. And now Jenkins has possession for Team GB. Up court they go. Finds West. West possibly has Robinson. Yes! Plucks it, and the try's there.
Great hands there. Had to hold his chair so he didn't get punched out of the goal line and take the ball as well. So
now Simmons to Reddington. Reddington gets the big bump and shove from Robinson. Reddington under some trouble here. Simmons, great work. Now has some work to do to keep that ball going forward. Magic to Reddington. Brilliant from Team USA. West with a fumble. Jenkins recovers.
Great little pick up there.
Nice work from Robinson to control it. Now for West to finish it. And she does.
Yeah, a little bit of a fumble, and the inbound player really doing a great job just to pick the ball up and keep his momentum and, advance GB up the court.
So O'Neill down to Simmons. Simmons now. Beautiful precision here from Team USA to Reddington. Reddington, Simmons.
Simmons only a 2-pointer, but just with his size, he's able to use that and just settle the US down when they're in trouble.
Reddington now, pop pass, Simmons close to the line. Credit card gap between Simmons and the cone, Bryce, but he finds a way. Now Jenkins, West.
Yeah, Simmons doing a really good job for a player with no trunk to get his hand in there and intercept that. And obviously came off a GB hand last, and now it's a US inbound.
So it'll be Adam to Putabor. Putabor quickly. And so now to Jenkins. Robinson. And it's an equipment check. So whilst Robinson gets some wheels on his chair, we'll take a break. You're watching all the action of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge live from Adelaide. Back shortly. And welcome back to all the action here in Adelaide. You're watching the opening game of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge in Adelaide, thanks to Santos, right across Fox Sports and KO Sports. As Robinson gets some points for Team GB. There is your score in the top left of your screen, 12 apiece. John O'Farr, Bryce Allman and Hannah Kuhar, your commentary team for this opening match. It's been quite a close battle, Bryce, so far from what we've seen.
Yeah, only one turnover from both teams, and really it's just been end-to-end scoring and not a lot of opportunities for turnovers.
Putabor muscles his way through, uses the clock to his advantage. And the final minute of this quarter. So GB now, West to Robinson. Plenty of experience there. Robinson now. Great blockage there from Faye West.
Yeah, Stu Robinson just never looks flustered. He looks like he's always got it under control. He's great to watch.
Yeah, certainly cool in the clutch. As now they'll play it here through Brackett. Put a ball hard at the ball. Faye West just on his hammer. Loose ball. Can Adam receive? She can. Big bump and shove between the two females. Put a ball now. Settles things for Team USA. Final 20 seconds. Middle of the court. At the junction, gets it to Adam. Adam now looks for support. Might not need it. She goes backwards and gets the little shove there as the siren goes. So 2.9. And I think a timeout's been called, Bryce.
Yeah, it looks like GB have called a timeout.
So we'll throw to a break, but be back very shortly here on the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And welcome back to all the action of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, all thanks to Santos. And just 2.9 seconds left in this opening quarter. As you can see, Team USA have the lead, but only narrowly. John O'Farr and Bryce Allman courtside. Hannah Kuhar on the sideline for this opening encounter. Final few seconds, literally, of this quarter.
And Jono, under this new rule change, GB start with the ball in their front court, which gives them an opportunity to score, which they wouldn't have had under the old rules.
And it's just evaded Team GB on that occasion with Walker. A nice pass from Hannah Busis.
And now you'll see the US get the same opportunity in their front court. So it's a little bit confusing, and it really disadvantages the team that tried to control the stop clock and score last, still giving both teams 3 seconds to have a crack at that final score.
So whilst the teams get settled, we'll take a very short break, but be back for the action of the final 2 seconds of this first quarter real soon.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
And we're back. Adam, Brackett, try. Great hustle from Team USA. Bryce, that was pretty special.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal pass. Had to be on the money. He had the defensive player on him, and he was still able to catch the ball, keep control of his chair, and get that final goal.
And Walker will run the ball dead. So it's quarter time here in this first match between Team Great Britain and Team USA. Your scoreline there, 15 plays 13 in favour of the Americans. We'll take a break, but join us for all the action of the second quarter real soon from Adelaide.
Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
And welcome back to all the action of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, live from the city of Churches, Adelaide, Australia. This is day one action, match one action between Team USA and Team GB. John O'Farr, Bryce Allman and Hannah Kuhar, your commentary team. And Hannah, we will cross to you now, sideline. What are you making of the contest so far?
Hot start, that's for sure. I've been keeping a key eye on the coach of the USA in Joe Delgrave. He has been animated from the get-go, expecting really high standards. You can see even of his senior plays, he's happy to pull them off, have some words on the sides, and then get them back into the game to make some true impact. And I think you saw that in the last few minutes, or rather last few seconds, with clock management. It's a really mature outfit with high expectations. So expect that energy to lift even now in the second quarter.
So Team GB get the scoring going. So some interesting points there from Hannah Bryce about just technique and strategy from both sides.
Yeah, Stu Robertson again just showing his experience. Just didn't rush it and then saw the opportunity, and yeah, eventually an easy try was scored.
So Putabau scores the points there for Team USA, just to build on their lead as Team GB now have Flynn on court. Big bump there with Adam. Flynn downtown. Robinson cool in the clutch. Looks for something now as he navigates his way through the defensive line and rolls over for some more points. And a nice little turnover there. Reddington couldn't control it.
Yeah, US going with a high-low here, which means if both of their offensive players are tied up, it really puts the low pointers under pressure with ball handling.
Flynn to Robinson. Big chance here for GB. And that's an important play, Bryce.
Yeah, that gets them one of those turnovers that they had in the first quarter back. And now we've got scores tied.
So the pressure goes back on Team USA. Trying to get that buffer with the lead as Putabau now just slows things down. About 27 seconds left on that shot clock. Reddington with a big bump and shove in the key as Putabau goes downtown. Reddington, great hustle. Nice finish from the high pointer.
That was a huge hit there of Zion Reddington on Johnny Cogg, and did a full 360. Lucky to stay in the chair.
So there'll be a sub made here for USA. So a couple of changes. Brackett comes on. So do Fredette, as well as O'Neill. Putabau remains on court. And no change for GB, as now Walker has possession. Good work initially to Robinson. Good hustle to get that ball. Robinson now surveys his options downtown. Gets a little bit of hurry up from O'Neill. Robinson, the big collision there. Onto Fredette. Robinson. Nice finish from Team GB. Gavin Walker the mid-pointer with the finish.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, and he's another cool, calm and collected GB player, former captain of the team. A lot of experience in the big games.
So it looks like there's just a minor adjustment there to Brackett's chair. A little FPOS play, the tap and go. As now Team USA go inbound. Find Putabor. Just muscles his way through the defence. And we've got a very interesting contest on our hands now here. 17 all is your scoreline. It's Robinson downtown. Finds some space. Oh, beautiful pick up off the chair. Work to do here for Coggan. Back to Flynn. Flynn settles things with Robinson. Robinson now surveys his options. There's incredible defence from Team USA. Coggan with the protection. Nice finish from Stu.
Yeah, John Coggan really did well then to protect the ball. He received it right on the goal line, but realised he wasn't going to be able to score the goal, but he had the peace of mind to relax and wait for Stu Robinson to come and get the ball back off him.
And there'll be an equipment check here.
A little bit of remonstration there with the referee, Jono.
As there always is in wheelchair rugby. You wouldn't have done any of that in your playing career, would you?
Nah, never, mate.
So whilst the tyre is being changed, we'll take a short break here on the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Back to live action. And there was a technical foul whilst the ad break was there, Bryce.
Yeah, it looks like something might have been said to one of the referees that caused a bit of an issue, and he's taken exception to whatever that was. And yeah, we've seen our first player into the sin bin, John.
Into the naughty corner. So that player allowed to come back onto the court once the try is scored, or once the next point is scored. Fredette now. His options, Putabor.
GB doing a good job there of knocking Putabor out of court with the ball, so forcing the turnover. Always hard when you're a man down to inbound the ball, and yeah, GB taking the most of the opportunity.
So GB now will have possession through Kieran Flynn. Short one to Coggan, back to Flynn. And away to Robinson. Try is there. So a 2-point buffer now for GB. Probably the biggest margin of the game, Bryce, so far.
Yeah, if it does get out to 3 or 4, it's going to be hard for the US to get back from it. So they're going to have to knuckle down and somehow get their heads back in the game and close that gap.
So up court goes Putabor and finds O'Neill. And Team GB now set themselves up for another opportunity. Flynn to Robinson. Look at the way that Robinson just glides up the court. Bit of a bump and shove there from Brackett. But it's no it's no force against Robinson when he's going that quick up the court with that chair speed.
Yeah, he's got size and he's got really good ball control. He just doesn't look flustered.
Peterborough now. Had a huge impact in this Team USA game so far. Brackett with the pivot and spin. Back to Peterborough. O'Neill with the protection. Fredette just on the fringe. Peterborough now surveys his options. To the margin, looking to push it back to 1. Peterborough, chance, O'Neill, try, back to 1. So Walker now inbounds to Robinson. Nice protection from Coggan there initially. And Robinson just rolls away for more points.
Yeah, Johnny Coggan doing a really good job of setting a rolling screen, and then knowing that Stu Robinson was going to score the goal, he was able to start playing defence before they'd even scored.
So Brackett to Peterborough. So a change of possession there, Bryce.
Yeah, a little bit of an errant pass really made Corey Peterborough have to reach for the ball, and yeah, unfortunately he wasn't able to take it cleanly, and yeah, GB have forced another turnover.
So the narrative changing a little bit in this second quarter of the game. It was pretty much back and forth in that opening term, but this quarter seems to have just shifted in the favour of Team GB. They will have possession in just a moment.
Always hard to know too if you're not in the inner sanctum, where the USA are taking the opportunity, not necessarily chasing the win, but happy to rotate their players and try and give them some experience, or whether they do look to win it.
And with these longer tournaments, Bryce, is it a case of not necessarily putting your best side out all the time? As you said, run those options, see what your depth is, and then fine-tuning as the tournament goes on?
Yeah, I think every team is going to have a different motivation, and unless you're in that core coaching group, we're not going to know what it is from the sideline necessarily.
So Peterborough now with the ball. Up court he goes. Brackett positions himself well. And it's back to a 2-point game. Robinson now under some pressure there from Simmons. In the front court now. Bit of clever play there from Robinson just to get the points. So now Team USA inbound to Peterborough. Simmons barking some instructions to Brackett, who now positions himself to get the ball. Robinson swats, Peterborough strikes. Coggan with initial protection, but too strong from Peterborough.
Yeah, he took a bit of a risk running the corner there, and he was able to just get his chair across the line. It's not a good feeling when you go the long way around like that and hit the cone with your outside wheel.
So nice work from Robinson, bullet-like pass. They move numerically to Walker, back to Robinson, positioned himself so well. And the try is there for Team GB.
Yeah, just really good calm heads there.
Simmons, Peterborough. Up court they go, nice protection from Brackett on Flynn. And a collision in the middle there.
Santos mats getting a workout early, Jono.
They certainly are. Nice product placement. Our proud naming rights sponsor. Been with us for a number of years now. Great to have all the sponsors involved in wheelchair rugby. Light and Easy, the South Australian Government, Plan Partners, Degnan, and of course, great broadcast partners with Fox Sports and KO Sports, and of course all our international markets, including Amazon Prime. Big hello to our American audience who are watching in. I know there was a fair amount of excitement leading into this tournament. Seeing the coach Joe Delagrave do a piece to camera on social media as West delivers nicely for GB. And of course, great to have our friends from Great Britain watching in as well, Bryce.
Yeah, in the modern era, it's so good to have the availability of live streaming to be able to sit up at night and watch international rugby. You know, in the early 2000s, when I was playing, you just didn't have that opportunity.
Big collision initially there on Adam. So Sarah will come back up on 2 wheels. There's the collision there, just a little hip flexor from Robinson.
Yeah, it was really good timing. He got her right as she released the ball and just a little bit off balance.
So the technical team just making sure all is okay with the game chair.
Quite often you're so heavily strapped.
So Reddington now powers his way through that defensive line. Big collision with Robinson. Nice finish there with Simmons. And now Jenkins to West. West mid-court with Reddington. Jenkins, beautiful positioning. Nice chair speed there from Harry Bryce.
Yeah, and he's got super long arms there. Never looked flustered. From back where we're sitting, it looked like the pass might have been a little long. He just plucked it and scored the easy try.
Yeah, did particularly well. Made the impossible possible. And that's just out of the reach of Adam. And that'll go out of bounds. So a big shift there.
Yeah, GB defense looking really strong here.
You mentioned earlier in the broadcast that when it gets to that 3-4 point margin, that's when it can be a little bit challenging for US. How do they combat that? How do they force that mistake out of GB?
Yeah, when you've got a green list or, you know, some development players, it can be really hard to peg that sort of a lead back. And, you know, I think that 4 or 5 goal margin, yeah, is almost unobtainable.
So final moments of this half. And a turnover there. And an important one. So an inbound here for Team USA. And a chance for them to push it back to a 2-try margin.
Yeah, they'll take a little bit of confidence if they can reduce this margin down to 1 or 2 right before the half-time break.
Great atmosphere here in the basketball stadium. Of course, a new venue in an old city. Bryce?
Yeah, what's so good about this tournament is that the stadium's so close to the city, so it's easy commute for everyone when they're not playing to go back to the hotel and relax. This stadium's brand new, so yeah, it's suits both teams as far as warm-up, and it's got plenty of space around it for for all the teams to spread out with all of our gear that we bring in.
And there's been a lot of great involvement from the South Australian government, just being a wonderful supportive partner for wheelchair rugby. And wonderful to see all the decal and signage coming in at the airport and right around the city advertising the event. And a nice hype leading into the tournament as Adam delivers the pass, and it's a turnover to Walker, now to Robinson. And another turnover. O'Neill recovers for Team USA. So a big shift here. Puttabor, final seconds. About 23 seconds left on that shot clock and the half clock. Puttabor now works out his options, goes for that charge, tries to navigate around Robinson, might need something special here. Adams there in the key, nice protection. Brilliant use of the clock from Puttabor, just to push it back to 2, Bryce.
Yeah, that's a massive missed opportunity there for GB to extend their lead. US keeping their heads and just able to score at will with 3 seconds left.
So we had a couple of timeouts with 2.3 seconds to go in that first quarter, and now it seems a similar scenario. 3 seconds left as both sides are going through their timeouts and their board meetings. Bryce, you've been in these circles. What's the sort of messaging coming from both sides?
Yeah, it'll be different to when I played because we had to inbound from the end line, but now with the advancement of the ball into the front court, most midpoint to high point players can make that long pass into the key quite easily. So yeah, it's going to give GB at least one opportunity to score. But if they do mess it up, USA will have the same opportunity down this end. So we'll see what happens.
Well, we've got 3 seconds. Some great patronage there. Wonderful to see the fans come from right around Australia and the world in that case. That gentleman covered in the Union Jack. Just tapped away by Team USA. And recovered there by Walker initially. As the siren goes for half-time. So there's your scoreline, 26-24 in favour of Great Britain. A game of changing tides in this second quarter, Bryce. It was really back and forth in that first quarter, but it's really shifted in this second, hasn't it?
Yeah, we saw the USA get out to an early lead, and now GB with that very experienced lineup have not only brought themselves back, but opened up a 2-point gap on the US.
So the players just taking a breather. I can see Josh Williams in 15 coming into the side, his first international tournament. There was a beautiful moment between coach Adam Scaturo and Josh Williams in the jersey presentation done in the last couple of days. Bryce, you've been in that situation. Take us back to that first time that you received that national jersey. Can you remember that far back?
It's a bit hazy, but yeah, it's such a great feeling to represent your country, and yeah, it's something you got to make the most of because you don't know how long it's going to last.
So let's go sideline. Hannah Kuhar.
Got Stuart Robinson with me. Stuart, hot Aussie conditions, how are you coping with the heat?
Yeah, it's tough. Obviously with the time difference and change coming from the UK is playing a big part, but the heat as well, obviously in here, and the intensity that the US are bringing as well. It's such a hard match, but something that we're relishing.
Hot start from you and your team, obviously going up. You're down by 2, now up by 2. What was the key to scoring off turnover?
For us, a big thing was having that 3-chance defence and that never say die attitude. Obviously, if we miss the first set of defence, we've always got the halfway and working our way back, and obviously it's paid dividends in the first half. So yeah.
Best of luck in the second.
Thank you, Hannah. Great words there with Stu Robinson, the very experienced player from Team GB. We'll take a break. You're watching all the action of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge live from Adelaide. GB lead at half-time. Will that be the case at full-time? You'll have to stick around for the second half to find out. See you soon.
Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
And welcome back to all the action of the 2026 Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge here from the City of Churches. John O'Farr and Bryce Allman here, commentary, and we're courtside. First time in a little while that we're courtside commentating. We used to do this in the old days when we first started, but what a quarter of wheelchair rugby we've seen. As we mentioned just before the break, it's a huge shift in points. GB seem to have the ascendancy now, but Team USA just narrowly finding a way back into it.
Yeah, GB led by Stu Robinson really kept it calm and got some defensive stops. The US probably had to work a little bit harder to score, and yeah, probably missing a couple of their more senior players, which have been the backbone of their team for probably over a decade.
So a great atmosphere here in the Basketball South Australia Stadium, the new venue. A reasonably new venue, which is a spectacular one for the sport of wheelchair rugby. Plenty of great vantage points for the fans and players and officials of the like. So back into the action in this second half, third quarter. John O'Farr, Bryce Allman and Hannah Kuhar, your commentators for this game. As Brackett now delivers the ball, Puttabor. Up court, he'll roll. Just navigates around Fredette. Under some pressure here. How does he get out of it? Nice pass, Brackett. Backwards to go forwards for Team USA.
Yeah, he was sitting in there a long time, and Puttabor eventually saw him and made the most of the opportunity.
And now Team GB go up court with Walker. Looks for his options now. Short one there to Robinson, who positions himself so well. We've mentioned it a lot in this commentary and over the years with Stu Robinson, whether he's playing domestically, whether he's playing internationally. He's just that man you want in the clutch, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's played all minutes so far, so we'll see how fit he is and if he fades in the second half or if they decide to give him a breather.
So Puttabor just coming ever so close to that touchline as the try is there for Team USA and Brackett. So, of course, Team USA rolled away with silver at the recent Paris Paralympics, going down to Team Japan 48-41. And for Team GB, they rolled away with a loss in that bronze medal game against the Australian Steelers. They went down by 2, 50-48, as Walker adds some more points there for Team GB. Great achievement for the Australian Steelers, rolling away with bronze at the recent Paris Paralympics.
Yeah, it was an amazing tournament to be at. I was lucky enough to see the Australia versus France game live, and the atmosphere in the stadium was phenomenal, and yeah, to have it under the sort of shadows of the Eiffel Tower just added something pretty special.
Yeah, it was a special Olympics for the players, commentators and everybody involved. Always an amazing experience, the Olympics and Paralympics. As Robinson positioned himself so well there.
That's an insane delivery of of the ball. To be able to throw a three-quarter pass like that, you don't often see it in wheelchair rugby.
Fredette to inbound to Adam. Adam now tries to navigate around Walker. Brackett puts himself beautifully in position. Nice to Putabor. Putabor muscles his way through. Brackett in the key. And is that 4 in the key, Bryce?
I didn't see the signal that the ref made.
There seemed to be an issue in the key, so we'll try and clarify that for you. Still a 2-point margin in favour of Great Britain at the moment. Just under 6 to play in this third quarter, second half, as GB now inbound. So it's Robinson there with the try. 10 seconds in the key was the call.
Okay, yeah, so as we saw a few times in the first half, US really struggling to score when GB dropped back into the key.
So Putabor now sets himself up for something here. And again, another discussion between the referees. What are you making of it, Bryce?
I think they'll be asking the question of whether the player went out of court before the goal was scored.
So to inbound now is Team USA as Simmons has it down back. Delivers nicely to Putabor. And he now sets things up for Team USA now in attack.
Yeah, the US looking to trap the GB player Walker in the box, but they've got to make sure that they score the try as well.
So the point has come and the plan has worked. Trapping Walker. Walker now, and just a loose pass there to Smith.
GB very lucky there to get that ball back. It was a risky opportunity to inbound to a .5 who's got a player on him, and yeah, the bounce of the ball's gone back to GB.
So a chance for them to build on their already 2-point lead. Cross court it goes to Robinson. Robinson under pressure. Walker intercepted. Simmons picked off by Robinson. Regathered by Team USA. Putabor now narrows the margin to 1. Big shift.
Yeah, I can see Walker's inexperience there, probably just costing GB on two opportunities, and yeah, GB potentially looking to sub now and go for a bit more of a balanced lineup.
So now O'Neill to inbound here. And he gets around Walker. Nice little creative shove there from Tyler Walker. Back to a 1-point lead here for Team GB. They'll try and push it to 2 as Walker now goes downtown, finds Robinson in the middle. And Stu pushes it out to 2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the amount of tries that these high pointers score throughout the tournament. They really have to work hard to beat the low point pick bars, and yeah, a lot of times they're going end to end, time after time, so it can be quite taxing.
So now Simmons finds Putabor, and Putabor delivers. So back to a one-try margin at the moment. Coggan inbounds to Robinson. Robinson now has Simmons on the hammer, but no match for the high pointer. And Stu pushes it back to 2.
Yeah, GB doing a good job of backpicking Corey Putabor there, and yeah, as a result, the US had to come out of key, and GB were able to score easily.
So Baker on the court now in jersey number 1. As Putabor now looks to Baker for support. Just out of the reach. Change in possession. Walker controls himself very well under pressure.
That's probably a risky hit. Yeah, refs don't look glowingly at late hits on the goal line like that. So yeah, you risk that flagrant foul, which can really open a game up if it's called.
So a timeout called in the match, and we'll take a break. You're watching all the action of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. See you in a minute.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
And welcome back to Adelaide, Australia. This is match 1 on day 1 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, and a wonderful contest between Team USA and Team Great Britain. Team USA 3rd in the world, above GB and below Australia, and for GB they find themselves 4th below the US and just above France. There's Putabor now, rolls up court. Not a soul around him, and the points go the way of Team USA as Jenkins quickly to inbound to Robinson. Margin is 2. Robinson now just slows things down. This is where his experience shows here, Bryce.
Yeah, you can see he's not in any rush, and really the pressure's on the US to try and force some turnovers from GB and then give themselves an opportunity to claw that score back a bit.
Putabor, Simmons, downtown. Nice control and chair speed from Putabor. And pushes it back to 2 in favour of Team GB in this 3rd quarter, just under 3 to play. Jenkins now to inbound. Quick one to Robinson. Under some pressure here is Williams. Putabor just gets in front of the chair. Jenkins tries to stop him. Robinson with the collision. Goes from Baker to Simmons. Now to Putabor. What does he do here? Does he slow down the clock? Or does he just charge at the line like we've seen before? Takes the 3rd option, which is pass to Simmons.
Yeah, he made really good position there on the corner, and in the end it was quite an easy pass and a safe option.
Jenkins to inbound. Good work there from Williams, making his debut here for Team GB. And Robinson. That's nice skills from the apprentice to the master there, Bryce.
Yeah, well, he unfortunately was the cause of a turnover and a play before, so he probably didn't have the best feeling in his stomach, and yeah, scoring that goal would have helped settle things down a little bit.
So 2 minutes of this quarter to go. Peterborough trying to find a way through that defensive line. Jenkins just gets tangled, and Peterborough just spins him out. Loose ball. Robinson's lost it. Peterborough's come up with it. Interesting shift here. Can Team USA do something with this now? Slowing down the clock. 21 seconds left. Peterborough under some pressure here from GB. Robinson just giving him some trouble. And illegal use of the hand is the call on Robinson.
Yeah, a little bit of a risky move there coming out and reaching in on Corey. The US will take the opportunity now to probably set up a trap on the box and make Stu Robinson inbound.
Couple of changes here, and Brackett now comes onto the court. Fredette's on as well. Finds Adam. New player on the court now. Back to Peterborough. Settles himself close to the line in the key. And just gets around Busis. And the points are there. So we're all square, Bryce. It's been quite a turnaround for Team USA in this third quarter.
Yeah, just a couple of loose balls, and yeah, the game's back tight.
Robinson, Flynn, magnificent. GB have the lead. Brackett. Now Peterborough finds Adam. Adam now surveys her options. Gets it back. Peterborough now in the front court. Rolls through to get us all square at 37 apiece. 10 seconds left in the quarter. It's getting tight.
Yeah, it is. GB have the arrow too, so if they can score here, they'll have first possession in the last quarter, which is super important.
So the players take a timeout and we take a break. Back soon.
The Playing Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsor shop.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
And welcome back to Adelaide. Final 10 seconds of this third quarter. We've got a thriller to start things here in the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. GB to inbound through Flynn. Robinson now. Can GB get the lead before quarter time? Robinson using the clock to his advantage. And he does that to give GB a narrow lead. And now America, they have 4 seconds. Simmons downtown. And that one will roll out of bounds. But there'll be a reset here.
Yeah, GB's presented with a big opportunity here. They did well to screen all the US players off the ball, and they'll get the opportunity to go into the last period with a 2-goal lead and possession. So
Busey's to inbound. Oh, threading the needle. That was was fantastic to Walker. How good?
Yeah, phenomenal skills there by Gavin Walker.
And that is three-quarter time. What a thrilling game of wheelchair rugby we've got here. There's your scoreline. Great Britain 39-37 over the USA. We'll take a break, but join us for all the action of the exciting final quarter in this first game of the Santos World Challenge here from Adelaide. See you soon.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
Yes, really.
I've got this.
I've got this one.
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
And welcome back to Adelaide. A great reception as the youngsters get amongst it here at the Basketball South Australia Stadium. What a thrilling final term we have for you. 39 plays 37. John O'Farr and Bryce Allman, there we are, our commentary team, along with Hannah Kuhar sideline. And Great Britain, Bryce, get us underway with a try to Gavin Walker. And it just pushes the lead to 3.
Yeah, GB had a really strong finish to that third period and able to take what was a tight game out to a 3-goal lead and look to be in the box seat now.
Reddington now. Great navigation from the high pointer. And it brings US back within 2 as Flynn will look to quickly inbound here for GB. Robinson wastes no time. Finds Walker. GB go back-to-back with Walker. What's the tactics from GB? Are you moving quickly on court?
Oh, I think when they've got the game under control, they should take as much time as they can to score. It's really on the US to force them to make mistakes, which as today they've really struggled to do. We saw a few little handling errors, but they weren't under a lot of pressure.
So nice work from Reddington to Adam. And she just threads the needle for Team USA. So back within 2. They need to force the mistake here, Team USA, as Flynn has possession for GB. Nice work, Walker. And he gets the points. Adam to inbound for Team USA. Reddington now. What does he do here as he navigates? And he's pushed Coggan over the try line there.
Yeah, he saw the opportunity. Jonathan very close to the try line. He's got such momentum and size that he was able to just bust through.
Nice inbounder there to Flynn. Adam, all sorts of trouble. Robinson now. Coggan with protection. Reddington on the hammer. Flynn rolls in. Saves the day for GB. And a nice finish from Kieran, the mid-pointer. So 3 the margin. Still in favour of GB at the moment. Pressure still on Team USA. They have pegged back the lead though before. Reddington. Big shove from Walker. Baker in the collision as well.
Great hands from Baker there. He was able to get the ball and tip it off the GB chair. So should be a USA ball.
So Baker now. Inbounds to Adam. Rolling nicely from back to front. Under some pressure, Walker. Reddington. To Adam. To Reddington. Just a change of possession there. Robinson now. And an illegal use of the hand.
Yeah, probably a little bit of frustration there. Losing possession and then just going for the errant reach.
So Flynn now to inbound for Team GB. Short one to Stu. And Robinson now. He'll just slow things right down here. 22 seconds left on the shot clock, so he's got plenty of time. Adam just with the casual bump. And like you mentioned earlier, Bryce, GB just taking their time.
Yeah, US really have to force GB into making some mistakes. At the same time, they have to score as well, so working hard at both ends.
Speaking of working hard, Adam is just charging up court to get some points for USA.
Yeah, she's a weapon. She's got some serious speed too.
Of course, it'll be a great match next up between the Steelers and Team Germany. Stay with us for that. Australia's first game of the tournament. Robinson. Flynn. Just picked off O'Neill beautifully there. We'll now do what Robinson did just moments ago and slow up the clock, and Flynn gets another try to his tally. Pretty handy player, Kieran Flynn.
Yeah, he's another one that always looks like he's cool and calm. Hasn't looked flustered at any stage today.
Baker to Adam. What does she do here under pressure? Good pass to Reddington, who zips through and scores the points. Flynn now. Quick one to Robinson. Down court to Flynn. Oh, nice finish. And Busis gets the try as Reddington wipes out the Santos bollards.
Yeah, he went for the big reach to try and intercept that ball and just lost balance, and quite a spectacular roll there, Jono.
He certainly put his body on the line. Here it is there. Took a couple of tumbles. So Reddington gets the Santos rug, and the Volunteers will put the Santos signage back into play. So 4.5 to play in the match. It's been an exciting start to the tournament. Hope you're enjoying the action, whether you're watching here in Australia or right around the world. Great to have your company. Reddington now. Big collision with Coggan. Robinson just jams him up too. Another one there with Busis. And Reddington wins the battle. Huge collisions, Bryce. Just out of the reach initially of Robinson. He's done well to control that.
He had to flick his chair out of the way to let the ball bounce, and then he was able to use his speed just to run onto the ball and score the easy goal.
Brilliant awareness from Stu. Of course, claimed gold in Tokyo when they beat the US 54-49 and was awarded the MBE 4 years ago.
And honorary Victorian Thunder import player.
Reddington just gets the pass away, but Robinson for GB will clean it up. And Busis with the finish. Nice slick play from GB. So Robinson used to wearing that dark blue, of course, for Protect Victoria Thunder, Bryce.
Yeah, and GB, their key defence looks so strong. US just can't manage to find a way through easily, and as a result, the GB are just forcing a couple of turnovers.
So the Americans will take a break, and we will too. We'll see you soon. And great to have the support of the South Australian Tourism as a part of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Adelaide, a wonderful place to visit. Great wineries, great entertainment, fantastic nightlife. They certainly love their sport down in Adelaide with many sporting teams. Basketball, netball, Aussie rules. It's a pretty vibrant place, Adelaide, Bryce.
Yeah, it's a great city to be in. Lots of little bars and restaurants to try in all the laneways.
So it looks like Coggan will just spend some time in the penalty box. So Team USA to inbound. Now with Putabor, who's had such a huge impact in this one. Margin is 5. And the try is there. So back to 4 now. So Flynn to inbound, or is it Coggan? It'll be Coggan. Now to Flynn. Nice pass to Robinson. Busis. Some really solid contributions from Hannah Busis, Bryce, in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, all the GB players touching the ball in that play, and she's come on in the last quarter and looked very comfortable.
Good ball, straight through the middle. Navigates his way through the heavy traffic. To just push it back to a 4-try margin. Just under 3 to play. As Coggan finds Flynn, who finds Busis again. And back-to-back goals, tries for Hannah Busis. So Simmons finds Putabor. Putabor navigates around Flynn and gets the try for Team USA.
Yeah, just decided to do all the work himself there and just find an opening.
Now Robinson looking for an opening through this defence. Classy switch of play there from Stu. and finds Flynn.
Yeah, he's played so well this whole game, and US having to pay so much attention to him that it's opening up their other players and making the scoring quite easy for GB.
The plays are very slick at the moment, GB. Although Team USA certainly can turn it on when they want to. There's Putabor now. Surveys his options. And nice protection there from Fleece just on the fringe. Pushes back the margin to 4. Flynn now under some pressure. Can he navigate around Putabor? And what's the call there, Bryce?
I'm not sure. My view was blocked. It looks like the ball might have come off a GB player or chair, and USA have got the turnover.
So Putabor now working his way nicely through traffic. And the points are there for Team USA. As Walker now surveys his options. Finds Coggin. Finds Walker. Under some pressure. Good work there from GB. Nice work from Robinson. Delivers to Walker. And Walker gets the points just. Geez, there must have been a gap between his wheel and the cone that could only fit a credit card, Bryce.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was aware Bracker was behind him, but he was very lucky that he wasn't bunted through the cone and, yeah, the cause of a turnover this late in the game.
So 90 seconds left in the contest. Simmons now downtown. And there's a player down, it's Putabor.
Santos, Matt, getting another workout again in the second half.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, they deserve it. They've been great supporters of wheelchair rugby for a number of years as naming rights sponsors. It's terrific to have the support of Light and Easy, the Rugby Club Foundation, Astara, Degnan, the South Australian Tourism Plan partners, Posca, a new drink. Merrick Watts is the face of Posca. You might have seen the ads floating around on social media.
I've sampled some.
Thoughts?
It's pretty good, yeah. Pineapple flavour.
Is that your go-to, the pineapple?
Not normally, but yeah, I enjoy that
one. So a great range in the Posca Hydrate range. Great to have the support of them in wheelchair rugby. We'll take a time out, just a minute left. See you very shortly.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a defib.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
And it's a fantastic atmosphere here in the Basketball South Australia Stadium for day one action of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And of course, you saw the promo there for the event. If you're keen to come to later today, tomorrow, Saturday or Sunday, jump onto the Wheelchair Rugby website, wheelchairrugby.com.au/tickets, and get involved and come and join us here at the Basketball Stadium here in South Australia. As Robinson gets a try there for Team GB as we find ourselves in the final minute of this opening contest. It's been quite an intense little battle between the Americans and the Brits.
Yeah, we've had a few lead changes. But GB in the second half really showing their experience, and the US just not able to go with this GB experience.
So just a board meeting there. You can see the Americans just having a chat there on screen. Team GB also having a chat. There they are there. So they have the lead by 4. So Simmons now to inbound for Team USA, and Putaball quickly adds points. No mucking about there for Team USA, Bryce.
No, and you've always got to have in your mind too that if you end up tied on wins and losses, that it comes down to goals scored for and against. So you don't need the game to blow out in the last few minutes, and that hurt you, come finals time.
Nice work there from Robinson to Flynn. And Simmons to quickly inbound. Finds Putaball. Big collision there with O'Neill and Robinson. Putaball battles his way through. Beautiful pass. What a nice finish from Team USA. That was Simmons with the try. Final moments of this one. Flynn to Robinson. Robinson now navigates his way, and a beautiful pass to Kieran Flynn. And Flynn adds the extras. So, of course, the next clash is Team Australia v Team Germany. Bryce, take the Australian cap off for just a moment. How do you see this game going?
Yeah, I think Germany just won't have the function and the level of intensity to be able to match the Australian team. The Australian team have, been at the upper echelons for a number of years, and Riley's back in the green and gold, and he'll be out to make a statement, no doubt.
And Robinson gets the points for GB, of course. The new coach in Lewis Quinn, taking over from Brad Duberly, who did a wonderful job and created an amazing legacy for the Australian Steelers. As the final seconds tick down, and what a performance from both sides, but it's a victory by 4 for Great Britain over USA, 56-52, the final scoreline. An intense battle across the second, third and fourth. It really sort of shifted back and forth, but Bryce, GB, in the end, just too good for the Americans.
Yeah, they did a really good job of keeping the USA under tremendous pressure to score, and the USA just didn't have probably the experience and the depth to go with the GB team in this instance.
So great camaraderie between both sides. It's a fantastic community in the wheelchair rugby family, whether it's domestically or internationally, and we're certainly seeing that on full display here. And what a moment for young Josh Williams. I'm sure his family back home will be watching. This is a proud moment for this young man, wearing jersey number 15, getting his first start internationally. Had that beautiful moment last night with Adam Scaturo with his jersey presentation. I'm sure today will be a moment that he will cherish for many, many years to come. So a great start for the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. 56-52, a victory to Team GB over USA. We'll take a break, but join us for all the action of more action. As we throw to Hannah Kuhar sideline. And Hannah, you are down there with your thoughts on the game.
Jonathan Coggan, a sensational game. You were down by 2 at the quarter-time break. What was the advice that got you back into the game?
We just continue doing what we're meant to be doing from our coaches. We trust in what we're doing, and we just kept applying that.
You had an incredible game. There are some USA superstars that you had to nullify. What was your thinking in coming into this one against such big key offensive players?
Well, the lots of teams have great players and big players, and we have to deal with them on every game that we play with. And USA are no different, like you say, they have great players. And we just have to do our best to nullify them, take them away from the ball and see what comes of it.
And it was pretty physical by the end. You will get throwing around 2-on-1 matchups. How did you rate your own performance today?
Well, it's something that I always look to judge, generally at the end of a whole tournament, so I can see how consistent I've been. But I think in general, overall, we're happy with the progress that we've made, and it's great to start the tournament with a win.
Obviously, everyone wants wins in a tournament, but it's a big year for you guys as well. What's the pass mark, and what are you hoping to get out of this tournament within Team GB?
We have a lot of players that need court time, and we want to give them great court time as well, and that will only progress the whole team as a whole. So we're looking forward to this tournament leading into the next, and hopefully we'll all grow as a team from that.
And anything you're looking forward to getting up to whilst you're in South Australia?
I wish there was more time. It looks like a great place.
Well, hopefully you'll have a few minutes and hours between matches to enjoy the surroundings, but a fantastic work. Congratulations to Team GB. Hey, thank you. That was awesome.
Thank you, Hannah, and a great chat there with Jonathan Coggan, and let's hope JC can see a bit of SA over the next couple of days. But a thrilling contest as we see some highlights here from this opening game. As we mentioned, Bryce, it was an amazing game because the first quarter it was really back and forth, hard to pick a winner. Then it started to drift away. Then Team USA came back into it.
Yeah, the US would have been pretty happy to get themselves back in the game, but we just saw GB go to their more experienced lineup with Robinson and Walker and Coggan, and yeah, that was probably the difference today, just that a little bit more experience on the team of GB.
And out of those high pointers, who on both sides were some players that impressed you in this opening contest?
I definitely think Stuart Robinson was in a league of his own today. His ability to keep his head and control his team and bring all his players into the game with his passing ability, yeah, it was probably the difference.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it's a great atmosphere here in the Basketball South Australia. Let's take a look at the launch of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
I would say if you've never seen wheelchair rugby live, you have to go see it. It's fast, it's loud.
It is a high action sport, it is high intensity.
It's full contact wheelchair on wheelchair, challenges every stereotype.
We are certainly looking forward to bringing some of the best teams in the world from a wheelchair rugby standpoint.
And if you love sport, you're most certainly going to love wheelchair rugby. It really is all happening in Adelaide, and what I love is you don't just have to love sport. This is bringing people from literally around the world, from the US to Brazil, and also from Great Britain to come here and enjoy Adelaide.
Wheelchair rugby is growing year on year exponentially around the world, and every single nation is sort of developing their wherewithal around the way that they stage and support their team. So to have the event here in Adelaide is a massive, I guess, achievement. There's a number of people that have travelled internationally to be here, and a lot of people domestically as well. You've got to understand that the Steelers often, when they play, they're playing overseas, and that's one of the main reasons why we brought this event here is to put them here. So for family and friends to be able to see their team play at home, the number of interstate participants that we've got as well is significant.
It's pretty special. Like, a lot of us grow up, with disabilities, and we get into para-sport, and as kids we dream of representing our country, and with that comes you walk into a crowd and everyone's there cheering for you, that kind of thing. And now we're at a stage where wheelchair rugby in this country, we can come in and get that atmosphere and sort of relive our childhood dreams, and we feel like real elite athletes.
I think just playing in front of all of our family and friends, it's so nice to come out onto the court and look up into the crowd and see green and gold and familiar faces.
We've also got the most female participation in our team that we've ever represented from Australia, with 4 females playing as part of our 12-person squad, so we're really looking forward to that.
It just makes me so happy to see how many women want to get involved with our sport, because it's so fun.
This event has triggered change in our city, It's brought people from around the world for people to come and put on their green and gold back Australia.
Just super hopeful that the town of Adelaide and the city embraces the event and we can tuck the stands out and see a big crowd getting behind the Australian Steelers.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one. I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other. Just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a DPIP.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
A great atmosphere indeed as the Australian Steelers under their new coach Lewis Quinn, who took over from Brad Duberly just a few months ago. They get their first hit out under new leadership and they take on a side, Team Germany, under Christoph Werner, who have loads of experience and loads to learn in the sport of wheelchair rugby when it comes to international competitions. There they are on screen, their lineup. So much talent right across the side. And we're underway as the Australian Steelers get their first taste of the Santos World Challenge as Riley Batt navigates his way through. And a man that was in commentary last year, Bryce Allman, gets us underway for first points.
Yeah, it's good to see him back in the green and gold. He's had to address a few injury issues. And yeah, he's managed to get over those, and he's back hopefully bigger and better than ever.
So Wilk gets some points here for Germany. As James McQuillan inbounds to Chris Bond. Bondy navigates his way around the referee and Bongard as well as Bruckner. Now Wilk gives him some pressure. And the Queenslander combines with the New South Welshman Bond to Batt, and Batt goes bang bang. Two of the best for the Steelers.
Yeah, these two have been playing together for what seems like decades now, and they've got such good chemistry on court. It's an awesome combination.
Let's go sideline. Hannah Kuhar, what are you making of the situation so far?
Hasn't the energy just picked up seeing the Steelers in action? We know how loved they are in the Australian sporting landscape, but the vibe down here is just unreal. Seeing your heroes in action. I mean, the Batt and Bond show is going to enthuse a lot of people over the course of the weekend. So looking forward to seeing what this very experienced lineup can do under their new coach, who is a former video analyst for the team, as you mentioned, with Quinny. So he's been around for a while. They've got a great setup. Can't wait to see it in action.
So a nice start for Australia. Great to have Hannah Kuhar as part of the broadcast team once again as Bongard loses possession. And Batt regains. And the points go in favour of the Australians. 4-2 the scoreline. It's now Germany work it up court. Wilk now surveys his options in the back court. Needs to get it going. Nice little tap on, but just out of the reach of Herbst. And Bruckner just couldn't get enough on it. He looks a little frustrated with the call. It's James McQuillan now to inbound for Australia. Batt under pressure, did well there. Now Bondy as Bruckner charges hard. And Chris Bond gets a try for the match. Player of such quality and a wonderful leader.
Yeah, you can see Australia's got the height advantage and the mobility advantage, so it's going to be really tough for Germany to go up against these guys for 32 minutes.
Herbst now down back. Surveys his options. Wilk with the protection, so to Bruckner. Now he tries to charge between Bond and Batt, fails on that occasion. And what's the call there, Bryce?
Yeah, Bondy just rolled across the goal line. So he's going to have to serve a penalty, and Germany will get another chance to score.
So Bongard just held up as there's a tyre change for the Batman. Quickly gets back into place. Germany to inbound. Herbst now down back. In the front court surveys his options. Which way does he go here? He'll slow down the clock to his advantage and get the points for the Germans. So now Bond. Margin is 2. Now to Bat. Bat just navigates through Will. Brilliant. Great setup between Bond and Bat.
Yeah, Germany choosing to put 3 defensive players on Riley, which meant Bondy was quite open and open for the pass.
So Herbst now with first possession. Bruckner, nice protection. Bat just gives him some grief. Herbst. Bruckner looks for support. Now Herbst rolls through, has the Batman on his hammer, who collides with Wilk. Herbst gets the points. They push it back to 2 as McQuillan goes downtown to Bat, who finds Bond. And the Steelers captain gets 2 in a row.
Yeah, Australia looking to sub here. We can see Edmo, another old hand, sitting in the substitution box, and also Robin Lambert, one of the newer players, looking ready to come on court.
Herbst now in the key. Looks for his options. Short little quick one there to Bongard. Back to Herbst. And has Bat gone over the try line there? So you mentioned the changeover. And now Andrew Edmondson hits the court. Ozan's on there as well as Robin Lambert. Bondy now. Gets it to Mr. Reliable, Andrew Edmondson, and Edmo gets his first try of the tournament.
Yeah, he's probably a similar mould to Stu Robinson that we saw in the first game. He never looks flustered. He's always calm, collected, and yeah, has tons of experience as well.
And that ball will trickle out of bounds. So it'll be an Australian ball.
Australia also with the advantage of running Robin under the new classification system, so they've actually got 9 functional points on court, with Germany choosing to run 4 males, only have 8.
So Bondy barking plenty of instructions early. Bond just navigates his way through. Just out of the reach of Lambert. Picked up by Wilk. And it's a jump ball, Bryce.
Wilk doing an amazing job there with Bondy hunting him down to have the presence of mind to be able to pick the ball up under that much heat. That was an exceptional pickup.
So I can see Marco Herbst just having a chat with the referee. There's the replay there of the jump ball. Bondy just causing a little bit of trouble there for the Germans. Big discussion between the referees. 4 is the margin between the two. Australia lead. About 3.5 to go before the quarter-time break. Hope you're enjoying all the action, whether you're watching it on Fox Sports here in Australia, KO Sports in Australia, or maybe one of our overseas affiliates. So I can see Jason Lees on the sideline just questioning something there for the Australians. The man they call Banger, he'll be involved. Great to see him involved in the Australian team, and he's been there for quite some time as in that coaching staff, Bryce.
Yeah, he has. He's been there for almost a decade now. Former player himself.
So plenty of discussions going on. There's the Australian wall of defence. For the margin, 3.5 left in this quarter. Australia and Edmo to inbound. Edmondson to Bond. Bond just navigates his way through. And the skipper gets the points for Australia.
Yeah, I can see he just took his time. And over the course of the game, if you don't have to burn energy pushing it 100%, it can really play into your favour in the second half.
So now Vilk up court. Looks for a couple of options. Has Vec just in front of him. Stoltz as well. But Vilk navigates nicely and gets the points for the Germans. Under pressure is Robin. Now to Bond. Edmondson. Oh, had to work for it, but Reliable does it again.
That's one of those ones that from here look like it's a little bit too much on it, but yeah, Edmo doing a great job.
So the Germans charge up court. And it's Vec that looks for some points. Let's go sideline. Hannah Kuhar.
Yeah, I reckon Andrew Edmondson also thought there was a little bit too much on the pass. He just managed to drag it in over just before the line and had the biggest grin on his face as he recovered back to defence. So I think he knew he got lucky, but he loved every moment of it.
Well, you need a bit of luck in sport, don't you, Bryce?
Yeah. That bounce of the ball can make such a difference in a tight international game.
Oh, absolutely, especially when it's in that clutch situation in the final moments. As Vilk now takes it up court. Big collision with Chris Bond. Nice work from Vec now. Solid player in this German side. Vec now looks for something. Has Stoltz just on the fringe. Little pop pass to Herbst. Misses him. Now recovers. Herbst navigates. Bond just gives him a nudge, but not enough. And the points belong to Germany. Edmo now to inbound. Good work from Bond. Classy work to set up Robin Lambert. And she will finish. She's done some amazing work off the court, Robin Lambert, in terms of just getting the message about disability sport out to the country, out to the world, hasn't she, on social media?
Yeah.
Great ambassador for the sport. Vilk under some pressure there. Pops the pass to Herbst. Goes across the key. And that's great work from Vilk to finish. Nice combination from the Germans there, Bryce.
Yeah, Vilk as a two-point player he's been around a long time, and he really adds a lot of depth to this German team.
And a player that certainly adds depth to the side is Robin Lambert, who has scored another try for her tally in 2026 at this event. So now Stoltz will inbound for Germany. Short one there. Up court the Germans go. Wilk.
You can just see the difference in the two teams. Australia scoring quite easily and Germany having to work for every single score at the moment.
They certainly are, but geez, that's a clinical play there from Herbst. Nice work from the Germans. You're right, it's a real hustle to get the points. For Australia, are they just relying on their connectivity and just that experience, Bryce, that they have in this side?
Yeah, particularly this lineup. You've got Miko Zane, Andrew Edmondson and then Chris Bond, who've been together for probably the best part of 12, 15 years. So, yeah, a lot of chemistry there, and that can make a big difference.
You and I know a bit about chemistry in this box, don't we? We've been about 12 to 15 years. As there'll be an inbound here. Just a slight adjustment of the cone. So it'll be an inbound here with Stoltz.
Full team substitution that Australia have brought on here, so 4 new faces. Shay Graham and Emily Miller into the game with Cooper Blackwood.
So Herbst pops the pass. And now Vec gives it to Herbst. Nice work around this new Australian lineup. As Graham now to inbound. First Australian female to represent the Australian Steelers. Wonderful achievement. Celebrated 100 games. We brought up 100 games at the World Challenge last year. Shay, a great ambassador for the sport and has shown real depth and really has been a pioneer for others, females, to follow.
Yeah, she's led by example on and off the court, and yeah, we can see with the depth of the female players in Australia at the moment and what they add to the Steelers lineup. It can make a big difference when you can run more than 8 points on court.
So Blackwood and Herbst just having a nice battle there, but it's Herbst that wins it. Graham to Blackwood, pick off there by the Germans, and it's Herbst again. Nice pass, good work there from Vilk. Really classy from the Germans. Now Graham to inbound. And that'll be quarter time in this opening clash for the Australian Steelers as they face the force that are Team Germany. 15-12 your scoreline in favour of the Australian Steelers. We'll take a break, but please join us for all the action of the second quarter real soon here in Adelaide.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The playing partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
And welcome back to Adelaide for all the action. Day one of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And this is his first encounter for the Australian Steelers, taking on Team Germany. And the Australians had an impressive opening quarter. John O'Farr and Bryce Allman, your commentary team, as well as Hannah Kuhar. And Kunzel gets some early points there for the Germans. A young high pointer. And Bond now straight up court. Kunzel, the youngster, takes on the veteran.
He's got some wheels.
So now Team Germany, looks like they've made some changes with Salbier, who comes on. Downtown to Kunzel. Salbier just navigates himself well to Vilk. Good collision there with Bat. So it'll be a change of possession, the back and forth rule there, Bryce.
Yeah, Riley just using his experience and just timing the hit to knock Vilky back over into the back court. So, yeah, Australia causing a turnover and, yeah, we'll get possession.
So there's the replay there, and you can see that Vilk just went into the back court. So, of course, once you cross that halfway line, you've just got to keep your progress moving forward. And that's what Riley Bat does on that occasion to get Australia further in front. Inbound they go. Kunzel just cops a bit of grief there from Riley Bat. Ball out of bounds and a change of possession here. Vernon now with possession for Australia. Inbounds to Bond, now to Bat. As you mentioned, Bryce, the height advantage, certainly a big one for Australia, as the two tall timbers try and get it over the line.
Yeah, it's just the physicality that those two bring. It's like having, you got to have eyes on the back of your head.
So it looks like Kunzel will be spending some time in the penalty box. So Steelers ball here now. Vernon to inbound. Bond. What's he going to do here? Goes across the key, finds Bat. Emily Miller just trying to lock out the German player there. Gets back to Bond. Slows the clock down with 19 seconds left. And he'll cross for another try as Kunzel comes back on the court.
Yeah, Riley setting the trap and then Kunzel nominating the inbound, so it just keeps the German high pointer off the court and should have given Australia probably a bigger advantage than that.
And Vilk now gets a try. He's been a solid player so far for Germany in this game. Bond to Bat. Riley, a great addition to the broadcast team last year, showcasing his skills here mid-court, and gets another try. Is there anything the Batman can't do? He can be a broadcaster, he can be a player, he probably could be the next coach down the road.
Don't put that idea in his head.
So Kunzel navigates his way around Bondi, really challenging the Australian captain at the moment. And just a shift of play there. Crip couldn't control it close to the line. So Bat comes on and AJ Andrew Holloway comes on.
Australia's just got the luxury of having such quality high pointers. You know, AJ in any other era probably would have played a lot more games for Australia, but yeah, he's got this opportunity now.
Yeah, certainly an intense player. Plenty of rep level experience domestically. Sabir gets it to Kunzel. And there'll be an equipment check here for Bondi by the looks of it. No, a substitution instead. So Bondi will come off. Riley Batt will come on.
Yeah, Bondi looking like he's just got an issue with his prosthetic splint that he wears to push the chair.
So Salvia now to inbound. Finds Vilk. Oh, he's gone out of bounds there, I think.
You can just see that physicality from Riley. He's just no holes barred, and he'll be happy to cause that turnover.
Tried the Harlem Globetrotter pass, just ran out of room as Vernon finds Holloway, and AJ zips down court. He was the warrior last year in that game against Brazil. Vilk, Salbia, Kunsul, nice pick up. Kunsul surveys his options. Salbia, nice protection for the youngster. And Jonty gets the points for the Germans. Vernon to inbound, finds AJ. Miller just barking some instructions, nicely protecting Kripke. AJ goes up court. Riley just waits patiently and positions himself beautifully.
Yeah, Riley just slowing everything down a little bit. AJ just got to be careful. He eases himself into the game. Sometimes when you come on at this international level, you try and play above yourself. But he's looking very comfortable.
So Kunzel gets the points there for the Germans. Vernon to Batt. Big collision with Vilk. Batt now with Sabir. Oh, what about that?
Little sidestep, mate.
Oh, the left and the right. Woohoo! The Batman, too classy.
I think you and me are twitching in our seats more than the players.
It's a fine line these players roll with. It's such an exciting team to watch, the Australian Steelers. The Germans, they're holding their own here at the moment. They're just off the pace, though. You mentioned earlier in the USA-Great Britain game that Germany would struggle with that force that the Australian Steelers have, and that connectivity and that familiarity that the Australian Steelers have as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of depth to the Australian team, but there's also some physical size to it as well. And when you look down that German bench, yeah, they just don't have the big bodies and that physicality that Australia has. And
ranked 10th in the world, above Colombia and below Brazil in the world rankings. It's AJ with a no-look pass to Batt, and of course finished 8th in the Paris Paralympics in 2024. They finished 10th in the 2022 World Champs. They were held in Denmark. They lost to Colombia 54-49. So they're a side that certainly are on the learning curve, but maybe brighter things to come given some of the talent that they've got in the side. Speaking of young talent, is Jonty Kunzel as he loses possession there, just as I've said that, and Batt rolls away with the points. But some bright little spots in the German team, maybe some for future success down the road.
Yeah, they've got a lot of experience. Kunzel's got a lot of growth in him as well, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they fare in the next few years.
And of course, led by Christoph Werner, who has loads of experience in the sport. So
yeah, he's been around for decades.
A great mentor for Kunzel to follow and take under his wing.
Yeah, for sure.
So the players will take a timeout and we will take a break. 4 minutes to go. Australia lead at 25-17. See you soon. Now Kripke to inbound. And now Vilk. AJ just with the bump and shove. Vilk disposes. Kunzel quickly. Now in some space is Vek to Vilk. Germans moving quickly here. Oh, brilliance. Jonty, what a position and what a try for Germany.
Yeah, you can see them having to take a few risks and make a lot more passes just to advance the ball past Australia. And yeah, it was on the money that time.
AJ now looks for his options. Navigates around the Germans and gets some points to his tally. Kripke to Vilk, just almost AJ getting the interception there. Kunzel tries to get jammed up by Bondi, and Vilk gives a big shove, but some nice sporting spirit between the two there, Bryce.
Yeah, it was a late hit, and he obviously recognised that and was apologetic straight away. The last thing you need as a two-pointer is a 3-5 hunting you on court.
Yeah. An ominous threat. Bondi to AJ. Liliana Prucha, I can see on court there, just going up in the 7 jersey. So AJ navigates himself beautifully. Nice chair speed from Bondi. Good finish from the Steelers.
Yeah, probably a pass that Bondi wasn't sure was going to come, and he managed to rein it in on the goal line.
It certainly went over his head. He did well to pick it up. As Vilk and Vek combine. Vek to Kunzel. Kunzel down court. Here comes Bondi. Oh, what about that Kunzel, Vilk? That's incredible.
Yeah, great little head nod there by Kunzel, and Vilk managed to pull off an amazing play, dragging that ball in and scoring a try backwards.
What a play. So Bondi now takes his time. Smart use of the clock. And pushes it out to 8 points now, the margin, in favour of the Australians. Vilk. Oh, Kunzel just couldn't get it on that occasion. Flicked it back, though. And it'll be an Australian Steelers ball out of all of that, Bryce.
Yeah, AJ doing a great job of putting that pass under pressure, and Australia getting another turnover.
So Liliana Prucha, one of the stars of the World Challenge last year here in Adelaide. Nice inbound to Holloway. Quick disposal to Bond. Kunzel on his hammer. But Chris Bond rolls away with more points. Pushes it out to 9. Kripke. Vek. Now the Germans roll up court. In the back court at the moment. AJ just causing some trouble there. Vilk now has Kripke just in front. Vilk, here comes AJ. Oh. Just couldn't get him, AJ. Got a great effort. And Vilk gets the points for Team Germany. As Prucha now inbounds, just gets away from Bond. And a change over there from Kunzel. Nice pass to Vek. Vek quickly to Vilk. Oh, threads the needle to Kunzel. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that was a great play, making the most of that turnover.
Prucha to Bond. Lost possession, but Prucha regathers beautifully. Goes downtown. AJ over his head. Classy stuff from Holloway.
Yeah, Liliana doing a great recovery from an errant pass, and Australia lucky enough to regain the ball and score.
Inbound to Vec, just under 90 seconds before half-time. What does he do here, Vec? Finds Kunzel initially. The youngster pops to Vilk. Oh, geez, that was so good. He went backwards, Bryce. How? How did he do it?
He must have a reverse camera on that, check. Seems to be going backwards more than he's going forwards over that try line, mate.
That was unbelievable. So on screen there, Josko Vilk, the mid-pointer. And there is that wonderful play where he not only went backwards, and there's Christoph Werner just giving us a little bit of a demonstration. Players take a timeout. We'll take a brief break here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Back soon. And welcome back to all the action of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Final minute of this first half, second quarter. Bat gets the points there. And the Batman looks as though... No, I thought the Batman, based on his reaction, he was off to the penalty box, but looks like another timeout for Australia. Bryce, what's the theory there?
I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't quite get the message across. And, yeah, he's used another timeout.
So the Australians take a timeout. We'll take a short break. Back soon. And so 54 seconds is left on the clock. Margin is 8 and it favours Australia. As Vilk inbounds to Kunzel, who's been quite a classy player in this game. We've seen him before on Australian soil. Kunzel now in the front court, navigating his options. Where does he go here for Germany? The youngster takes on Edmo and he takes on Bat. Now needs to dispose of it quickly. He's got Kripke in the court and the key and the points. Strong try for Germany, Bryce.
Yeah, Kunzel showing good patience there and just had to wait for an opportunity, and a little risky pass over Riley, but he was on the money.
The Batman now navigates a little bit of traffic mid-court, and he'll soak up the final seconds of this half. Crowd doing a fantastic job counting down. Beautiful clock awareness there from Riley. 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, he's a master at it.
So, would you believe it? There is a timeout being called there. 32 plays 24. So 8 points the margin, 0.6 of a second. Beautiful use of the clock there from Riley. You can see him just discussing with Jason Lees and James McQuillan some tactics. Of course, Lewis Quinn, his first international event as coach of the Australian Steelers. under the wonderful tutelage of Brad Duberly, who Bryce set an amazing standard and legacy for the Australian Steelers.
Yeah, phenomenal as a player and as a coach.
Great fella. I know Brad will be watching. Vilk to inbound, final seconds, Crip. And a German player, I think, went over the line there. So that will be half-time. And what a thrilling contest. Plenty of highlight and exciting plays. Australia have the lead, 32-24. Find out what happens in the second half after this extended break. You're watching all the action of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, live and exclusive on Fox Sports and KO from Adelaide. See you soon.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Josko Vilka, very hard to play Australians on home soil. What did you make of that first half?
Yeah, it was a really tough half. We have a lot of new players, and unfortunately we had to make so easy mistakes, some pass mistakes. Yeah, Australia is also a really hot enemy, so we try our best, and we'll see in the next half what we can do.
How do you get the better of the matchup against Chris Bond? That looked pretty physical out there.
Sorry?
How do you get the better of that Chris Bond matchup? It looks very physical.
Yeah, of course it's physical. So they have Chris Bond, they have Riley Bad. They are really tough players. So many physics. I have to control my chair and save the ball, and that's it. Yeah.
Well, all the best in the second half.
Thank you, Hannah. Great to hear the words there from Josko Vilk, one of the German players, a player that's had an amazing input into this game. And Bryce, we're seeing highlights here from this first half. The Australians, it's their height advantage that's the difference, isn't it? It's their speed, it's their connectivity. But the Germans, they're pretty classy at times, and they're putting together some pretty strong plays, aren't we?
Yeah, we can see they're having to use the passing game a lot more just to get past the Australian defence. And unfortunately, it's worked out, and we've seen some great highlights, but when it goes against you, yeah, it can lead to turnovers.
For Germany, a side that comes up against Australia, I mean, obviously they need to score a lot more points, but where's some areas where they can challenge Australia on the court?
In all honesty, I don't think there's that many. Australia's probably in the next level of, above Germany at this point in time. And yeah, when you look down that Australian bench and you've got the luxury of bringing a player like AJ Holloway on, yeah, I think we're the envy of a lot of other nations with the depth in our high pointers.
And of course, under the new tutelage of Lewis Quinn, who took over from Brad Duberly. Jason Lee's in the coaching staff as well. There's the Australian side. So the Australians having their board meeting in the background, the Germans in the foreground there, just all lined up on the key. Veck, Salbier, Herbst and Kripp. That is the lineup for the Germans. For Australia, it's Bondi, Miller, Blackwood and Graham. So we resume play third quarter, second half now. As Bondi now just navigates his way through and gets some early points for the Steelers, Bryce.
Yeah, Germany looking to drop back into their key defence, maybe to conserve a bit of energy, but yeah, Bondi scoring at will.
Up court they go. Veck. Salbier with the protection. Pops it back to Herbst. And the points are there for the Germans. Bondi now. Takes plenty of time. Uses the clock as his best friend. And gets the points. So
Shea doing an exceptional job there of knocking the receiving player into the inbounder, and yeah, I think it will be a turnover.
So Salbier and Kripp, the two German players, with Graham there in the Australian jersey in the opposing 12. Inbound here for the Germans. Salbier picked off by Bond. Just doing enough to get in front of the attack there.
Yeah, you can just see that extra height. It just makes such a difference.
Veck's gone out of bounds there.
The one percenters, mate, is what they call it, and you can see it.
And that's what you need. And there's Bondi again, back to back. Nice plays there with Blackwood and Graham combining. Yeah, the 1%'s are vital, no matter where you are in the tournament. That's the sort of stuff that can bring the bigger results. What did Paul Kelly say? From little things, big things grow. The Australian songwriter. As Veck gets some points there for the Germans. Graham wastes no time inbounding here. Finds Blackwood. Big collision there, Salbier. Pops the pass. Graham in some space. Whoa, just gets a little bit of curry there from Herbst, but does well in the end, Graham.
Yeah, she had a good read on the ball then. From here, it looked like she might have taken it a little bit earlier, but yeah, she had it well under control.
So it looks like there'll be a equipment check here for Emily Miller. So we might take a break here while the equipment check gets done for Emily Miller. We'll see you very shortly.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
And welcome back to the Basketball Stadium, South Australia. It's a great atmosphere here in the stadium. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Fox Sports KO and our overseas affiliates. John O'Farah is my name, joined alongside Hall of Famer Bryce Allman and Hannah Kuhar sideline. Bryce, how are you seeing the game so far? It's a good test for the Germans.
Yeah, it is. I think they'll be happy to run their bench and get as much experience into some of their newer players against this, very deep Australian lineup.
Zvek now up court, rolling with intent, and just bumps off Riley Batt for the points there. So now 37 plays 26 in this third quarter. To Graham, short one to Edmondson. Edmo goes downtown, finds Batt in open court. Kunzel just can't reach the Batman. Try goes the way of Riley. Sabir, Krip, and back to Sabir. Prucha just on Krip, the battle of the sevens. Sabir, Kunzel, big shove there from Batt. Kunzel to Sabir. And he rolls around for more points for the Germans.
Yeah, Liliana doing a great job defensively, drawing both players out and allowing Riley to get in position.
As the Batman takes it up. Good pressure for him. And he turns that pressure into points, does the Batman. Sabir now to inbound. Beck. Short one to Sabir. Longer one to Krip. Krip now in the front court. And Riley thought initially it was a Steelers ball, but it's an illegal use of the hand, right? Bryce?
Yeah, I probably think he was a little bit unlucky there. The ball was loose and outside the zone of the German player, and I thought Riley did well to gather it in, but I think sometimes it's his aggression at the ball is probably what causes him to get some of the calls going the other way.
Yeah, he's intense right across the four quarters. So some time in the penalty box for Riley. Kunzel just has his own battles to navigate and does well. So there'll be a changeover here by the looks of it for Australia. So there'll be a timeout, so we'll take a break. Back soon. And welcome back to South Australia and the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Here is the Australian coach, Lewis Quinn, eyeing off his first game in charge. Proud moment for young Lewis. And Edmondson rolls through for some points.
Could be the only international coach with a 100% win ratio at the end of this game.
Well, it'll be a great start if Australia can roll away with the World Challenge. Missed it by 4 points last year against the Netherlands. He certainly started well. Kunzel now under some pressure from the Australians. Nice pass to Vec, just out of the reach of him, but Sabir will clean up the crumbs. Salbier, Kunzel. Loose ball. Salbier to clean it up. And they've just run out of time there, the Germans.
Yeah, the intensity in the Australian defence then was really impressive. All of them just looked desperate to cause that turnover and, yeah, showed good discipline as well and forcing another turnover.
So Bat now down back. At no look, Hail Mary. Robin Lambert, good control. Nice chair speed around Schroeder. And the try is there. So now Bruckner to Schroeder. Finds Herbst. Oh, Schroeder just goes down after that collision. Just a minor one, though, with Edmo.
Yeah.
Got a big smile on your face.
Oh, I thought Riley was unlucky because I thought there might have been an over and back call with the hit on the line, but yeah, Edmo just making contact behind the rear axle, and yeah, as a result, he's off to the sin bin.
So let's hope Schroeder is okay. The Santos rug gets another go. Terrific to have the support of Santos. Multiple-year deal with Wheelchair Rugby. Great to have the support of SG Fleet, Plan Partners, Degnan, Light and Easy, and Estada. There's Edmo in the penalty box. So good to see Schroeder up on two wheels. As now Herbst resumes things for Germany. In the front court, they survey their options. Where do they go here? Herbst tries to get that pass away. Big pressure from Bat and from Lambert. A try there for Herbst initially. So Edmo to inbound, finds Bat. And is it a loose carry, Bryce?
Yeah, it looked like he just fumbled it a little bit. One of the German players may have got a hand in right as Riley went to reel the ball in, and luckily it's bounced Australia's way.
So Edmo to inbound, finds Lambert. Lambert rolls up court. Edmo to stay out of it. Bat to roll through for the points. Bruckner now to Schroeder. Schroeder now. Little chip pass to Herbst. To Bruckner. Nice finish from the Germans. Edmondson now to inbound for Australia. Waste no time. Phones Ozane. Back to Edmo. Now to Bond. In fact, it's Bat. Oh, great reach. Nice finish. Edmo does it again with a big smile on his face.
Yeah, I think the smile said it all.
So Vilk now up court. Schroeder. Big collision between Bruckner and Bat. But Schroeder gets the points for Germany. Inbound from Edmo, finds Robin. Now to Riley. Oh, beautiful pivot and spin. His chair speed down back is so impressive. Just gets around Schroeder. And an impressive block from Edmo sees Riley going for more points. Bruckner now, quick one. Vilk, up court they go. Down to Herbst. And Herbst rolls through for some points. Real back and forth contest at the moment, Bryce.
Yeah, it's hard when the game goes probably beyond the German reach to keep that intensity up.
Riley straight up the middle. Just navigates his way through so well. And a timeout called for Australia. So whilst the Steelers take a timeout, we'll take a short break here on the Santos Wheelchair Rugby coverage. See you soon.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
And welcome back. It's the Australian Steelers taking on Team Germany, and the Australians have the lead 45-33. Great atmosphere here in the Basketball South Australia Stadium. John O'Farr, Bryce Allman and Hannah Kuhar, your commentators for this second match on day one. Herbst downtown, picked off by AJ. So it'll be still a German ball as it's come off the hands of AJ.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. He did all the hard work. Was in the right spot, just couldn't reel the loose ball in.
Inbound quickly now. Vilk. What's he going to do here? AJ's on his hammer. Vilk. Oh, magnificent. Herbst. Too good.
Yeah, great composure there.
So McQuillan now to inbound for Australia. Bondi. Quick one to AJ. Holloway now surveys his options. Straight up to Bond. And the captain navigates himself from back to front court. And the try is there. Bruckner to inbound now. Vilk. Court he'll roll. AJ just causing him plenty of grief, putting pressure on the youngster. Schroeder just gives AJ a big bump. Vilk now in the attacking area. Herbst, Vilk. Germany find a way somehow.
Oh, very lucky to get out of that. AJ getting a swipe of the ball, and yeah, fortunately for Germany, it bounced their way.
Downtown goes Bondi. AJ will take his time here. And rolls away. So Bruckner now 47 plays 35. Herbst from the inbound has AJ just on his left. Herbst works through the pack. Schroeder. Late little tap there from Bondi.
Yeah, they've called it in and out, which means only one wheel went out and then has come back on court. Of course, the turnover.
So McQuillan to inbound for Australia. Nice late charge there from Bondi to give back the ball to the Steelers. And the ball going too long on that occasion.
Yeah, bump pass always risky, but unfortunately for the low pointers to get a bit of range, sometimes that's the decision they have to make. And once they pull the trigger on it, if the high pointers don't catch on, it can go a long way quickly. And yeah, AJ not able to get to that one in time.
So Germany to inbound here. Herbst. Has Schroeder just in front in protection. Final 20 seconds of the quarter. Herbst rolls through the pack and delivers. Timeout called with 13 seconds left on the clock in this third quarter, 47-35. Players take a timeout. We'll take a break. Back soon for more action on the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsor shop.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
And a wonderful atmosphere here at the Basketball South Australia Stadium. Crowd loving every moment of this opening day. The second match in progress at the moment between Australia and Germany. Blackwood gets the points after back sets the foundations. John O'Farr, Bryce Allman and Hannah Kuhar, your commentators for this one. And with 4 seconds to go, another timeout has been called. What would be the messaging coming from Lewis Quinn and Banger for the Australians here, Bryce?
Yeah, I think they'll just want to cement what their defensive goals will be and, yeah, not give Germany the chance to close that score.
So there's the Australians having the board meeting. Great to see so many kids here today, enjoying all the action of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. New venue in South Australia for this event. Of course, it was the Netball South Australia Stadium. Queensland Cyclones and Protect Victoria Thunder will be your next clash. So an inbound here for the Germans. Herbst to survey his options, goes long. Picked off by the Australians. Bat amongst it. Grip just trying to pick it off. And that's three-quarter time. So the quarter comes to a furious and fast end. And there is your scoreline. 48 plays 36 in favour of the Australian Steelers. Our last break of the match in terms of the long ones. Join us for all the action of the final term between the Steelers and Team Germany. We'll be back soon.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
Yes, I've got this!
I've got this one.
I will keep you strong. All of this
like no other, just like no other.
So final quarter action about to start here for the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Australia have the comfortable lead at the moment by 12 points, 48-36. John O'Farr, Bryce Allman and Hannah Kuhar, your commentary team for this one. And Herbst now in the back court, navigates his way out of there as Vernon and Batt just give him some trouble. Herbst, cross court, and Veck finishes. Good start for Germany. And let's go sideline with Hannah Kuhar. How are you seeing the game so far? Hannah, sideline.
So impressed with the Australian Steelers for reasons that you might not expect. So I know you guys were talking about that bunted pass from James McQuillan deep in the corner here. And what was interesting is even though it might not have worked out, that choice of pass, the conversation between the vice-captain and the captain, there was no frustration, no blame game, just constructive dialogue, which I think is quite impressive from a team like the Aussies. They're always looking to improve, even in a match like this one. So a lot on the line from this side, even from the two most experienced players.
And you speak about experience. We've just seen it there between Bond and Batt. That's good insight there from Hannah Kuhar. Great to have Hannah part of the broadcast team once again. Made her debut last year. History maker, Bryce. First female to be a lead caller in an international match. So a bit of history there for the commentary team side of things. As Herbst gives it to Veck. Veck now lines up Herbst, and the Germans get the points.
Yeah, you can see Germany running a few of their players that are further down the bench, and Australia have chosen to go back to Bond and Batt. So the defensive pressure is really showing on Germany.
So Batt now just slowing things down. Navigates around Moselle. And now Bongard to inbound here for Germany. Finds Veck. Bongard. Herbst. And he will roll away with some more points for his tally. And you mentioned earlier, despite the margin for the Germans, Bryce, it's important that they keep it as close as they can, because come the end of the tournament, that for and against can work against or for them.
Yeah, you just never know how the results are going to fall in the next few days. And if you end up tied with another team on the win-loss ratio, then they go back and look at goals scored for and against, and that can be the difference. So it's important that you stick in the games even when you're down and try not to let those blowouts happen.
So Veck now trying his best to just narrow that margin. Goes downtown to Herbst in the front court. Herbst now surveys his options. Looks for something at the top of the key. Spots the pass. Oh, a little quick one to Veck. Great work from Moselle close to the line. And Bondi to inbound. Finds Batt. Goes into some open court. And Bondi, the Queenslander and the skipper. Do you reckon he's gone for the green tape in the front of the chair to offset the yellow jersey, Bryce?
I'm not sure if he thought that much into it. Surely there's room for a sponsor there, though.
Oh, 100%. It's a big, nice little spot to put something there. Of course, the Australian Steelers on the hunt for a major sponsor. On guard, Vec. If you're keen and you're interested, get in touch with the team at Wheelchair Rugby, Chris Nay and Kelsey Singh. And it'll be a great relationship. His bat rolls through for some more points. So the Germans now under enormous pressure here from bat. Vec to Herbst. Delivers in the middle. And it's a shot clock violation, just not getting to that halfway line in time, Bryce.
Yeah, both Chris Bond and Riley Batt just working so hard in defence there with a 2-on-3, and they were able to cause Germany that violation.
So Pritchard to inbound. Finds Bond. There's Edmo in protection. Graham on the fringe. Bond now, the little shake and bait. Looks for something at the top of the key. Big collision close to the line. And the points go the way of the Steelers. Downtown they go. Moselle now for Germany. Will roll through for the points. .4:16 to go in the game. Pritchard to inbound. Edmo. Bond. Down the court they roll. And Bond gets the points for the Steelers. On guard to Herbst. Herbst now surveys his options. Which way does he go here? He's got a wall of defence to try and navigate. And I think Moselle's gone over the line, Bryce.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because she had good position there.
Edmondson, quick one to Bond. And Bondi adds some more to his total. Herbst up court. Just in that front court now. The wall of defence awaits Herbst. And he'll just tuck in past Edmo.
Yeah, he did that too easily, I think.
You could see the reaction on Andrew's face when he just popped past him.
It's not a good feeling when you know someone scored behind you like that.
So there'll be a timeout for both sides. They'll take a timeout. We'll take a break. See you soon. So back to live action. There's the Australians having the board meeting. 57-43, they lead it here in Adelaide. Their first game of the tournament. Pritchard to inbound. Finds Edmo. He finds Bond. Graham has some work to do. Bondi just seemed to go that extra roll with the wheel just to wait for Shea to get in position.
Yeah, got himself a little bit off balance. And I don't think he was... Shea wasn't expecting the pass, and he had to hold on a little bit longer.
And a big collision there as the ball goes out of bounds. Salvia to inbound now. Short one under some pressure. Edmo just gets locked up with Vilk. And Vilk not too happy with the call there.
Yeah.
His reaction told the story.
Probably a 50-50, and it didn't go his way, so always a bad feeling as a player.
So Prucha now to inbound here. Finds Graham. And Graham adjusts and scores the points.
Yeah, Liliana setting a great screen for Shea there and just making life a lot easier for her.
Edmo. Schroeder gets a big bump there from Edmo. There's been a player here over the wheel.
Yeah.
Wheel over the line, yeah?
Liliana was just a little bit too close to the goal line and got bunted over. And yeah, unfortunately, Australia didn't score in time, and it'll be a turnover.
So Salpia now.
It's hard when the turnovers happen so quickly and you're playing defense 1 minute and offense the next, and then you're out of position.
Yeah, those adjustments can be tricky. As Vec now rolls away with Blackwood just on his hammer. Short one to Vilk, gets a big bump from Bond. Oh, threads the needle to Salbia. And it's picked off by the Australians. Bondi just flicks it away, and Blackwood will roll away for points.
Yeah, I feel like the floodgates have opened a little bit in the last few minutes. Germany not just being able to withstand this Australian defensive pressure.
17 the margin now, just over 2 to play. Schroeder in the back court, mid-pointer. Blackwood just gives a bit of trouble there. Vec now with the ball, picked off again by Bondi. Finds Blackwood. Blackwood has Schroeder just on the hammer. Gets a little nudge, but Cooper does the rest and finishes nicely. One of the newer players in the side.
Yeah, he's only recently made the Australian team, and he's doing a really good job of coming in and yeah, playing some big minutes as a high pointer.
And Schroeder finds Vilk. Hot pass back, Salbia. Delivers across to Vec. And the points are there for Team Germany. Just under 90 seconds to play in this one. Graham to Blackwood. Blackwood. Downtown. Oh. Nice skills from Bondi to finish.
And that's one of the reasons he's here. He's got a great passing game and really good chair mobility.
Certainly showed it on that occasion. Vilk, Salbia. Nice little touch from Graham initially to find Bondi. Bond to Graham. Brilliant. Queenslander to Victorian.
Yeah, I can see it's just been too much for Germany, and yeah, the floodgates have opened, and Australia almost out to a 20-goal lead now. They ran with them, you know, for that middle period of the game, kept that 12 or 13 goal gap, but now, yeah, it's just been too much.
Graham to Bond. Miller just in front of the Steelers captain. Oh, the show and go there from Bondi. And he navigates himself through the traffic to get the points inside the final minutes now of the contest. 63-44. Timeout has been taken, so we'll take a break. We'll be back soon.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a DPIP.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
Man, we've just seen an amazing promo there for wheelchair rugby. It showcases the talent of not only the Australian side, but all of the sides that feature in the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, now in its second year. Great to have your company on Fox Sports or KO Sports or our overseas affiliates watching in and around the world. What an amazing, really, Bryce. This how far and wide the sport of wheelchair rugby from our humble little desk is travelling.
Yeah, it is. That's the beauty of live streaming these days.
So final moments of this one. Herbst sets himself up just inside the attacking zone. Navigating around. Surveys his options. Oh! What a take!
Huge play there.
Vilk, brilliant.
Pass going right across the full length of the key.
Bondi now, up court. And we'll just navigate through. Blackwood just getting a little bit of trouble there from Stoltz. Had a chat to Stoltz and Bruckner on the bus back from the venue yesterday when we had a bit of a sight check, and they're very cheeky, those two. A bit like you, Bryce. So final moments of the game come to a close. Germany get one last try before the siren. And a 20-point margin to the Australians. And there's the reaction from Bondi. It tells you it all. A great start for the Australian Steelers on home court advantage.
Yeah, it was a great performance, Jono. Australia looked in control from start to finish, and they'll be super happy that they've got to play all of their bench, and I feel like everyone contributed to the win, and yeah, they'll be looking towards tomorrow's games.
Beautiful camaraderie between the two sides. You can see it there. Such respect. The Germans, of course, having the experience of the World Challenge. Tremendous reception there from the fans. Great to see the kids getting a bit of time out from school, joining in the fun of the event.
Never seen so much high vis.
Yes, there's a lot of orange behind us, but it's great to see. And the Australians revel in the appreciation they are getting. I saw a quote from Shay Graham yesterday on social media. She said that it's fantastic to just play in front of your home fans and family, and that will spur them on. Here are some of the highlights of this clash between Australia and Germany. Australia 20-point winners. Bryce, what did you make of it?
Yeah, it was an impressive victory from start to finish. Australia just showed their depth and their physicality, and they'll have to step up that game, you know, against the likes of GB and the USA in the coming days, and even Brazil for that matter. Yeah, unfortunately for Germany, they just couldn't match that that extra level that Australia bring to the table.
Yeah, good lesson for them though as they roll forward and they develop their side. They've got some wonderful talent within their side. Herbst, Schroeder, Vilk, Kripke, Veck. Salbier had a great game. I thought Jonty Kunsel, what an impressive young player he has been in wheelchair rugby. Quite new to the sport, but certainly rolling in fast progression very quickly, isn't he?
Yeah, he's super mobile on court, and he's also reads the play really well, got a good head on his shoulders, and yeah, it'll be great to watch him in the coming years.
And great work again from some of the younger players into the side in terms of experience for the Australian sides, and some great female and non-binary influence into the side. So we'll throw sideline to Hannah, and she is with Australian Steelers captain Chris Bond.
Bondy, special scenes in the middle. Can you take us inside that winner's circle?
Oh, we like to celebrate our wins, you know. We don't get a chance to play that often, and when you get a win, you need to celebrate that. And we talked about it as a team. We've got one debutant this week, and that's our coach. So it's his first game, and he's poured his heart and soul over the last, 5-6 months to get ready. And I think he was a little bit nervous this morning. So just an outlet of relief. We play his coach's first game. We're all behind him, and we got our first win.
Tell us about Coach Quiddy. What's he like?
Yeah, Lewis is a people person. He's all about connection, and he's got some pretty high standards, but he leads through. He wants to support us to get to those standards. So we've had a great coach in the past, Brad Dubley, very rugby mind, very tactical bloke, and we've just a bit of a shift and more around the connection of the team and coming together as a group.
Well, there's no better connection than seeing that game that you just played, 20 points in the end. What are your takeaways out of that one?
Really happy. We had a few turnovers here and there, but I just told the team, like, it's the first game. It's going to be a bit rusty. We'd rather let those turnovers happen early. And every athlete hit the court, and I think everyone proved their worth on the team. So we're not going to win every game by 20. We know that. It's a bit of a luxury, but we just want to kind of improve in small increments towards the back end of this tournament.
How do you spend the rest of your afternoon and evening? A bit of celebration there?
Celebration's done now, so we'll go get some lunch and jump in the ice bath at Sassy over here, and they'll look after us, and go home, have a little rest, and then prepare for 2 games tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the ice baths, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
Thanks, Anna.
Thank you, Hannah, with the Australian Steelers captain Chris Bond on that occasion. And a great start for Australia in the tournament. 20 points to margin, 65-45. The next game on the schedule, Game 3 of Game 1, is the Queensland Cyclones taking on Protect Victoria Thunder. That should be a great domestic battle between two sides that certainly know how to get to the pointy end of the pencil when it comes to wheelchair rugby. We'll take a break, but join us for all the action of that domestic clash right after this.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The playing partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one.
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a DPIP.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to day number one here at the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. My name is Ben Eisenmuth. I'll be your lead caller in this Division 1 contest. Alongside me is Jaden Jackson. And Jaden, this is the first of our domestic matches here today. What can we expect from the Cyclones and, of course, their opponents, the Thunder?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting matchup between Suncorp Queensland Cyclones and the Protect Victoria Thunder. Some really big names and personalities here, so I'm expecting a really high-level clash.
So we have the Thunder with their first possession, of course, down 1-0. We came on the air just as the match tipped off, as we see Shimakawa with a little bounce pass, intercepted though, and the first mistake there by the Victorian Thunder, and it's a long pass downtown from BFC, we like to call him in Foxy Connolly, and you'll see plenty of him on screen, the number 3 from the Queensland Cyclones.
Yeah, crucial mistake there to start off the game. That's not really what you want to do at the start, but hopefully that doesn't shake up things for the team.
Now the Thunder trail by 1. We know how important breaking in the game of wheelchair rugby is. Each side gets a chance to possess the ball, and on that occasion they don't go back to mini break, but they do score their first try. 2 tries to 1, and Jaden, we speak about breaking, and for those that are new to the sport of wheelchair rugby, why don't we introduce them to how the sport is played, and of course how important it is to hold on to that ball when it is in your possession.
Yeah, well, possession game is super important, you know. Games are decided by 1 or 2 turnovers at most in games, so making sure you're scoring your points as well as defense is super important. If you're high on the turnover count, it's very tough to get a win for your team.
Shimakawa, lovely pop pass there. And another try to the Thunder. A little bit of a mistake early in the first term, but now they seem to have got the loose ball in their possession. It's 3-2 with Foxley Connolly. Good defence by the Thunder. Little bounce pass, but it can't be taken. And the break has taken back. And the scores are 3 apiece. And just like that, the Thunder respond, and they respond well.
Good that early mistake by Shimakawa has been shaken off. They seem to be getting things rolling here nice and easy.
(4-3). In fact, it could even be 4 apiece as the Cyclones bounce the ball into the centre of play. And we now are going to the sideline for a quick update from our sideline reporter in Jed. What do you got for us, young man?
Yeah, unreal, guys. Just it's good to be down here and having a look off the back of that game of the Germans in Australia, obviously getting up. It's exciting. It's good to see some South Australians on court here in Adelaide. So just excited to call some of the action down here, mate. It's nice and tight at this point.
Great to have you with us here, Jed. Thanks again to Jed Outswanger, who's doing our sideline reporting here on the centre court here at day one of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. This is the first of our domestic matches here on the centre court. It's Division 1 competition. The Gladiators, the Cyclones, the Thunder and the Tornadoes all doing battle, the 4 sides in the Division 1 competition. But on your screens, the Cyclones and the Thunder, whom trail by 1 try, and it's a lovely little bounce pass. Finds Shimakawa. Tries to offload the ball, does just that. You can see the grimacing on the face, trying to find his way down the court. Bounce pass in the lap of Ty Martin Page. Once a South Australian, now a Thunder. And a try to the number 6 in Ty Martin Page.
Yeah, it's great vision from Ty just to head long. Saw his team was in a bit of strife there on the half court in a dangerous position. Ty heading long for that try.
Foxley Connolly. We can see the number 3 from Queensland sitting very high in his chair. Just so advantageous. Getting an extra reach, having the long arms that BFC does have. And on this occasion, it's the 11 in Tweedy who scores a try for the Queensland Cyclones.
Yeah, Connor Tweedy sitting in a different chair this competition from what we usually see. A bit of a hybrid. Hopefully it works for him in this game. Seems to be going well.
And a quick response there from the number 3 in Shinichi Shimakawa, the Japanese representative. We'll see him, of course, later this year on the international stage. Japan not with us this year. They've just come off an international tour themselves.
Yeah, such a high-level team, obviously. You know, we got Shimakawa coming over. He was named Best High Pointer in the 2025 Divisional 1 National Champions last year. So having that experience for the Protect Thunder will be huge.
Such a great battle Japan and Australia's had over the years. I remember in 2018 at the World Champs, they just got us in the gold medal match. It's great to see one of their superstars here in South Australia representing the Victorian Protect Thunder as Connor Tweedy scores another try for the Cyclones. We see a lot of internationals making their way over here to South Australia. Of course, it's the World Challenge this year, but in the domestic competition in Division 2, we have Kenya, very much in their developmental stage, or developmental phase, I should say. What can we see from a young, youthful side like the Kenyans, do you think?
Yeah, I was very surprised to look at the team sheets and see Kenya. That's super exciting. I'm not quite sure what to expect, but amazing having different nations such as Kenya come over and really showcase what they've been doing. So I'm excited to definitely, hopefully, get a view of what they seem to bring. But it's an amazing opportunity for them to showcase what they're doing over there.
Yeah, it certainly is, of course, a Rugby World Cup year in 2027, and one would assume a really good opportunity for wheelchair rugby to be a bit more international and have more sides come over to Australia, whether that's down here in Adelaide or maybe even in Sydney. But that's 2027. But on your screens, of course, is the 2026 World Challenge. And this, the Division 1 contest, as Tweedy takes an intercept, trying to navigate his way past defenders, instead finds BFC. Good offensive blocking by Sabliak. Tweedy does the same, clears the path, but Shimakawa, great defence. Time is of the essence. Patient wheelchair rugby by Foxley Connolly. Bounces to his left. Still with BFC. Great defence, but great blocking there by Damien Mortord. And it's a lovely try for the Cyclones, who go up 8 tries to 7.
Yeah, it's good signs from both teams. Some really good key defence from the Protect Thunder, but just some better key offence from the Queensland Cyclones.
Shimakawa, how will he respond? All of his international experience, so important. They need to stay within reach. Try, in fact, 9-7, now 9-8. So they're down a mini break, are the Thunder, as Queensland possess the ball. And that lady on your screens, Ella Sabliak, such an incredible wheelchair rugby athlete she is. Instrumental in the Australian side, and she's of course in the maroon and black here today as Foxley Connolly passes to that lady in Ella Sabliak. And JJ, tell us a bit about Ella. What's been her involvement within the sport of wheelchair rugby? I think once upon a time a basketballer, and now she's found herself in that very much more contact sport of wheelchair rugby.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously a top-level basketball player with the Australian team. Made the change over to wheelchair rugby, similar to when I did. Started playing the sport, but she's been a pivotal part of the Steelers, obviously, after having a break and having a beautiful young child. She's back in action, which is great to see.
Try type by Shimakawa, and just like that, the scores are back within a point. And Tweedy, can you get past the defence of Josh Hose? Finds Foxley Connolly. In fact, it's passed down the court to Ella Sabliak, and if you look away for half a second, there's a try scored, and on that occasion, Foxley Connolly found Ella Sabliak, that lady that we speak of.
Yeah, it seems to be they've got some really good court spread, so I expect that ball to be moving fast-paced for the Queensland Cyclones to be scoring their tries.
Now, we speak about, of course, the domestic action on your screens. Do we see a huge difference internationally versus domestically? Is it more the speed, the power, the court coverage? Where do you find the difference, and what's the important factors, I guess, these two sides need to keep in track if they're going to come away Division 1 champs?
Absolutely. You know, the fast-paced action between international and domestic changes, but as the sport progresses, we have more and more players learning with that experience. So it's not a fast stretch, but definitely that experience plays a part. When the scores are close and the time gets down, that's where the experience really plays a part and differentiates the level.
Certainly does, and you can see the intensity on screens, plenty of sweat coming off all these athletes. 4 players per team on the court, and a maximum of 8 points to be shared amongst each side. As we see Shimakawa, three-pointer. Very classy three-pointer. Great defence by Foxley Connolly, but he did catch the forearm, and a bit of an apology, but they'll be okay. They'll be best of mates at the end of this one, but maybe not throughout it.
Yeah, as we see Brayden go to the box there, got to be careful. He does have a reputation for hitting some fouls. But if you're spending too much time in the box, that can prove to be costly down the stretch.
Shimakawa. Patient now. Time is of the essence. 40 seconds on the shot clock, so plenty of time. And Shimakawa says, I don't want to use too much more of it. And the margin, that little bit closer. Cyclones, Thunder, and Foxley Connolly comes back on. 11 apiece. And Ella Sabliak gets past Ozan. In fact, it's Benny Fawcett. Finds Foxley Connolly. Tries to get past Joshy Hose, does. Good defence by Shimakawa, but Tweedy, the left mid, grabbed the ball. Great defence by Martin Page. Very good defence by the Victorian Thunder. Desperation, one would say, in Tweedy. The try line wide open, but Martin Page did not let him get away.
Yeah, that's great hustle from Ty to get back on defence, using that pick to his advantage, stuffing that chair in Connor Tweedy, and a costly turnover from the inbound there.
Absolute coach killer. You just can't turn it over. Did all the hard work, Ty Martin Page, and just gave it right back. They say in sport, it's all about the inches, and on that occasion, proven all too true is Shimakawa. Great defence by Foxley Connolly, but Shimakawa flicks the ball to himself, gets past Tweedy, and will now use every bit of that clock as just about a minute, 60 seconds remains in our first term. It's the Cyclones 12, leading the Victorian Protect Thunder 11 as Shimakawa may have used too much time, because now he's got to try and find a pass, does so, finds Josh Hose. Try scored by Joshy, the number 4 in the grey jersey there from the Thunder, and the scores once again 12 apiece. Pretty high scoring clash so far in this first term.
Yeah, absolutely, and as you can see, Shimakawa trying to hold the ball up there, trying to score and manipulate the clock a little bit, but you don't want to be too lackadaisical on some of those, as teams will be hustling for defense.
As we see a wheel change on your screens, of course, that will be a formidable sight here all weekend. Plenty of damage to those wheels as Benny Fawcett finds himself with a wheel change, and it will be the Cyclones to inbound from Ellis Saboyak.
Great spread of the court there from Ellis Saboyak, and a huge hit from Shimikawa, but Foxley Connolly seems to hold on. And we have an equipment call for Braden Foxley Connolly there.
And Saboyak inbounds to BFC once again. 30 seconds remains, 12 apiece. It's a very close contest. Don't you go anywhere on the other side of this. We'll be seeing the second term. And it will be the Cyclones and the Thunder. Plenty of action coming your way here on day one. As BFC muscles his way through Fawcett, wheels his way over a try line, and that 1 point buffer at the break. Can they hang on to it? Big defensive effort here by the Cyclones. Inbound, Shimikawa using those powerful arms. 5 on the clock, time of the essence. Tweedy, BFC can't do it. Shimikawa levels the scores at 13 all. 3 seconds remains. BFC inbounds. The ball bounces once it's possessed. The shot clock starts. And they'll run out of time. And ladies and gentlemen, the first term, nothing between the two. Cyclones 13, Thunder 13. The second term coming your way right after this.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your playing partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas playing partners really helps out. The playing partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second term here of our clash number 1 in Division 1 here on day 1, the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It's 13 apiece at the end of the first quarter. The Cyclones, the Victorian Thunder. Ben Eisenhuth calling alongside Jaden Jackson, Australian Steeler, who's just having a bit of time off at the moment to recharge his batteries. And JJ, you've played in both the international stage and, of course, the domestic stage. What did you like and what didn't you like here in our first term?
I like to see the hustle of the Protect Thunder. They with some early mistakes, but they really started to push the pace. And we also have the Cyclones really vitalising and using their court spread. As you see, a pass here to Foxley Connolly, he's going to use his pace up the court. But stopped quite early in the half, and a vital turnover there from Shimikawa.
And Jed, you're down there on the sideline. We spoke in the first term about the sweat perspiring off these ladies and gentlemen on our court. What are you hearing down there on the court? What can you see, and give us a bit of feedback about what the sides are saying at the end of the first term?
100%, mate. The perspiration has been high. You can see they're starting to really work hard now, and into the second quarter, the intensity's building. It's becoming a bit of an arm wrestle. It's just going to be exciting to see where we're out of the half and review from there.
Thanks, Jed, man. Back here on your screens, and see the Cyclones narrow the margin back to one try and intercept there by the Cyclones. BFC takes the ball, but it was Cam Whitaker. Cam Whitaker took the ball, the long levers, the long reach, and the margin, nothing between the two, 15 all. Early stage of the second quarter as Shimakawa's locked up. It's a risky pass, and it's intercepted. Didn't time it well, and the intensity from the Cyclones right off the bat here in the start of the second quarter.
Yeah, you see that all too much in our game today. A lot of teams will give up a turnover, and then instead of patience, teams will often get a bit excited after winning a turnover and often give the ball straight back.
Just too many times they're turning the ball over at the moment. They're doing so much to get themselves back into this one, Victoria, but we saw it in the first term. Just can't be turning the ball over this frequently against a formidable side like the Queensland Cyclones. But where there's a will, there's a way, and where there's a shimmy, there's a Shimakawa. And on that occasion, the Japanese import, the number 3, scores an incredible try. I'm sure that won't be the last we'll see of the number 3 crossing the try line here today is Cam Whitaker. Bounces once, back into his lap, and as easy as you like, scores another try for Queensland.
It looks like Cam will be doing a lot of the ball carrying this lineup as Protect Thunder are looking to take Foxley Connolly out of the game. So I guess the Protect Thunder are really going to try to force Cam to carry that ball up forward and put him under pressure.
You know, for some of those first-time viewers at home, big contact there on Shimakawa from Joshy Nicholson. Welcome to the court, Joshy Nicholson. He certainly throws his frame around, doesn't he, as Shimakawa finds Hose. Still with the ball in his possession, Hose. Bounce pass, back to Shimakawa. Whitaker does his best, but it's hard to stop the three-pointer in Shimakawa. Another try to him. We were just saying before that there's different numbers on the back of the jerseys, but also numbers in decimal places below those jerseys. Can you talk us through the classifications and how that works, and why someone like a Braden Foxley Connolly or a Shinichi Shimakawa has a higher rating, and of course why they find themselves scoring more tries?
Yeah, so it's a very technical process in the wheelchair rugby classification. It goes from 0.5 all the way up to 3.5, increasing in 0.5 increments. But you're classified on your function, so a lot of your neurological disabilities will often be from 0.5 to around 2.5, and your quad amputees a lot of the time are your higher functioning ball carriers. That's why you see the big hits from your players like Foxley Connolly and Shimikawa, who have that pace and power to really be hitting those chairs.
Big contact again there by Whitaker. If you can find some really mobile and rangy two-pointers, it just puts your side in a very good position. And Whitaker and Nicholson, they're just so instrumental for this Queensland side. You've got them two on the court, also at BFC. Like Whitaker and Nicholson, obviously formidable in the Australian outfit, but how important is it to have two really high-ranged two-pointers?
It's vital, especially in a balanced lineup, you know. In this 3.5, 2.5 lineup, your two-pointers are going to be doing a lot of the work, like I said earlier. Protect Thunder looking to take out Foxley Connolly from carrying that ball, as we see a massive hit from Shimakawa. But it's going to be down to the pace and defense speed from Nicholson and the ball-carrying skills of Cam Whitaker up the court.
Obviously on the court as well, number 6, and Damien Mortord, and once upon a time a Steeler as well, and so important. Puts his chair in the right position on so many occasions, and really upsets the balance of the Victorian side, and it's a big reason why Queensland are doing so well in this first half. There's another turnover, but this time it's Victoria forcing the turnover. Shimakawa bounce pass, finds Martin Page. Arguably the longest arms in wheelchair rugby time, Martin Page. Those arms could reach anything. Another try to the Thunder, who reclaim the lead. 2019, just about 4 minutes remaining in our first half. As long pass from Whittaker, finds BFC. And a beautiful pass, the 8 to the 3. The Cyclones ensure that this score stays very close, and in fact it's 20 apiece. As a timeout is called by the Queensland Cyclone side. In fact, now it's play on, and Shimakawa trying to get his way past BFC, gets past Whittaker. And Shimakawa, a classification of 3, but he moves so seamlessly in his chair. The way he can manipulate the ball, the way he can reach in, a great effort there. Once again, it might have been Cam Wales, in fact. And Shimakawa gets the ball back as BFC tries to dislodge the ball, can't. Shimakawa finds Josh Hose, and the Thunder, another try to add to their tally.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Joshy Nicholson caught up with the ball there. Obviously, an absolute powerhouse in defense and speed of the chair, but I think when that ball's in his lap, the Protect Thunder are going to be looking to take advantage and try to get as many hands on the ball as possible. As you see, Shimakawa and Cam Wales get a piece of the pie on his lap and get that ball dislodged.
Do you have a certain time or a certain score, I should say, that you try to get to at the halftime break? As in, if we can get 30 tries or 32 tries, we're in a good position? Or is it more trying to prevent a certain amount of tries being put on you defensively?
I think it's all about turnover count in the game these days. If you can minimise as many turnovers as possible in a game and keep that as low as possible, you're bound to be up on the scoreboard, and it's going to do its numbers. So really protecting and keeping that ball and valuing possession, it's a huge part in today's game.
Probably the one thing we see the Australian Steelers do so well is just force turnovers, just upset their opponents. And at the moment, equally, both sides are doing so well at turning over the ball. 23-22, nothing between the two.
Looks like we have a timeout called here.
(23-22), Cyclones trail by 1. Back on centre court here, as you can see, the Victorian Thunder having some discussions with their coaching staff. Cyclones coached by Ben Newton, the Victorian Protect Thunder coached by Shane Brand, and of course assisted by Jacob Walsh. But speaking of Benny Newton, once a player, now very involved in the coaching world for the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones. What can he tell us about Benny, and what would have been his words there at that little timeout call by his Queensland side?
Yeah, very smart player in his day, Ben Newton, and obviously now a working coach under the Steelers High Performance Program. I think he'd be telling his team to really take care of this ball here and have patience. Obviously talking about protecting that ball after a turnover. So making sure after we get a turnover, keeping our patience and making sure their team is scoring their goals.
Sebelyak tries to pass the ball, but great defence again by the Thunder. We spoke just before the expert commentary from Jaden Jackson and how important, how vital turnovers are. As Shimakawa, it's a looping pass. Can he get there? Can he claim the ball? No, he can't. Brandy did his best, but the ball just had a little bit too much on it. And a good effort by Shane Brand, but we mentioned a little earlier the game of inches, that is wheelchair rugby, and on that occasion the inches just works against the team for the Victorian Protect Thunder. Another timeout call by our coaches. 2-point buffer, 24-22. The Thunder just a little bit too good at the moment. For the Cyclones, we'll want to try and stay within this 2-point buffer. We know in the sport of wheelchair rugby, it's 1 point for a try. So you certainly don't want to turn the ball over now as Sabelyak looks to find Whittaker. And in fact, lovely pass, finds Tweedy. Sabelyak finds Tweedy. Tweedy looks to get past Brand, does so. But it's great defence by Shane Brand. Really good chair work there from Shano as Tweedy cops one from behind. From Shimakawa. Finds Whittaker. Good blocking by Sabelyak, clears the path for Whittaker, but again, great chair work by Rodriguez. The defence from the Thunder certainly has improved in the second term as a try is eventually scored by the Cyclones, but the intensity from the Thunder, the likes of Rodriguez and Sabelyak and Brand, very impressive from the Victorian Protect Thunder in defence.
Yeah, as you can see, as we see a vital turnover there, Queensland Cyclones getting that. But as you can see on the court from the Cyclones, a very midpoint balanced lineup as another turnover has just happened. I was speaking earlier about when you get a turnover, trying to have a bit of patience to as we see another back-to-back turnover. So I think these coaches will be really trying to calm down their team after a turnover and really value that ball in possession.
Yeah, just too many turnovers. We'll put it down to first day jitters, we'll say. Division 1 contest, of course, so all these athletes are incredibly fantastic at their craft. But it is day one, South Australia, day one of the 2026 World Challenge. And another turnover, and Tweedy just plucks it out of the grasp of Shimakawa. And another try to the Cyclones. And we just spoke before, they didn't want this to get out of hand. It was a 2-point buffer, and they've pegged that back to now a Cyclones 25-24 lead. So there's plenty happening, plenty of errors, plenty of loose carries, but that is the sport of wheelchair rugby. And like we said, just first day jitters, just trying to get their chairs moving and trying to get their hands moving as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this balanced lineup with Queensland will really be looking for that, using their hands to pick the ball and spreading that court.
Very challenging trying to get. And we'll go to a quick break here as the Cyclones lead by 1. Great defensive effort from the Cyclones. They've got themselves back into this one.
Easy. So eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
So the Cyclones, 3 massive defensive plays. They trailed by 2 only 35 seconds ago, and now they lead by a try. 25-24, Queensland Cyclones, Victorian Thunder. Ben Eisenhuth, Jaden Jackson here with you to call the action. As we see the Thunder trying to peg back the margin and see if they can level us up once again as Hose gets past one in Whittaker. Tries to get past Sabelyak and does. Can he get past Tweedy? Cops a hit, but it's a lovely pass and a lovely team try. And we're at 25 all with 35 remaining here in our first half. Tweedy gets past Shimakawa. Great offensive blocking there by Whittaker. Sabelyak still with the ball in her possession. Good pass, does cop a deflection, but doesn't matter because Whittaker's there to pick up the loose pill. And with 23 remaining, the Cyclones hang on to that 1-point lead. And how important is it to go into the break as leaders in the sport of wheelchair rugby?
Absolutely. looking to score last always is a bonus. That can be the difference to the tail end of a game. It looks like Queensland score here with 20 seconds on the clock, and Victorian Protect Thunder have called a timeout to talk about what they're going to do.
Well, with 20 seconds remaining on the clock, it's 26-25. Cyclones just over the Thunder. Victoria set to inbound here. It'll be Josh Hose there on the bottom of the screen. In fact, Ty Martin Page, very long arms that Ty Martin Page does have. A 1.5er, but one of the best 1.5ers I've seen. Inbounds, finds Josh Hose. Big contact, Shimakawa with Nicholson. Hose trying to get past Mortord. Left hand bounce pass. Finds Shimakawa. 12 seconds on the clock. Foxley Connolly looks to defend. And a try's waved away as Shimakawa crossed the try line. He took out the corner post, and that may be a coach killer with only 3 seconds remaining here in our first half.
Yeah, that's a great hold-up play for Foxley Connolly to get around his man and force Shimakawa to... He was trying to manipulate the clock there, and that'll be Nicholson coming out the back end and pushing him over. As we call a timeout, Benny Newton to talk to his team.
See there on his screens, Newton very much barking orders, wanting his side to hang on to the lead going into this first half break. It's only a few moments away. Jaden Jackson, of course, expert comments alongside me. And as you're going to score a try, you cannot touch the corner post. Talk us through that.
No, so any part of your chair collecting that corner post will be waved away, especially when you're in the corner so close. You play a dangerous game trying to hold up that ball to score last. As Nicholson came through the rear end and really collected Shimakawa's share to push him out. So we've got Queensland Cyclones advancing the ball here with 3.8 seconds, looking to score last, which is pivotal as they've also got the arrow coming to the half. So if they can score last here, they'll have the ball coming out.
Cyclone, Saboyak finds Foxley Connolly in the pass, just an inch too far for Connor Tweedy. Now the Thunder, they trail by 1. Can they advance the ball down the court with 1 second to go? Hose will have to throw a Tom Brady out there. Inbounds a Shimakawa, but time will do what time does best and beat us across the line as the halftime break is a virtue. It's the Queensland Cyclones 26, leading the Victorian Thunder 25, and what a first half we've seen. Plenty of tries, but probably the theme of that first half probably wasn't necessarily the tries and the attack. It was probably the defensive efforts and the turnovers.
Absolutely, yeah. We spoke earlier about first day jitters and the team really getting a groove. Obviously, we have some imports and players that may not have played together before, so really finding their groove in offense and defense, but it's really important to really protect that ball and get a feel.
Yeah, exactly right. And Jed, down there on the sideline, you saw plenty of action. We're just talking up here in the commentary box about the turnovers. Did you hear much commentary coming from the sideline with all those turnovers and those defensive plays?
Absolutely, I did, mate. There was plenty going on down here. I'm fortunate enough to have Ty Martin Page down with me for a quick one. We've got a local boy, obviously wearing the Flying V today for Victoria. I just want to ask a couple of questions, mate. How is it to play on home soil?
Yeah, really good. I mean, it's an awesome venue, and the event that's been put on here is amazing. So, yeah, really good.
Love it. And what does your team need to do to try and push in front and hold on in the next half?
I think just work rate, really. I mean, there's been some unforced errors on both sides, so if we can keep that pressure on, I think we'll be able to get on top.
Unreal, mate. Won't keep you long. I appreciate the chat. All the best. Play well. Thank you.
Great chat down there on the sideline between Jed and, of course, Ty Martin Page has been instrumental here in the first half. But the first half is done, but the second half is not. Stay where you are, because the other side of this, we'll see you for the second half action here in the Division 1 competition.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day one here at the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And on your screens is, of course, Centre Court. And Centre Court is hosting the Division 1 clash between the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones and the Protect Victorian Thunder. Ben Eisenhuth alongside Jaden Jackson. And Jaden, our expert commentator, once a player. You're taking a brief break. Talk us through that first half. What did we see? What impressed you and what didn't? And what can both sides do better?
I think the two teams are really pushing the pace well. I think the tail of the tape is probably the back-to-back turnovers. I really think that if the teams can minimise their turnovers after getting a turnover and pushing the pace down court, that'll really be the teller on who can get a margin and ultimately get away with the game.
As we see the Thunder and the Cyclones making their way out, plenty of action on your screens, all the highlights, of course, the expert footage brought to you by KO Sports and, of course, Fox as well. And the Thunder, the Cyclones, only one try between the two. I think the tail of the tape will certainly be who can possess the ball the longest. Too many turnovers for both sides. Who can attack better and who can hold that ball the longest? That should be enough to secure a win here today as Sabelyak starts off perfectly well. It's a clean pass. One bounce into the lap of Tweedy. And the try scored by the Cyclones. It's 27 plays, 25. And Hose. Ball in his lap. Look to bounce to his right. Does just that. Good defence by Queensland. Hose, can he get the pass? Shimakari does. Almost a backcourt violation, but great chair control by Shimakawa. Good offensive blocking by Fawcett, but you can't beat a pass like that. The right arm lob finds Hose and a try to the Thunder. And how important are our offensive blockers? We talk about the lower classifications, but putting their chairs in the right positions at the right times, it's a skill that none of us can really do. And it's fantastic to see so many athletes on this court here today.
Yeah, these low point players really make the ultimate difference. For the avid viewer, it's hard to really tell how much value they have on court, but as a player and long-time enthusiast, you know, your players like your Ben Fawcett, your Damien Mortord on court, the battle of the .5s is a massive one.
As Hose gets past Tweedy. Can he get past Foxley Connolly? Patient defence from BFC. Still with Hose. Finds Shimakawa. Fawcett there in the 8. Putting his chair in the right position. And a great offensive block. We were talking him up before, and Benny right on cue clears the path for Shimakawa. And the margin back to just one.
He might have heard us talking about him there and had to showcase his skills, so that really shows what a player like Ben Fawcett can do, the game knowledge, to leave that corner open to push in for an easy try.
I thought I saw a cheeky wink or a cheeky nod. He's grown his hair out, old Benny Fawcett. Look at it.
He has indeed.
What's going on with all the mullets these days?
I think it's an Australian ritual. Once you're a Steeler, you have to go through the mullet phase, or you end up shaving your whole head and take the Bondi Riley Bat route.
I mean, if we call that a mullet, I'll give it up. But we'll run with it. It's BFC. Big frame of BFC. Almost a half mullet in him as well. And a lovely try to Braden Foxley Connolly. He's Queensland Cyclones go out to the largest lead of this one. 30 tries, plays 27. And we'll need to see plenty more of that from Shimakawa if the Thunder are going to stay within reach.
Yeah, it looks like the Protect Victoria Thunder are going to drop back into key here, play some key defense. So this will be up to the Suncorp Cyclones to test their key offense. Let's see what sort of plays they're going to run.
Big defence needed here. Force it. Martin Page, but Foxley Connolly, by the barest of margins, finds a path, wheels his way through it. And the class of BFC, the number 3 from Queensland on your screens. Oh, isn't he a special athlete?
It's a great setup from...
And force it. Finds Martin Page. And Jed Wood is talking about the likes of BFC and how impressive he's been. What did you like most in the first half?
100%, mate. That's what I was just sort of pointing out. As this story unfolds, the way he goes about it, just his intensity. We're starting to see some eye contacts between him and Shimakawa, which a couple of smirks here and there. So it's starting to kind of heat up here. People are getting passionate. I can see it and I can feel it. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting as this story unfolds going into the third and the fourth.
And Jed, while we've got you, give us your thoughts on wheelchair rugby. It's your first time here at the 2026 World Challenge. You loving it so far?
Absolutely loving it, boys. I was out here last year for the Challenger as well, and mate, it's just such an electric game, and to be able to sort of showcase high-performance sport for people with disabilities and showcase what people can do and what you can achieve, it's just unreal. So, look, the crowd says it all as well. During that Aussie game, the amount of people here with impairments just being inspired, you know, it just shows volumes as to what this movement, what this sport can do. It's loud, it's fierce, and it's good to be here.
Sideline expert comments there by Jed Alchsvanger. As we see BFC find himself in centre court on too many occasions as he's being held up thanks to the signage there, the South Australian government signage. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure what the call is there, what the ref has decided, whether that's a flagrant foul on the line or not, or it's just going to be a penalty try. We'll see as the Santos mat comes out, getting a good workout from BFC, who often finds himself on the ground from hard play.
So a flagrant foul, what would determine the eligibility for a flagrant foul?
It often constitutes intent on a player rear-ending behind the axle of a chair, intent and necessity. So it deemed that was a legal play and just a penalty try.
Just the penalty try there. And that man on your screen who scored the try, Joshy Hose, he was the one who got in a little bit of trouble, but nonetheless scores a try and a turnover by BFC, and Shimakawa should pick up the loose ball. He does, but he cops on in the back from Tweedy for his efforts. Hose, they need to hold onto the ball. They need to turn this opportunity into a try. And Shimakawa does just that. The margin once 3, now 2. A looping pass from Tweedy. Finds BFC. Great defense by Shimakawa. Trying to stop BFC is going to be a challenge, but they're doing their best. Just force it. Great chair control. Can he shove him into the corner post? No, he can't. And again, BFC earns a try, and the margin back out to 3.
Yeah, you really see the chair speed of Shimakawa to get back against his high point of rivalry. That just gives the Protect Victoria Thunder a chance to get back into key and play some defense. It's a huge part of the game, giving your team every opportunity to defend.
Josh Hose, bounce pass, finds Shimakawa. Risky pass, but he knew what he was doing. It's great defense by Sabuyak, but Shimakawa just muscles his way past Ella Sabuyak. And the margin back to 2. So will they look to try and turn the ball over early in this third quarter? Only 4 minutes to play, but one would say this is the earliest phase. In the AFL terms, the championship quarter is the third term.
Yeah.
Foxley Connolly, oh so easy.
Nice easy rolling goal there for Braden. Looks like the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones are going to go back to key and play some of their own key defence. I know it's a huge part having BFC in the middle. And an important part of key defence is stopping these chairs from getting into key as much as possible. But it looks like Shimikawa is going to get around the outside and get an easy rolling goal.
Yeah, that's a great try. Like you said, they're all four were back in the key, doing their best to defend, and Shimikawa just still found a path. Unbelievable how quickly some of these athletes can move on two wheels. Just incredible athletes as Tweedy fakes the pass, lobs it, but that may be the turnover they needed, and Hose, a great reach, gets past Sabelyak. Thunder need to turn this opportunity into points. Finds the pass, finds Shimikawa. He'll try and get past Sabelyak. Great block, great team try. The Victorian Thunder needed a moment of brilliance. They executed superbly. All four players earned that try. The margin back to just one. The Thunder 33, trail the Cyclones 34.
Yeah, we talk about turning turnovers into points as a huge part of this game as BFC rolls over the line for an easy try.
And Jed, down there on the sideline, we just spoke about how instrumental the all four players of the Thunder were to try and peg back this margin. How good is it to see all four team members being instrumental just then for that try for the Thunder?
Yeah, it's outstanding. The ball usage has just been so creative, and as this sort of third term rolls on here at New Boys, talk about that premiership quarter. It's where the fatigue sets in and the decision-making can fade, but I can tell you right now, the decision-making's top-notch and the hits are hard.
Expert sideline comments there from Jed. Tweedy, a little 360, but is able to hold onto the ball. The core control is just outstanding from all 8 of these athletes and all those in the sideline, and playing over the next 4 days as we see the margin sticking to 2 for now. So Martin Page, he's got to be clean here. And he is. Finds Hose. Hose just patiently trying to get past Foxley Connolly. Great chair control from Joshy Hose. Force it in front of him. And he's able to get Tweedy's attention. And it frees up a path for a try time for Joshy Hose. And 36-34, 2-point buffer. Can they D up now, the Thunder? Foxley Connolly goes downtown. The pass is very erratic, and it's not a great pass, but an opportunity goes amiss for the Cyclones, but that obviously makes an opportunity open its doors for the Victorian Thunder. 2 points the margin, 2 minutes remain in our third term.
Yeah, that's great work from Benny Fawcett, just getting up court and managing to get a pick on BFC. That's going to force Benny Newton to make a substitute here as Connor Tweedy and Ellis Abadrak make way for Cam Whitaker, Josh Nicholson and Damien Mortord still on the court.
Now Hose, just under 2 minutes to go in our third term. He needs to get past BFC, needs this chance to end in points. Lovely pass. Finds Shinichi Shimikawa. I love to say the name, and he's such an incredible athlete. He's the number 3, the Victorian Thunder. And speaking of number 3s, big contact. Foxley Connolly and Shimikawa. It was equal. It was 50-50. It wasn't David and Goliath, but on that occasion, Foxley Connolly says, all right, come at me. And Shimikawa comes off second best and finds himself on the bottom of your screens on his back with a big smile on his face.
Yeah, battle of the high pointers there. Often you see 2 high pointers on each team get an edge over each other. I think BFC coming down court with a full head of steam, really putting that trunk into the chair of Shimikawa, but Shimikawa's not going to back down from a challenge.
Just the sheer contact. If you can zoom in on your screens, the dents on these chairs is something to behold. Scratches, certainly not enough of an adjective to explain what's going on. It is fantastic to see. Full contact is the sport of wheelchair rugby. They're amazing athletes. The Cyclones looking to hold on to their 2-point buffer. They only lead by 1 at the moment, but they have the ball in their possession as BFC. Can he get past Martin Page? Sideline is there. Great defense. Big contact again by Shimikawa. But a lovely take by the number 8. Of course, Cam Whitaker, and the try scored by the Cyclones, and 2-point margin is there again. Nicholson, good defence. Holds up Hose. More toward great defence from him as well. But Martin Page has the ball in his possession. Can he find Shimakawa? He does. Shimakawa gets past Whitaker. And he was almost on one wheel then. And the margin back to 1. Less than a minute remains here in our third term. Don't go anywhere. This action is getting hot here on day 1 of the 2026 World Challenge. It's Whitaker. Pass, Nicholson, risky, almost a turnover, reached in by Fawcett. Chance now to try and turn the ball over. But BFC there has the ball in his possession. Will he look to find Mortord? He does. The looping pass. Mortord takes it, and he takes it cleanly. Damien Mortord, well done. And the margin back to 2, 39-37, 18 seconds remains third term.
Yeah, important try there. They found themselves in a bit of strife in that danger zone as we have Josh Hose pushing up court with 12 seconds to go. Can they look to score lastly? But a huge contact from Braden Connolly as he gets fired up.
Big contact on Hose, who finds himself on his back on centre court. 9 seconds remains. Now, tactical here from the Thunder. I think they may have just turned the ball over, in fact.
They did indeed, yeah. We're going to have a turnover from Josh Hose there after he hit the ground. It was all legal contact and he lost possession of the ball. So we're going to have Suncorp Queensland Cyclones ball with 9.4 to go.
Well, I've had a few mates ask me throughout the week, you go, about wheelchair rugby, and he goes, how do you force a turnover? And I think I might just have to show him a few replays from this, because you just ram your chair into the opponent. As we'll see on the other side of this. 9 seconds remains in the third term. Cyclones lead by 2.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
After holidays, come back and
And the Victorian Thunder on your screens there, trailing by 2 tries. They need to try and peg back the margin. The Cyclones will possess the ball with 9 seconds remaining here in our third quarter. In fact, it looks like Martin Page is about to inbound, so maybe there was some illegal contact in that last defensive play. And for the viewers on the screen, this is what you want to see, because it means it's going to be a closer contest as 7 seconds remains. Shimakawa has to get over the try line. Path is clear. Try is scored. Hose, Fawcett. Great effort there. And there won't be enough time for another play from the Queensland Cyclones. So in the nick of time, the Victorian Thunder narrow the margin to just the 1. Cyclones 39, Victorian Thunder 38. Ladies and gentlemen, stay where you are. The fourth quarter coming your way just in a few moments.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one!
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other.
just like no other.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. This is match number 3 here on day 1. It is the first of our Division 1 domestic matches. 4 teams in the Division 1 competition. The New South Wales Gladiators, the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes, but on your screens is the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones and the Protect Victorian Thunder. And only 1 try is the difference between these two sides. And to be honest, I'd say the Cyclones have been the better of the two. They've looked better with ball in hand, probably defensively on the odd occasion too. They've certainly shaped up more. So if the Thunder can score here and the scores are all level, I'd say the Thunder would be very grateful and very thankful.
We do, yeah. We definitely have a game on our hands, and what a heater it's going to be. This last quarter, it's going to come down to who can protect and value possession more, I think, and it's probably going to come down to who has a bit more hunger and really wants the end of this game. We're going to have to see some big defensive plays here from the Suncorp Cyclones.
This is what you want to see, ladies and gentlemen. Close wheelchair rugby action. Day 1, it's great to have your company. 40 points to 39. And maybe it's going to be 40 all. Big contact again. The 3 on the 3. Shimakawa and Foxy Connolly. One of them owes the other one a coffee, or maybe even a beer later on, because the contact has been nothing short of very, very aggressive. But that's the sport of wheelchair rugby, ladies and gentlemen. This is the sport that we love, as Saboyak tries to get the ball and pass it, and luckily the last touch was off the Thunder, so Ella will keep the ball in her possession. As nothing separates the two. Not much separates these two sides in general. We mentioned that maybe it's the Cyclones with a slight advantage. They've just looked a little bit better with ball in hand, but every chance that the Tornadoes, or the Thunder I should say, have had, they have not gone anywhere. They've been so resilient. As Foxley Connolly says, I'll clear my own path, thanks. And throws his big frame through the defensive line. And the Cyclones lead by 1 try as Hose tries to get past BFC. Great chair control from Josh. Gets into the right end of the court. If you're a Victorian fan, lovely pass. Taken cleanly by Wales. Shimakawa equally as good, but great defence by the Cyclones. Martin Page can't take the loose ball. And defence wins premierships, and maybe it will win the match for the Cyclones. That's a huge moment as they look to try and add to their break. They lead by 1 and they inbound the ball themselves.
Yeah, that's unlucky from Cam Wales there. That was great heads-up play to get that ball in his lap and get it straight into your high pointer in Shimakawa, as we see the Cyclones get a pretty easy inbound pass to Braden as he goes down and scores a try to go 2 up.
Yeah, getting a 1-point try buffer in the final quarter is huge. So how big a moment was that just then? I wouldn't say it was an error from the Thunder. It was more the great defensive play from the Cyclones. As Shimakawa tries to get past Saboyak. Tries to muscle his way. It's not a great pass, and it's another turnover. But once again, kudos to the defence of the Queensland Cyclones. Instrumental once again. And maybe that's the theme of the 4th term. Maybe that's what Benny Newton was saying at the break. Let's increase our intensity in defence, and they've certainly done that in the first few moments in the 4th term.
Yeah, well, the Cyclones had some pretty good success in key defence we saw earlier in the game. So perhaps Ben Newton has spoken to his team and said, let's get back into key a bit more. As you see, Shimakawa with a huge defensive effort to push Braden into the cone.
One thing I've noticed with BFC, absolutely love BFC, but he just seems to sometimes just try and do too much too quickly when time's of the essence. And we might throw down to Jed for maybe his opinion as well. We see the large frame of Braden Foxley Connolly, and he certainly only knows 1 gear, and that's 4th, maybe even 5th. What are your thoughts on the Cyclones in their defence early on in the 4th quarter, their generals?
Josh takes that across the line, mate. I definitely want to highlight that defence of the Cyclones. a couple of plays before. Not only is the defence strong, but it's coming from really good communication. They're talking to each other. You can hear it down here. Whatever got said in that third quarter from Coach Ben, I think it's starting to roll out a little bit here. The communication's loud, so we'll see how we go.
Do you have a bias while we got you, Jetty? Who do you want to see get across the line here? Do you want to see a Cyclone or a Thunder victory?
I've got a mate, so I'm mates with Ty, mate, so probably the Victorians, I'd say, but also no, Brendan as well, so we'll see how we go. I can't pick, mate. I'm pretty tried and true South Australian, so it's pretty hard for me to choose.
They've got to stay Switzerland, got to stay neutral as we see 43 playing 41. The expert comments from Jed there on sideline. Thank you for your time once again here today. There's a quick response there from Shinichi Shimakawa, 43-42. So they're going nowhere, and neither are we. As the margin's back to 1, and Tweedy being pestered. Not a great pass. Bounced more than once when you've got the speed of Foxley Connolly. And a lovely pass from him on that occasion, using the very classy Ella Sabliak. Lovely try by the Cyclones. Can the Thunder hang on to the ball? They can't afford many more turnovers. They've turned it over many a time here in the first match to start their competition, and a risky pass. But Martin Page with those long arms cops a huge hit. A huge hit there from Foxley Connolly. She's Hose. Gets past Tweedy. Can't get past Sabliak. Good defence from her. And Shimakawa tries to get past Foxley Connolly. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Great pass. He can score them, but he can set them up too. When you're only as good as your TA, you try assist. And it's a lovely pass by Shimakawa. Finds Martin Page. And the margin back to 1.
The Playing Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsor shop.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Officially unsponsored. I reckon in 4 days' time that won't be the case. The athletes on display here, they deserve the best of the best. Of course, we do have the best in Santos supporting us once again, and we thank them once again in 2026, a long-term partner of the Wheelchair Rugby family. And it's great to have you back on board in Santos. As Whitaker navigates his way past Shimakawa, gets some help from Nicholson as Foxley Connolly's got 3 grey jerseys around him. Great defence. No player timeouts can be called. Rules have changed, as I learnt just recently. Foxley Connolly pressures on, finds Whitaker. Great defence though from Martin Page and Shimakawa. They're trying to push him back. Can they do it? Great defence by the Thunder. Great intensity. Whitaker gets his way away from Fawcett. Great reach from Foxley Connolly. And that is patient wheelchair rugby, exactly what the Cyclones need to show. And a lovely try, and the margin out to 2, 45-43, 3.5 remaining in our final quarter.
Yeah, as a player, it's quite easy to forget you've got 40 seconds on the shot clock. You know, you've got a loud crowd and everyone's yelling and screaming as we see a vital turnover there, I think. We do see a turnover, so we're going to have an inbound from Cam Whitaker. Have a chance to extend this lead to 3.
Another defensive play by the Cyclones. There's been a lot of turnovers in this contest. It's unfamiliar for both these two sides. They are Division 1 teams and fantastic at the sport of wheelchair rugby, but in this fourth quarter, whether it's Benny Newton at the third term break, or maybe it could have just been the likes, the fact they got Nicholson and Mortord and Whitaker and BFC on the court. The defence and the enthusiasm in defence has just absolutely gone through the roof. As almost another turnover and great chair control by Martin Page, and a lovely pop pass. But the Queensland Cyclones still lead by 2 tries, and we're just on 3 minutes remaining here in our final quarter. It's a big mountain to climb. As we see Braden Foxley-Connolly, oh too easy, making his way down the court. He'll be taking every one of those seconds that he needs. But as this is match number 3, that means there's plenty still more to come, because after this, we have got the United Kingdom, Great Britain, taking on the South Americans in Brazil in what should be a fantastic clash. The Brits, the Brazilians, very exciting to see how those two play off in our World Challenge. We're on your screens now. It's the domestic competition, the Division 1 clash of the Cyclones and the Thunder. And what can we look to see a bit later on between the British and, of course, the Brazilians?
That is a game I'm super excited for. Obviously, Great Britain, Paralympic gold medalists, which is huge, and the Brazilians are super fiery. I versed the Brazilians here last year, and likes of Feitosa and Julio, they are just the ultimate fiery high pointers. It'll be a very good matchup with Stu, and I'm lucky enough to be able to sit courtside, and that's going to be very loud. Hopefully I can hear myself think and I'll be able to get a gist of the game, but that is one I'm super excited for.
That's one thing about Brasilia, they don't need to be mic'd up. You can hear them anywhere. They're so energetic and so enthusiastic, and they'll have their work cut out from Will Brazil when they take on the might that is Great Britain. But it's the might of the Cyclones at the moment, who lead by 2, and Whitaker takes it cleanly. The left hand uses the wheel. You can see the purple reflection coming off those tyres, and that's just all too classy there from Cam Whitaker, as the margin now out to 3. And only 2 minutes remain here in our fourth quarter. This is an opportunity now where we've got to see a turnover, and even maybe more than one, from the Victorian Thunder, as Josh Hose just keeps them within reach. 48 plays 46. Foxley-Connolly. Everywhere he goes, Shimakawa goes too. Good defence by Fawcett as well. Martin Page tries to get in the way of Nicholson. Does so. Great defence. Almost an interception. But the last touch was off Shimakawa. So an inbound coming the way of the Queensland Cyclones.
Yeah, it's 28 seconds on the shot clock here, so they're going to have to inbound into front court, which they do. That's a tough play from Shimakawa there. 28 seconds on the shot clock. It was close to a violation. As we see, a turnover happen regardless. So that's huge for the Protect Victoria Thunder.
Exactly what they needed. They only trail by 2. It was getting a little bit out of hand only a few moments ago, but a big turnover. Martin Page, though, has to get the ball in cleanly. He'll try and find Shimakawa. He needs open court. Finds it. Gets past Sabelyak. Tries to get past Foxley-Connolly. And it's a lovely pass. 2 bounce into the lap of Josh Hose. And now the margin just 1. 99 seconds remain. Big contact there from Shimakawa. What he needed to see. Can he force BFC over the sideline? He can't. And it's hard to reverse when someone's in 4th gear going forward, as Foxley-Connolly's trying to chew up that clock, as he should. And 1:24 remains. The margin still remains at 2. Martin Page finds Josh Hose, who finds Shimakawa. Time is of the essence. Gets past Tweedy. Gets past Sabelyak. Can he get past Foxley-Connolly? He can, and try to reach in, but good ball control by Shimakawa. Now's the chance. Now's the turnover. Force it. Can he find Tweedy? No, he can't. And it's a lovely pass there from Tweedy. BFC, he'll want to try and get the ball over the line. He's touched the corner post on 2 occasions. The margin stays at 2.
Yeah, the Protect Victoria Thunder are going to have to be near perfect here if they can try get anywhere close to forcing an OT game, maybe.
Martin Page in open court. They find him, though, Shimakawa. Can he get past Tweedy? Great block there from Hose. Cleared the path. And another try to add to the tally of time, Martin Page. But now's the time, ladies and gentlemen. 40 seconds remains. 1 point difference. The half century's reached by the Cyclones. Mortorn to Sabelyak. Can Ella get the ball down the court, reached in by Hose. Great work by Ella, and a lovely pass from Tweedy. Still with Tweedy. 30 seconds remains, not a whole lot of time. One would assume if the Cyclones score here, it's all she wrote. Big defensive play now. 17 seconds on the shot clock. The game clock a little bit lower. Not much time left. Gets close to 10. Lovely pass from BFC, and the try scored by Connor Tweedy. We mentioned the game of inches, and Tweedy tippy-toed on the sideline and scored the try. The margin back out to 2.
Yeah, that's great patience from the Cyclones there. Ball carrying and time management from BFC there.
Great chair control. 2 seconds remains. A minute and a second, I should say. 1.7 seconds to try and turn this ball over. I've seen it happen before. Sabelyak, she's just got to be clean, and she is. Finds Tweedy, and she's never in doubt, is Ella. And the Cyclones, probably deserved winners, but what a great contest here on day one. 51 tries to 50. It was a great contest. It was so close. Plenty of nerves for both outfits. But nonetheless, it's the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones 51, beating the Protect Victorian Thunder 50. Jaden Jackson, what did you like most in that first half, or in that first match?
I think the sheer effort and fast pace of both teams, you know, regardless there was turnovers and errors, but both teams really gave it that all, trying to get a victory for their side.
Well, both teams were fantastic. Both teams got plenty to learn, but both teams that can come away and say that they were very impressive here on day one. But it's the Cyclones 51, way too strong. The Victorian Protect Thunder 50. But don't you go anywhere. International action coming your way. Britain, Brazil, right after this.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The Playing Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
Gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one.
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a DPIP.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
The tradition continues on Anzac Day. What a rivalry. This is the most sacred day in rugby league. This is where the league's best thrive. Where unforgettable moments linger. What a catch! And the magic of the game comes to life. This may lead the park back on its way out of here. This is where it's at.
That's why I love this game.
Major League Baseball all season on ESPN.
The road to the NBA Finals is happening now on ESPN. It's make or break now. Best on best now.
Oh, what a gorgeous move.
Watch him say it with his chest now.
Punch it in.
Greatness is up for grabs. And the world is watching.
Just wait.
On the home of the NBA Finals.
All the work, all the sacrifice.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN.
Out here, this is our turf. Every peak and every valley, every splash and every drop, every breath and every howl is a reminder that every day is Earth Day. Love nature.
No more clowns. It's time to take on the world. Oscar Diaz, he is world ranked. He's undefeated.
It's the blood that gets to me. That's what I love.
The bloodthirsty Dark Prince.
gorgeous.
For all to share.
No, it's delicious, no.
New series, Nisha Katona's Home Kitchen, begins Wednesday, 8:30 on Lifestyle Food.
This time we're diving into everything. I will be sharing with you all my tips and tricks to create the perfect chocolate dessert. Absolutely delicious.
New season, The Chocolate Queen, Tuesdays 9:30 on Lifestyle Food or watch on demand. Amanda and Alan are in Greece for a renovation of Herculean proportions.
What's Greek for heavy?
For the fourth game on our feature court, ready to take on Great Britain and Brazil. Great Britain out on court for the second time today after an early victory, and Brazil seeing their first action on court for the tournament. I am thrilled to be bringing this one to you. My name's Jason Anderson, and I'm also thrilled to be alongside Drew Lilly, who'll be our expert commentator today. Drew, what are you looking forward to in this one?
I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Great Britain's female players fare. They've got a couple of high pointers. Faye West, who's got a fair bit of experience. Hannah Busis, who's only been brought into the team quite recently. So a 3.5 and a three-pointer. Very interesting to see how much they are used.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot to take in with this one. The Brits, they've been out on court already. They'll probably throw a few different lineups out there, and yeah, I think we'll see those two high-point females out there a bit. Brazil out there for the first time. They were, of course, here last year, placed third in the competition last year, and we saw an outfit that was a fairly consistent high-low outfit with a couple of 3.5ers that have some electric speed on court, and I'm sure they'll be relying on them a bit today. What do you like about the Brazilians?
They've got an absolutely fantastic coach in Benoit Labrec. He's been around the block. He's coached Sweden, he's coached Canada, which is where he's from. They've got some fantastic high pointers. I don't know if they've quite got the balance in the lineup, and I think that might be the difference that will see Great Britain get over the line in this one, but it's going to be very close.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be a close one. The Brits are ranked 4th in the world. The Brazilians 9th in contrast. So the Brits would be favourites, and they had a nice victory, 56-52 against the US in the opening game, which probably places them as the biggest contenders to the Steelers in this tournament. But yeah, very much looking forward to this one as we are getting ready to tip off. And Jed, we'll get over to you on the sideline just for a few of your insights as we start this one.
Yeah, mate, I'm really hearing those Brazilians just really bring that passion in their warm-up. You could hear them. I'm excited to see them. We've seen big hit down here right next to me currently. We're going to get the Santos mat to help them up. But no, just the passion from the Brazilians. The GB opening the account this morning. That was impressive to see him play. It's going to be interesting to see this tournament over the weekend play out.
Yeah, Johnny Coggan, who's down. It was an interesting play right from the tip-off, having the low pointer. He got himself all the way up the front to receive the ball there, and he ended up being absolutely taken out from behind. So that's Brazil, I think, trying to lay down a marker early on.
Yeah, big hit. 6 seconds into the game before the first big hit, and that Santos mat. Love a bit of sponsorship from Santos getting that mat. That's been out plenty of times today, and 6 seconds in, and it's already out in this one. But Coggan's back up and has the inbound pass and throws it into Tyler Walker. So Team Great Britain, they've got Walker out there, a 3.5 alongside another high pointer in Stu Robinson. Coggan is a man that we've talked about already, that we've seen go to the floor, but then get back up again and get into the play, and their 4th member of the team is Jack Smith. So a high-low outfit for both teams to start the game, and the Brazilians get their first possession here. Julio Braz is a high pointer for them that's going to be very important for them. He had the inbound on this play. You see out there that he's also got Lucas Junqueira. Junqueira's had a piece of the play there as well. It's Gabriel Feitosa in the 7 that's managed to get over the line. And in the 1, it's Gilson Wersma Jr. So that's their 4 out on the court, and we are 1 apiece early in this game.
Tyler Walker is playing the Aaron Phipps role. Those of you been watching Team GB for years. Obviously, Team GB, who won the Paralympics in 2021, the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. They had Stu Robinson and Aaron Phipps with a headband alongside him, and his role now seems to have been taken by a youngster, Tyler Walker. So they're still playing or starting off with the high-low lineup, 2 3.5s and 2 0.5s, and that's exactly what Brazil are doing as well. Brazil haven't got that much strength and depth. They've brought a big squad with them. There's a good 12 in the squad, plus a couple of players who are involved guesting for some of the state teams, because we've got the national championships going on here as well. So Brazil have come with a very big squad, but they tend to stick with the high-low and absolutely play Braz and De Lima almost for the full 32 minutes of each match.
Yeah, last year's tournament was really interesting to see them play, and it was a core four that were out on the court for a lot of it, and by the back end of the tournament it did start to tire. Signs of fatigue early though, as Julio Braz gets over the line for their second score. But you mentioned the Brits with a high-low outfit, and yes, Stu Robinson out there alongside Tyler Walker. Robinson, a very experienced player, has been with the Brits for some time, over 120 caps for Great Britain, in contrast with Walker. He's earlier in his career for the British at the international level, just over 20 international caps for him. So yeah, it's a good contrast out there with the experience and the freshness that Walker can bring to the outfit. Brazil with an opportunity to inbound, but we just take a quick mechanical break before that can happen. See the staff run out there to help Gabriel Feitosa. We are 3 apiece with nearly 2 minutes down in this game. And it looks like we're good to go again. So the inbound pass goes long over the top. Really clever bit of play to get that ball out into some space, and it's Feitosa that gets over the line. That was nice.
Incredibly well done, because obviously inbounding was a low pointer, a 0.5, so they haven't got the trunk function, the upper body function, and if you can bump the ball in like that and get it over the top of all of the blockers out there, that's worth its weight in gold. It's the equivalent of having a mid-pointer or a high pointer inbounding, if you can do that. It's a real skill.
It is a risk play though, isn't it? If you're going to take that opportunity and try and thump that ball forward, it does come with a bit more risk.
Some very long passes being thrown out, and Gabriel De Lima is managing to get on the end of them. I don't know if he's going to be able to manage to do that for the full 32 minutes. And here he's in a race with young Tyler Walker.
And wins that battle. Manages to force an error. The over and back. And sees the turnover. Early turnover and a chance to get a little break on the scoreboard. And a quick bit of inbound play. Again, over the top, finding some space. And it's De Lima Feitosa that gets over again. Inbound, we see Walker bring the ball up.
He's got to get over the halfway line within 12 seconds.
Yeah, I could hear the benches calling out both sides, the encouragement from the GB team about needing to get over, but the Brazilians, quite a ruckus coming from their side. A lot of celebration with how they've defended early in this game.
Timeout's been taken by the US-born British coach, Adam Scaturo.
Back after a short break in that timeout. And a score of 4-7. So early break in this one as Brazil have defended really well. It's been a high pressure start for them. Seeing on the screens now, not as much pressure on this one as the Brazil set deep in their defence. But we're going to go back to Jed Olschwager to see some insights from the sidelines. Jed.
Yeah, Brazil just starting to bring just a certain level of intensity. It's starting to make GB make a few errors. So, yeah, just an early start to the game for Brazil. I think they've come out of the gates ready to go with their passion, as they always do.
Thanks, Jed. Jed down on the sidelines there. Paralympic gold medalist himself and adding a lot from the side. A great view of the game.
GB have already made a couple of changes. They've brought on Faye West and Harry Jenkins, so that enables them to play a little bit more of a balanced lineup. Faye West is a 3.5, but as a female player, enables you to play an extra point in there. But it's real swarming defence from the Brazilians. Early on, they were playing a very high block coming at Team GB, giving them absolutely no space whatsoever. It's a tough corner inbound for Harry Jenkins, but he manages to get it away. And the fact that we've got a couple of high pointers out there, Faye West gets that one over the line, but it's been Brazil dominating thus far.
Has been. I like that bit of play from the GB team, though. Tough spot in the corner, as you say, for the inbound, but Faye West managed to get out in some space in the back, and they found a way to get it through to her. So they claw one back. Brazil now in their front court. And a good turn of speed there as Jose Lima gets over the line. And that is something that stood out with Team Brazil, is just a quick turn of speed from those couple of high pointers that they like to rely on. Oh, and a turnover now. Faye West with the long pass, but it doesn't come off. And Brazil will stretch their lead further out.
She was asking a lot of Harry Jenkins there. He's a very good low pointer, but he's a low pointer, and expecting him to be able to get that, almost take a pass behind the back. Stu Robinson can do that, but you can't expect a 1.5 pointer to do that. The reason why they brought Jenkins on is to have more options on the inbound. GB, when they've been inbounding, you'll see it next time they have an inbound, next time that Brazil score. Brazil will absolutely swarm them. They will come flying forward into the key, and it really puts pressure on the inbounder. And as we can see there, pressure on the Brazilian inbounder, and finally Team GB get a turnover.
Yeah, first one of the game for Team GB, managing to finally get one to come their way back, and yeah, claw one back with a 7-9 margin now. But again, there's the ball out the back into space. Not for the first time that we've seen that, and certainly won't be the last time in this clash. So here's an opportunity to see that inbound play that you're talking about.
And of course, as soon as I say that, they've decided to go back. As you can see, there aren't any Brazilians around. There aren't any Brits around at the moment. Brazil have changed their tack, and they've gone for a key defense, which is why you can't see them at the moment. But they will come into view any minute now.
Do you think that change in tactics comes about because of the substitutions GB have made? They've thrown a different mix out there. Would Brazil say, all right, we're going to defend this slightly differently now?
I wouldn't have done, because they were putting pressure even when they had Harry Jenkins out there, who is a very good inbound. He's 1.5 pointer, so it's not as if you've got a 0.5 or a 1 pointer trying to inbound. It's someone with a good inbound, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think they just wanted a little bit of a break, because it's a tiring thing to do, the swarming defense. You keep coming forward, and it's actually tiring to defend that way because you're putting so much pressure on the opposition. It's tiring mentally for the team trying to inbound, but it's tiring physically for the team that is swarming the inbounding team. So I presume they just sat back in the key to give themselves a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, it's something to keep an eye on, whether they can swarm them again in some of these upcoming inbounds. GB certainly tried to swarm there, but again, the Brazilians managed to find a way over the top. And they're just getting it over the line a little easier than their British counterparts at the moment, as Faye West is knocked down on that defensive play, and a little bit of help to get back up again.
Play was allowed to continue because Brazil were attacking and they were heading towards the try line and didn't deviate. The ball carrier didn't deviate from the try line. So as long as there's not been a foul, you're allowed to carry on. Good inbound from West. And it's the advantage of having a couple of high pointers out there. One can inbound and the other one can receive.
Yeah, the 1-2 play. It's gone from West to Robinson, back to West, and then they find Jenkins. And that's the ability that a more midpoint type of player in that 1.5 classification can bring. A really reliable try-scoring opportunity there, and yeah, managed to handle that well and get it over. Again, Team GB looking to force some errors. They're pushing up the court and putting a lot of pressure on. Jalima Feitosa needs to get it on and can't ask too much of his 0.5 classification teammate there, and the ball comes loose, and it's going to be a GB ball.
Ended up bouncing off a Brazilian chair, so I think Team GB will take anything they can get at the moment. It was lofted over the top for Gilson Wiersma, and when you're passing to a low pointer, you need to pass into their lap or bounce it into their lap. You can't expect them to be leaning out. They won't have the trunk function or the upper body mobility to be able to scoop the ball up. We've got more changes for Team GB. Kieran Flynn has come on, and he's the one with the corner inbound. And Gav Walker's out there as well. So one of their classic balanced lineups with a couple of mid-pointers in Flynn and Walker.
Yeah, had some immediate effect as they were able to utilise Kieran Flynn on the inbound and get one over the line. But again, Brazil have answered back quickly. They are scoring at a rapid rate when they have the opportunity, but we've talked about a couple of substitutions for Team GB, and Brazil, in contrast, yet to make any. So therefore, playing the full quarter so far, Braz tries to put some pressure onto Stu Robinson. Gets it past that halfway line though. Flynn goes back to Robinson, and there's quite a path for him to work into and get himself over the line.
It's what you like to see with three ball handlers out there. Stu Robinson, obviously, and then Kieran Flynn and Gav Walker. It means you've got three players who really can pass the ball around. You're sacrificing a little bit in terms of speed.
And Gabriel gets over the line. Had a little one-on-one play there with Robinson, but managed to use the speed and get through. And now a little one-on-one play again, but it won't count because the inbound, too slow on the inbound there.
That's right. You could see the ref, Sullivan, put up 8 fingers to say that it was Kieran Flynn who took the shot clock. Doesn't start until the inbound has been touched either by a chair or a player, but you have only got 8 seconds and the referee's counting out, letting you know how long you've got, and Kieran Flynn took too long. Excellent inbound, a bunted inbound, and it's a give and go. That's absolutely beautiful by Lucas Junqueira.
Yes, you talked about needing to get it into the laps on the pass to the 0.5 classifications, and that one was perfect. Junqueira with a brilliant inbound, but then to get passed back to him, the 1-2 play, and got right in the lap and then wheeled over. But GB through Flynn get back the other end and needed that one. You don't want the margin to try and get too far out in the early part of the game.
It was an excellent pass by Stu Robinson because Flynn's a mid-pointer, so it had to be perfectly weighted for him. Also to get it out of the reach of Julio Braz.
Yeah, that's the man with the ball now, and finds a way through a tiny bit of space on the far corner there, but managed to find it and navigate his way through. We're seeing the pressure on the inbound again. All up and pressuring. Good bit of block work though.
Well, top of your screen, you can see that Kieran Flynn's been absolutely wrapped up by the 2 low pointers for Brazil. So 2.5s were taking out a 0.2. So even though it's 2 players taking out 1, in terms of the classification, it's 1.0 taking out 2.0. So it's worth taking that type of gamble.
Brazil back in possession. There's a long ball through again. Came with an element of risk because Flynn was trying to get there and cut it off. Now Robertson comes through and tries to get a hand in. Can't quite get there in time though.
He tried to do a little bit too much. Stu could have blocked the attacker there, and he tried to get in and steal, which is what you tend to do when you're 3 points adrift.
Yeah, a little bit of desperation on that play. And we've got another player down. It's Julio Braz this time that has fallen to the floor.
This time we have to stop play because, as you could see, Gav Walker will get the ball, and if Gavin Walker then had continued towards the try line, I presume he thought he hadn't quite got the push, the acceleration to get over the try line ahead of Julio Braz. So he deviated, and that meant that play is brought back. Into the final minutes of the first quarter.
We're down under 60 seconds. A little bit of clock management might start to come into the game now as well. Team GB taking a little bit of time on this one before Robinson finds a gap with some block work down in the key and managed to find his way through. And there's a clever bit of play. We've got 40 seconds on the shot clock in this one, but 47 left on the game clock. So they will at least get another opportunity with ball in hand before the quarter is done.
Yes, we don't have the player timeouts anymore, so there's less clock management. You don't have teams desperately trying to score with 1:20 to go or 47 seconds to go. But we will see some set plays coming in. Maybe coach's timeouts taken as Braz tries to push Robinson out of play.
They managed to find a way to get through though, despite the Brazilian pressure. They find Robinson out in space. He's one that you can be relied upon to get a hold of it. And he gets over the line again. And we're at 15 to 17, now down to 17 and a half seconds to play. Inbound comes to De Lima.
GB setting up in the key defense. That takes time off the clock as well.
Looking for a path through. Takes that far angle and finds Braz on the line. A clever play. Drew all the attention. I think all of us, including myself, thought that De Lima was probably going to try and find that line himself, but found Braz instead.
Adam Scaturo, the GB coach, has taken another timeout.
Yeah, so we'll cut to a break. Team GB have taken their time out, had an opportunity to discuss their plans for this inbound play. Importantly, it also advances them down into their own half. And Busis comes into the game for the late inbound. Noun for being great on that inbound pass. It is on that one. Can they find a way to get over the line? Contact on the line and no try is being waved away there. Not in control of it as the ball went over the line. A great bit of defensive effort to get the contact on as well.
It's a set play that Team GB have got. Hannah Busis comes on for a long inbound as often as not to Gav Walker. And Gav then gets it back across, but you can see that Tyler Walker, his namesake, had already been knocked out of bounds before he had the ball in his full control.
Yeah, 0.1 showing on the clock now, so I'm not sure whether they'll reset the clock at anything or whether that is going to be all that's left in this one, but not expecting much from the Brazilians on a set play with 0.1 left.
No need for them to take a timeout. Just hold on to the ball, and there you go.
And exactly that is what happens. So a highly entertaining first quarter where the Brazilians have got away on a bit of a break. They're leading 18-15. A high energy term in that one.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Thanks for staying with us on our opening day coverage of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We have a great encounter in front of us at the moment with Team GB, who we expected to perhaps be victorious in this one and came into it as favourites, struggling through the first quarter and trailing at the first break, 15-18. And the Brazilians have been high energy and highly effective so far. As we come back into second quarter action, and the inbound finds De Lima as GB are set back in some key defence. And while we watch this one, we'll get the thoughts from Jed Olswager down on the sideline. Jed, what do you got for us?
Yeah, team, I really think we could probably all agree that we saw some absolute fireworks from Brazil in that first quarter. What I can feel from just looking at it from the sideline here is, can they maintain that intensity for another quarter perhaps, but for a whole nother game? And then thinking deep into the weekend, it's going to be interesting to see how their two highs handle that. And look, we know that GB have already had a game in the arms, so as this rolls out, I think we're going to sort of potentially see it level out. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, fantastic point, Jed. And Drew, you've seen this team play through a few tournaments in the past and probably can shed some light on their ability to go deep into tournaments and what that fatigue looks like over the course of a tournament.
Jed's absolutely spot on there. You don't want to play Brazil early in the tournament. You don't want them to be your first group game, or to be playing them in their first group game, which is what's happening for Team GB here, and that one's going to go the way of Team GB. Braz just getting his fingertips to it, but it goes out, so a little bit of fortune there for Team GB. If you play Brazil on the first day, they are absolutely full of beans, and they are going to run their high-low lineup, so in particular Julio Braz and Gabriel de Lima, into the ground. Benoit Labrec knows that he has to rely on those two. So on the first day, they're going to be full of energy. Second, maybe third, and I'm thinking back to the Paralympic qualifying tournament. Brazil startled teams like the Netherlands, New Zealand, even frightened the likes of Canada early on. And they got to a third and fourth place playoff, and the top three teams were going to make it through. And you expected Brazil to cruise past Germany, and Germany ended up beating them on the day because they were just exhausted because they've been playing for 4 days. So it's tough on Team GB playing them now, and it will be, as Jed said, interesting to see how Brazil do the longer this tournament goes on.
Yeah, it's been interesting so far. They've only got the two 3.5 classification players, so they've stayed on the court the whole time. They have brought over with them a handful of 0.5 classified players, but nonetheless have largely stayed with the same lineup throughout this game so far. So it's not just the high pointers, but the whole team overall is going to be quite fatigued if they don't make some substitutions throughout this one. The inbound play, and there's a tussle over the ball there, but the ref says that there was some arms caught in that one and certainly not allowed to take any part of the body. Great part of this sport. You can take chair in just about any manner and certainly do that with some aggression, but not able to take the arms, as they've called on that one. So Lima will find himself over in the sin bin and one short for the series of this play.
It's clever play by Harry Jenkins. You can draw a foul if you're holding onto the ball and you can see that your opposite number's trying to get the ball off you. You can almost offer them an arm and try to draw a foul in the way that you can in basketball. There are a lot of similarities between wheelchair rugby and basketball. We've already seen an over and back, which is the equivalent of a backcourt violation, the fouls that you can draw, offensive and defensive.
And that man Jenkins, who drew the foul, takes the inbound pass. Slightly different mix from GB to start this one. Faye West back out on court and Jack Smith out there as well. Robinson, with the extra player on court, takes the advantage, plenty of space and plenty of time to work in, and rolls over for the easiest of tries. Delima comes back in and decides to take the inbound pass and heaves it forward. And the pass comes off. A really ambitious play, but it comes off as Junquera was out all on his own and gets over. And now we see the opposite occur for Team GB. They've gone the long and risky play, but it was Delima with the speed on defense that managed to cut it off and turn defense into offense in an instant. The lead extending. And we've talked about this Brazilian team being full of beans early in the tournament. First game of the tournament for them. And they are off to a hot start. And they're getting it done on both ends. Their defense has been good. And again, trying to get an arm in there and slap that ball free, but Stu Robinson gets over.
I was a little bit concerned. We'd lost Adam Scaturo, the Team GB coach, and it was Jem Akpinar who was calling plays for the first 3 minutes here. Adam's now back on the bench, so I presume that was just a bathroom break. But there was the assistant coach took over there for GB for the start of the second quarter.
Comes back and finds the margin has extended.
Yes, he won't be pleased to find that. Exactly, yes. Leaves his 2IC in charge for a couple of minutes, and it's gone from 3 to 5. It was always going to increase because the possession arrow was in favour of Brazil. So the opening tip-off was won by Team GB, and that meant that the possession arrow went to the opposite team, Brazil. So the next time there was a contested possession, either a held ball, which there wasn't in the first quarter, or the start of the second quarter, possession was going to go the way of the Brazilians. So they were always, they managed to score the final point of the first quarter, and then obviously the first point of the second quarter. And if you can do that, if you win the first and last point of every quarter, that's an 8-point advantage. It's one of the things that he's always stressed to players. Get the first point and the last point. The rest in between will almost take care of itself.
Yeah, clever play from the Brazilians, both sides of the break. But just at the moment, we've had Gabriel de Lima with some chair issues. And it's going to result in a timeout being taken. So we might take a quick break with Brazil up 25-20 in this clash.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
And we're back after a timeout while Gabriel de Lima had some technical issues.
He's out of his chair, so the timeout is over. So Benoit Labrec is going to be forced into making a substitution. It's something he never likes to do. But I think we're going to see Guillaume Teixeira come on. And they don't have a one-pointer. So they've got two 3.5-pointers and a raft of 0.5s that they can play with them. But if they bring a three-pointer on, they haven't got any one-pointers to play in tandem with them. So what they could do is take off both 0.5s and bring on Havana Ribeiro, who is a 0.5 but female and gives you an extra 0.5 to play, and then have one of their 1.5s on. But I don't think Coach Benoit Labrec is going to be particularly happy about this. He's trying to buy some time, which is why we haven't come out yet. And yes, it is Guillaume Teixeira who is coming on. And I think they're just going to play undermanned. They're going to play 7.5.
Clearly some reluctance from Labrec to do that. I believe he's actually taken a second time out in the process of doing that.
That's how desperate he is to keep his 3.5s on. He will burn 2 timeouts in a desperate attempt to get Gabriel de Lima back on.
And in the end, it wasn't successful. So a long break, and Brazil would not be happy now. An opportunity for GB. They take the opportunity initially with possession in their hands, but here's Teixeira. First opportunity to come into it. Some nice speed bringing the ball up. Gets it back to Braz. But it is a different mix. It's probably not a lineup that the Brazilians have played with a lot. So they'll have to try and find their way through this. Using some shot clock for this one. Down under 10 seconds on the shot clock now with a busy key. Needing to toss it over the top and didn't find Junqueira in the corner. Ball spills free and no try on that one. They do have De Lima back and ready though, so that play didn't come off for them, and they've turned it over and GB get the ball back, but they have now made a substitution and get their core 4 back onto the court.
Tough corner inbound, but it's very well done by Jack Smith.
The second pass, though, asking a little bit. Walker to Robinson, and asked too much in the end as De Lima manages to pick it off and then find Braz.
It was tough, a tough pass to make for Walker because he was absolutely tied up by the 2 low pointers and he couldn't maneuver his chair. He's got great trunk function, but he couldn't maneuver his chair to get the perfect throw out. Speaking of which, that is a perfect throw.
Yeah, great long ball over the top and finds Robinson in space from deep in the backcourt, basically as far back into the corner as Walker could have gotten. So that was a tremendous pass. But maybe, Drew, talk us through a little bit more. You talk about the low classifications and their blocking ability and the fact that they're able to lock up Walker in the corner there. There's clearly their chairs are different and the way they're set up and the way they sit in their chairs are different. How do those low pointers manage to really lock down in those opportunities?
They use the pick bars that are on the front of their chairs, so you'll see that low pointers, and there's 4 in the key. So that's Tyler Walker, who is going to have to go off. They had all 4 defenders in the key, which you're not allowed to do. And that means there's 3.5 points off the court here. So not only is it 4 players versus 3, but it's 8 points versus 5.5, so that's going to be, 4.5, so that's going to be very difficult for Team GB to defend. So the low pointers, they have a pick bar at the front of their chair, and it's all about chair position. If you get your chair in the right position, you can prevent an attacker who is a higher point than you from being able to move her. You can actually lock them up. You use the sidelines and the baselines. They're always known as the extra defender, the sidelines, your fifth defender. So if you can position your chair in such a way, even just to maneuver someone for half a second or a second or so, it can make the difference between conceding a try and not conceding.
Yeah, and we saw that to great effect then. And another opportunity as Walker comes back into the game. He had to take the inbound because we saw the low pointer in, I think it was Versba Jr. on that occasion, block him while he was in that penalty box. So he had to take the inbound to get out of that situation. But he's back in the game, and GB back on the scoreboard with that one. But again, pass over the top and some impact on the play. It's going to count. The try count certainly cleared that plane to get over, but Walker getting a talking to from the ref here, as there was a lot of contact on the play.
It wasn't trying to slow his opponent down. His opponent was clearly going to score a try, and that's the kind of thing that can be called a flagrant foul, because it's pretty obvious what he was trying to do, and there was no real intent to stop his opponent. He could push into the opponent and hope that the opponent will bobble the ball, but he got a talking to as opposed to a sin binning, because that could have been a try against him and a period in the sin bin. So he's got away with one there, the youngster.
I don't think he'd be wanting to do it again. The ref certainly did give him a talking to on that one, but turns it around on the offensive end and somewhat redeems himself with a nice bit of play to get free. We are more than halfway through this second quarter. Margin of 3 at the first break. It's now 4. Brazil with possession and an opportunity to extend to 5. Walker with the hit again on the try line, and again Brazil managing to get over, and he just eased that back a little bit more on that one.
Well, that one was fair enough. That one was fair enough. He wasn't, before he was right behind his opponent and just barged into him from the back, which you can't do. That one, right, okay, a big hit in the middle, and Braz is saying that it was a legitimate hit, but I think he hit Robinson behind the axle. Robinson shaking his head and going, no, it wasn't legitimate, you hit me behind the axle. So let's have a good look at it on the replay. Yes, that was the back half of Robinson's wheel that was taken out by Braz, and you can't do that. You can hit on the front, you can hit on the front half of the wheel in front of the axle, but not behind. So that's going to be, once he's lifted back up, that's going to be Braz sitting on the sidelines.
It's small margins, but that one certainly hitting behind. And they both took a big fall to the floor on that one, but both up and going now. And Braz not working his way over to the side, which is probably what we expected from that play.
Okay, so they've said it was a fair hit and it was sideways on.
You talk about small margins, it to me seemed much like it did to you, that it was probably behind the axle there, but refs saw it differently. So it is 4-on-4 on the court, but it doesn't stop GB as Robinson gets through, and then just a nice little handoff on the line. Gives it to Gavin Walker, who I think was the one who crossed.
Well, Robinson went down on that play, and there was no sin binning, so I don't know if they awarded a try. I don't think they did, because it's just a 4-try margin at the moment that goes back to 5. Either way, Team GB find themselves 5 adrift with 2 minutes to go in this first half.
So, and it's worth reflecting on, they are 4 down, but we've seen that they've thrown quite a few different combinations and different lineups out there. We see that they've got a slightly different look with a bit of a mixed team out there at the moment as well, or a more balanced team. But there is probably a bigger picture that we're looking at within this tournament as Robinson crosses over backwards. But coming up soon is Canada Cup and then World Championships as well, so there's more at play. But back to this one, let's get Jed's feedback. Jed Altswager down on the sideline again.
Yeah, I think GB defensively They just need to get into a bit better shape. Brazil are wide and they're fast. Just with these moving screens, I think it's just becoming a little tricky out there. So it'll be interesting to see how we go heading into the half and into the back end of the game.
Yeah, thanks, Jed. They are going to need to tighten up defensively and manage to get some stops or some turnovers if they're going to get back into this one. A 4-try margin at the moment. And if it blows out too much, it starts to become pretty difficult to come back from.
We had a turnover there. The ball was bunted inbound, and it ended up going straight into the lap of Johnny Coggan, who low pointer, but he's been around for a decade and more and knows how to draw a foul. And how about that for punted forward? That was absolutely perfectly done. So again, we're going to be looking at who can get the final score of this half. You got Kieran Flynn, who's come back on. So a balanced lineup for Team GB. Flynn needs quick hands.
And there was some pressure there, but the ref says contact with the arms. Julio Braz getting up, putting the pressure on right in Flynn's face. And looked like he might have been able to cause a turnover. Flynn under a little bit of pressure and the ball boggled momentarily, but in the end, Braz takes a fall, but also takes a penalty for taking some arm on the play.
Yes, you were talking about the bigger picture, Jason. There's a bigger picture even within this tournament in that 5 teams, Denmark unfortunately couldn't make it due to travel issues and geopolitical issues. So 5 teams, 4 will make it through to the semis, and you would expect that both of these teams will make it through to the semis, so they might well face one another again. So you're keeping your powder dry a little bit, even if you do lose this match, which GB do not want to do, and they've got it back to 3. And if they can keep it at 3 and get the final score, they'll be happier with that. But they know that they might well be playing Brazil later in the tournament on Saturday or Sunday, and it's going to be a different Brazil that'll be a little bit more tired.
I think a loss here would be detrimental to GB's cause. They've done the hard work. Probably most thought that the hardest contest in this tournament was going to be the opening clash where they faced off against the number 3 world-ranked US, and they got the chocolates in that one. They got up 56 to 52, as I mentioned earlier, and to win that one and then drop this clash somewhat unexpectedly would not help their cause. So margin is 4, and there is some clock management here as Robinson takes a look at the clock at the end of the court, assesses some options. Not much between the shot clock and game clock, so going to try and run both of those down and leave only a couple of seconds on the clock if possible. Finds the edge there and manages to get over. So there's 7.3 on the clock as a timeout is taken, and Brazil will take the opportunity to advance the ball. Benoit Lebrec talking to his crew there, and we might take the opportunity to take a break and see what happens on the other side. Back following that timeout, 7.3 to play, and there will be a set play of some kind off this inbound as Junqueira is the one tasked with bringing it in. GB set their defense deep in the key. A little offload, and Lima Feitosa finds the ball, and that wasn't the set play they were looking for. The pass over the top to Versma Jr., just asking too much, too high, and the ball has rolled out of bounds. And we will have 1.2 to play, and GB with an opportunity to call timeout and see if they can come up with their own play now. So we're looking for some kind of inbound play here. We saw Busis come in when this opportunity arose in the first term. Drew, it looks like she might be coming back in again. What are we expecting with just 1.2 to play?
It's tough for her She's all smiles on the bench, the youngster. She was originally a trampoline athlete before she switched to wheelchair sports. Hasn't been around that long, but has made an absolutely meteoric rise and finds herself in the Team GB squad. And they seem to be bringing her on as a pinch hitter. They're bringing her on every time they've got this kind of set play. They brought Gavin Walker on as well. We saw it at the end of the first quarter. We saw it against USA. Does it work? Not quite.
Doesn't
out
this
of play,
time.
though. No time called, but they're saying that one of the Brazilians went over the line.
I believe the penalty try.
I think they're going to reset the clock because there was no get right. So it means that into the sin bin goes Gabriel de Lima, and they can have another attempt at a set play. The clock doesn't start until it's touched, and there we go. Team GB are going to be very happy with that. Great work. Hannah Busis comes in as that pinch hitter, and she has filled her role perfectly.
Yeah, the first inbound play put a lot of pressure on the Brazilians, and de Lima was the one that was out of court and then penalised because of that. And then the second inbound play, with a 4-on-3 advantage and a huge points advantage on the court, was drawn up beautifully, and they managed to get this one back to a margin of 2, which we've talked about quite a bit so far. It's GB with 30 and Brazil with 32, keeping in touching distance, and a fantastic first half so far.
It's very difficult to defend as well, and Team GB did very well. All eyes are on Hannah Busis inbounding the ball, and then the Brazilians were all looking at that, and one of them, and it ended up being de Lima, wasn't holding on to his wheels enough. He ended up being pushed out of bounds by one of the Team GB players, so that draws a penalty. That puts him in the sin bin. So very cleverly done by Team GB.
Yeah, really good finish to the half from them. Let's get the thoughts of Jed Olschwager again down on the sidelines. What do you got for us, Jed?
I've got Faye West down here on the sidelines. Faye, how do you feel that first half has gone?
Yeah, it's definitely a high-paced game. I think we're showing a lot of good things. I think if we keep that patience, we can keep that intensity up.
Agreed. Brazil has absolutely come out like some firecrackers, as they do. We've got a whole another half of rugby to play. What do you think the message is from the bench?
Just keep doing what we're doing, stick to our plan, not their pace. And if we master our fundamentals, we'll win it.
Unreal, and we might see that GB Lions teeth in the second half of this game, hey?
Hopefully.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you to Jed and Faye West down there on the sideline, as we are in half-time, and it's 32-30 with the Brazilians leading at this point. We'll take the opportunity to take a break and be back soon.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen.
to help us become officially sponsored.
We are back for the second half of this clash between Team GB and the Brazilians. The Brazilians up by 2 at the half as we take in some live pictures from the court. We're about to start the second half. It's been an enthralling first half so far. Love what I've seen from the Brazilians. We've talked already about the factor of fatigue and whether that might come into this game and come into this tournament. But irrespective of how the rest of it plays out, they've been fantastic through the first half.
Well, it was a half of two halves, as it were. It was Brazil who raced into a lead, and then early in the second quarter as well, they got 5 points clear, and then GB really turned it around. And they got the possession arrow at the start of this third quarter. So if they can get... Oh, that one just went off the chair of Gilson Wiersma. You could see him wince because that was poorly executed, you have to say, by Team GB, but they've got out of jail here. It hasn't reset the shot clock, so they've got 30 seconds, but that's more than enough time when Stu Robinson's on the ball. But if you can get the last points of the second quarter and the first of the third, and that's what they're just about going to do, then there you go. That's a 2-point swing, and all of a sudden it's only a 1-point ball game.
Yeah, talked about the same thing when we came back from the first break, and the Brazilians managed to do it, and then GB get their own back this time, and they've tightened this up, and they'll be able to put a little bit of pressure on, not just with their full court press that they got on defense, but scoreboard pressure as well. Brazilians do well to find a way through. The clock was ticking down, running out of time to get it over the half court, but they managed to get it there, and some slick ball movement between Braz and De Lima to get them back out to that 2-point margin.
GB going with a balanced lineup, Gav Walker and Kieran Flynn, so a couple of mid-pointers in there, and I thought that Robinson was going to be allowed to continue, but no, play called back.
Just a small change of direction there. You talked about needing to keep that clear path through to the
well, it's because there's a foul. They've called a foul. Because he was, yeah, it was more or less, Robinson didn't deviate that much. He was still heading towards the try line.
Yeah, and De Lima, I don't think, was expecting to be called for the foul. He's got back up and moved his way to play defense, and then they've said, hey, where are you going? Move over here to the sin bin.
That means Team GB are almost guaranteed a point here because it's 8 points out on the court versus 4.5, and it means they can set up on defense as well. Kieran Flynn is going to make sure that De Lima can't get out of the sin bin without raising his hand and saying, I will take the inbound. So that takes 3.5 points off the court, and it puts pressure on Braz. But that set play where they leave one of their very low pointers forward, that's worked a couple of times for them, and you almost forget that he's up there, Lucas Junqueira. And they're working that very well.
Set play, it's been Junqueira consistently as that low pointer down in the corner.
Has to be a perfect pass to him, but they've managed to get the perfect passes out. Flynn, they're trying to knock him out of play.
Yeah, with their best efforts, they moved it. There was inches in it right in front of us here where we're commentating from. But Flynn managed to tossed the ball up looking for a pass, and it came off Brazilian hands and goes out of bounds. So they'll get another opportunity to reset, although the shot clock does not reset in that situation. The ball comes in from Flynn and Robinson. Now at the top of the key, the block gets put on for him and makes it easy for him to cross the line. Jack Smith with some nice blocking work, and that's something I'd encourage all of our viewers to take in. Is it's not just the ball handler to keep an eye on, but some of the blocking off the ball is equally as important in creating gaps and finding opportunities. It's a very tactical game. And then sometimes you don't need great tactics, you just need two great 3.5ers like that to combine with a ball over the top to a speedy play with De Lima.
If one of them's free and the other one's on the ball, it's almost impossible to stop, because the ball carrier has got such upper body strength, and then the other one who is free has an entire half a court in which to push, accelerate, get wherever you want to, and can corral almost any pass.
And different mixes out there for these teams at the moment. So you mentioned a balanced lineup for GB. No surprises with Brazil taking their high-low outfit that they've preferred throughout nearly the entirety of the game. But it does mean that Stu Robinson often going sort of head-to-head with one of the other 3.5 players out there, but then it's a more tactical kind of game in how they use their blockers and use some of their mid-pointers for GB against the second 3.5. So there's a lot going on and a lot of tactics that the coaches will be working through and the players on court thinking about as well.
So you've got three Brazilians, you can't quite see on the screen, three Brazilians, the two low pointers and a high pointer locking up Stu Robinson. And GB once again get out of jail. There was nothing. It meant that there was absolutely no outlets for Team GB. They had a two-pointer in Gav Walker inbounding, so he only had 2.5 points to aim at. So that was excellent blocking that was done on Stu Robinson by the Brazilians, by both the low pointers and then by Braz. And the ball came loose and ended up bouncing off a Brazilian chair. So fortune favouring the Brits. They've made a change as well. Faye West has come back on, as has Harry Jenkins.
Yeah, plenty happening tactically and some changes there. Jed Olswager, I'm sure you've got some thoughts on what you're seeing courtside as well. Jed, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I'm really just invested in the transitions from offense to defense, both sides at this elite level. Just what goes on those transitions, already setting up for the defensive play, offering picks and blocks, both ends. It's just changing rapidly down here, and it just shows at this high level is just what they can do out there. It's been quite impressive to watch roll out.
Yeah, a lot happening. Some different tactics being put in play. Some different mixes that have been thrown out there. GB certainly throwing some different lineups. So the third quarter has been a highly entertaining one that GB would be quite happy with so far. They've got possession here. They're 2 down. Opportunity to bring it back to a 1-point margin. A little bit of space there, but a good play by Jenkins to, I think, ease back as Julio Braz was getting back on defense, set things up again and find Faye West instead.
Jenkins, 1.5. He knew he wouldn't have the push, the acceleration to outpace a 3.5 pointer, so very cleverly done.
And it is that core strength and the ability to get power through the wheels and generate speed that our higher classification athletes will have in comparison with the lower ones. So you will see speed differences, and that was a good example of it. And again, clever play to pull up. Here's one of our higher classification players, Faye West. She's got some power through the wheels there. On to Robinson, one of the most powerful players in the international game. It certainly has power and a great tactical brain for the sport, as you can see him thinking his way through it. Bounces the ball down as he's held it for a while there. Resets things. So let's find some more space. We've still got 15 on the shot clock, so we've got time. And a bit of contact on the line. Brazil trying to do their best to stop him, but it was a good bit of play. Well thought out, used the clock to his advantage, and Robinson gets over.
Wheelchair basketball obviously is a sport, but wheelchair rugby hasn't got a lot to do with rugby. It does have a lot to do with basketball. So if any of you out there watch or play basketball, then you're going to see a lot of things that are similar. You see a few pick and rolls, but you'll see players who will hand the ball off and then immediately go to screen another player. And then a little bit earlier, we saw Stu Robinson absolutely barging his way through. And there we go. We've got Faye West almost doing the same there. There's those of you who watch or play basketball, you will see a lot of similarities.
Inbound play now. Junqueira gets it to Brad. We've got a full court press, to use some basketball terminology there, as De Lima manages to find his way through it. And that speed there was almost a head-to-head alongside Robinson. Faye West was coming in from the side but couldn't get there as well. De Lima has a real burst of speed that's been used a few times on offense and no doubt on defense. And there's another contest. Looks like GB will manage to get away with another one. The fortune has gone their way a few times now, but they have thrown the ball forward to some contested situations a few times, but this one comes off Brazil last and they'll manage to maintain possession.
All of the 50-50s have gone the way of Team GB, and that was very cleverly done by Stu Robinson because he knew he couldn't catch it and he knew he was coming up against Julio Braz. Yet again, I reckon that's 5 now that Team GB have had where the ball has gone loose. Robinson knocked the ball into Braz so it would go out off Braz, so that was cleverly done. It's going to be a tough inbound for Jenkins, but not that tough because Faye West is right there.
Yeah, good bit of play. Just get up to the ball handler, the inbounder, and found it in some space and takes some time, finds Robinson, impact on the play. Osma Jr. did a good bit on defense there to manage to hold him momentarily, but there was no further support that came and he manages to get through.
It's difficult to defend when you're a 0.5, even if there's 2 of you. If you're a 0.5, the 3.5 will always be able to push their way through.
The gap is 2. It's been consistently at 2 for some time in this game. The Brits will have an opportunity to get it back to 1 again, but they would love to force a turnover. We've seen that a lot has gone right for them when they've been a little bit haphazard with their ball handling, but they need something to go right on the defensive side too. They managed to force a turnover to come their way. Robertson gets it back to 1, but we're looking for the defensive effort now. Again, the full court press. Junqueira gets it to Braz, and they're not going to get a turnover on that play. Clever again. The pass over the shoulder from Julio Braz, finds Feitosa, who decides to take a bit of time off the clock. At this point, not a lot of benefit in clock management, but probably more looking at what they can do defensively. And we can see off camera that there's some defensive effort to try and put some blocks and keep Faye West out of the play. Robinson gets up the court to make sure he gets the ball, but West does have some company. Robinson drives up the middle though, and not sure if it was a deliberate bit of fake, but a little bit of play to say, West, you start to cut through, and then didn't give it off.
That was deliberate. That was deliberate. So I've been saying it all game, but it's going to be so important who gets the final point of this quarter, because the possession arrow is pointing Brazil's way. They will get the final possession. They will open the 4th quarter with a possession. So if they can get the final point and keep it to a 2-point gap, then they can open that up to 3 at the start of the 4th quarter. Team GB will be desperate to get the final score and have it as just a 1-point game.
An opportunity now, and Jenkins manages to get over the line. Had an opportunity, it was a 1.5 matchup against a 0.5, so used a speed advantage to get there. Jenkins is also a Paralympian in some sprint events, so has speed for his classification that's probably beyond what you might normally see at a 1.5. Get some power through the wheels, and did so on that occasion.
He's got a very good push for a 1.5.
They've used him heavily throughout this quarter. They've they've kept this balanced lineup out on the court for some time now, so it's a lineup they like. And
No Tyler Walker. Yeah, we've seen very little of Tyler Walker. We've seen a lot of Faye West. Tyler had a few. He was at the origin of a couple of turnovers, and obviously you don't want to let the scoreboard get away from you.
I talked about Jenkins being a Paralympian in those sprint events, a bronze medalist as well in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, 2021 Olympics. So an acclaimed athlete, multi-sport athlete now, as we've got a contest on the ball now with Faye West getting tied up momentarily. But then it's looking like maybe some arms were taken.
She drew a hand very cleverly.
You mentioned that before about the ability to draw the foul in that instance and draw the penalty, and West did exactly that.
It also resets the shot clock to 40. So
yeah, West will check out of the game now. 3 changes made to the GB outfit with a minute on the clock now, and they've got an advantage on the court, a higher points advantage on the court. 2 people outside of screen already setting some defensive efforts. And GB can get over. And because of that defensive effort off screen, DeLima needs to say, I'll take the inbound pass. Does so quickly into Braz. A quick pass back again. Flynn gets an arm in there and forced the turnover. Great bit of effort from Coggan to pick up the scraps as well. And now GB will have the opportunity to work the clock. Slight difference between shot clock and game clock, but only a matter of seconds. So GB will look to use as much as they possibly can, and for the first time in a long time could be tying things up.
That all came from Flynn blocking DeLima, making sure he couldn't get out of the sin bin without taking the inbound himself, and that took a high pointer off the court, forced him to take the inbound.
Yeah, down to 7 on the shot clock. Robinson needs to force his way through, can't do it. Ball boggles loose, and great defense from DeLima. Gets it to spill free to Braz, and tries to toss it forward before the siren goes, and I don't think he was successful. A matter of inches in it, but I believe it's been waved away, and it will be Brazil that hold a 1-point lead. Couldn't extend it at that point, but they managed to hold their 1-point lead. They're up 44-43, and we are looking forward to an excellent last term. Stay with us.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one!
I'll keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other. Just like no other.
Thank you very much for staying with us through our live broadcast through KO and Fox Sports in Australia and globally through various other streams. We are taking in Team GB against Brazil in the 4th game on our feature court on the opening day of this competition. And we are in for a thrilling finish to this one. A 1-point margin at the moment in favour of the Brazilians. And this should be a hot finish to this game, Drew.
Incredible comeback. Brazil with the possession arrow, so they should be able to extend the lead to 2. Team GB getting the final point of the third quarter, which is what they wanted to do. Can they get the final point of this quarter is the question. It's been a really good comeback from them. Tyler Walker back out, and Stu Robinson has come off for once. You don't see that happening very often.
Interesting how long that lasts. I think he'd be very eager to get back out there. Walker might have a couple of minutes burst and give Robinson a bit of a break. So we'll keep an eye on that as GB managed to score. So 1 score each to begin the final term. It's Gavin Walker that got over on that occasion. As Zelima now, pressure came from Walker, forced to go to the long ball over the top. Got it just over the outstretched fingertips of Gavin Walker on defence on that occasion, but it did go over those fingertips, and Julio Braz is the man that got onto the end of it. You mentioned late in the third quarter that Walker hadn't seen as much time in that quarter, Drew, because there'd been a few turnovers, a little bit of sloppy ball handling. Now here's an opportunity for him to try and steady things, and that's a far better bit of ball handling and protection of the ball when he was under immense pressure.
That was a great pass. That was a great pass, and it was great positioning and anticipation by Kieran Flynn. So you got Gavin Walker, Kieran Flynn, Johnny Coggan out there. Decades of experience. Flynn a little bit less than the other two, but not by much. He's been around for the past 5 years or so. And then Coggan and Walker, Paralympic gold medalists. So a lot of experience out here for Team GB.
Yeah, Coggan and Walker, extremely experienced, over 200 caps for each of them. Coggan approaching 300 caps, almost unheard of. So he's been doing it for a long time and doing it well, but that experience isn't going to help him there. That pass asking far too much of Coggan and not able to get there, and the turnover will not help GB in trying to reduce this margin. So we're early in the fourth quarter. Interested in your thoughts and what you're seeing, Jed Altschwager.
Yeah, like you get down to the final quarter of a game like this. You do all that work for the first 3, and it really comes down to, you're really going to see the impact of turnovers for this next quarter. Turnovers are going to have a really big impact on the scoreboard, and it's just who can keep the ball in their hands and just execute their score. So by the looks of it, Brazil are sort of hanging in there, but there was a small momentum shift on the back end of the third with GB. So let's see what happens as this continues.
Yeah, it's a great point. Who can handle the pressure of the final term? And so far, it's been Brazil. Brazil have handled it better. We might have expected that the experience of GB, higher ranked GB, and the team that's already had a game in this tournament, so a little bit more match fit, might have been able to absorb the pressure better, but it's been Brazil so far, and they've stretched their margin out to 3. Opportunity for Flynn to bring it back to 2, though, after a nice little over-the-top pass from Stu Robinson found Flynn in space.
Yep, Robinson back on, and he's the kind of person who, from way in the back court, can throw out a Hail Mary pass, but know exactly what he's doing, as opposed to it being a Hail Mary. Fair enough as well. It was Kieran Flynn on the end of it, who is a 2-pointer as opposed to Johnny Coggan, who's 0.5, so it made it easier. But he still really knew what he was doing, Stu Robinson.
Yeah, and as expected, they didn't leave him on the bench for too long. A couple of minutes into the final term, and then made the decision to get him back on, has freshened up. It's had an impact immediately with a pass over the top that results in a try, and then his own try off the back of that. Now looking to get some impact on defence. Ball comes into Delima. Some pressure on from Walker. Now some pressure comes from Flynn. And they have managed to halt his momentum, but he gets it over the top, and Julio Braz managed to get there, and then Feitosa found his way free when he was in a lot of traffic in the backcourt. Went off to the side, found a gap, and then got on the end of a Braz pass. Takes a little bit of time down on the try line before crossing, but does eventually get it over.
3 points is quite a big margin in the final quarter. It started at 1, but with Brazil having the possession arrow, so it was always going to be 2. So Team GB couldn't afford a turnover, and it's what happens. They committed a turnover within around a minute, and that took all of the wind out of their sails. They were 5 points down early in the second, dragged it back and made it a 1-point ball game. And then, okay, the possession arrow, there's not a lot you can do about that, but the giveaway, the turnover, all the pressure that they put on Tyler Walker, the Brazilians, they did so well to do that, but that was really punctured the momentum that GB had.
Yeah, it's gone Brazil's way early in the term, and you're right. It is hard to keep that margin if it extends too much, and 3 is quite a bit when you've got less than 5 minutes to play. And Brazil do need to score here, though, to keep that 3-try advantage. It's currently 2 after GB had crossed. And they're having some difficulty. Julio Braz a little stuck there before the key. Goes to Feitosa. Robinson blocks there. We're in single digits on the shot clock, and just in the nick of time, it got down to 3 on the shot clock before they managed to find the gap. But well thought out by Brazil. Talked about who can absorb pressure in the final term. Pressure came then, clock pressure, defensive pressure, but they held on, picked the right option and get over.
Well, they scored and they took 40 seconds off the clock in which to do it, so it was absolutely perfect for them.
Yeah, and GB will need to work with some haste. They do on that occasion, get the ball over nice and quickly. So we'll see 2 contrasting styles here. It will be interesting to observe, Drew, what Brazil can do, whether they do play at a slower pace. Typically, they're a fast-paced outfit. They like to get that ball over the top. They play with an element of risk. But whether that is the way they want to play when they hold a slim advantage in the last minutes.
Well, they've got a bit of fortune going their way, and that Gav Walker is having to have some repairs both to his strapping, the strapping he's got on his arm, and also he's had a wheel change. So that's going to take a good minute, and that is exactly what the 2 Brazilian high pointers want. Braz and De Lima, if they can have a breather with 4 minutes to go, bearing in mind that they've played almost all of the match, then that's just perfect for them. Perfect scenario.
After a little freshen up, De Lima gets on the end of another one. I think looked for an opportunity to perhaps slow down and chew some clock, but Stu Robinson came with the defensive pressure and forced De Lima to keep moving. And now GB. Ball over the halfway line quickly. Robinson with some power brings it up, has to stop short. Initially thought there might have been a gap, but wasn't one there. Good defense on the key line. Tosses it over the top, and Flynn positioned himself beautifully right in the center of that key. Was able to get the outstretched arms, reach up, and then get it over the line. And GB looking to put the pressure on, full court press, but the ball went over the top, and De Lima was in an absolute paddock of space, had some time to even entertain himself with some tricks and bouncing the ball before he gets over. And with 3.5 to play or thereabouts, it's a lead of 3 for Brazil, and there's going to be a timeout. So we might take an opportunity to rest up as well. We're back after a break with Brazil up by 3.
The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsorship.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
So a brief timeout taken in this one with 3:37 to play. Margin of 3, it's becoming increasingly difficult. Not just competing against the Brazilians, but now competing against the clock as well, Team GB. Have an opportunity, they've got possession of the ball. So they'll look to move quickly. Inbound pass to Robinson. Long ball forward. Ambitious ball forward. It was Josh Williams who's checked into the game for the first time, and the first play asked a lot of him. Back to the ball when the pass was made. A loud call out to get his attention to turn, but asking far too much in the turnover, and that's going to be very difficult to recover from.
It's a very staggered lineup. Not often you see a 3-5, 2-5, 1-5 and 0.5.
They have thrown a lot of different lineups out there. We touched on it earlier. There's a full tournament to play here. There could be a little bit of foxing, if you like, and not wanting to play their full lineup throughout the whole game if they're going to meet each other later in the tournament. There's a World Championships to think about later on in the year where they're looking to set their best lineups and understand what their best lineups are. So there's more to play here, but they have thrown a lot of different looks out there. We'll see how this one works. They've got to work some miracles with less than 3 on the clock and a 3-try difference. Brazil in possession as well, so looking to extend it to 4. It's a long ball forward, and it's that man Junqueira again, not for the first time, where he's been hiding in plain sight down that end with nobody near him, and they've trusted the long ball forward to him, and it's worked several times.
It's at least the hat-trick he's got.
Yes, it's had some impact. GB do answer quickly. They're going to do everything with haste from here.
Brazil needs somebody to inbound here. And it's the, I thought it was going to be the striker, Junqueira, but no, it's Gilson Wiersma who comes back.
Yeah, some pressure on him there, but De Lima came towards him, made it for an easier inbound pass. And then a couple of short passes in the backcourt before the long through ball to De Lima. And he gets over the line.
That's another set play, obviously a lot of them are, but it's almost like a figure of 8 that the 2 3.5s run for Brazil. And you think, how on earth do they manage to get into that much space? But it works so well.
Here's Josh Williams looking to score, pulls out, sides can't get over. Williams previously uncapped for the GBs, presented his first opportunity at international level in this tournament. So his second appearance now, having come out earlier, as Robinson looks to get a ball over the top onto the try line, but boggles off a number of hands before coming loose and falling into Brazilian possession. And that will just about do it if it wasn't done already. The margin extends. But in a tournament like this, that margin is important. There is still a differential that's to play. It could determine who's going to come in various positions for the finals that will take place on Sunday. So GB still with a bit to play for here. They'll be looking to get another try on the board. And Robinson ends up doing it backwards. The defense again was good by Junqueira. That front plate managed to hook Robinson momentarily and force him to do it backwards, which probably wasn't his first intent, but he got it done. So the margin is 4. GB looking to keep it as close as they can.
Mohamed Islam coming on. So Adam Scuturo really running through his lineup here.
Yeah, they have called time though, so we'll take a quick break and be back after this. We're back for the final 1 minute and 17 seconds of this game. Adam Scuturo had called the timeout. He's a man that's been working the whiteboard furiously with plenty of changes in this one. And again, a very different looking lineup out there now with Walker back into the game and Islam checking in for the first time. What can they get done in these last seconds of the game? Comes forward to Williams. He's got some company there and the ball gets knocked loose. But well done Walker, managed to get onto the loose ball first. Retains possession for GB. Gets rewarded for his efforts with the ball coming back to him on offense, and then finds Williams, who gets over the line for the first time in this game.
Fantastic play by Tyler Walker, both in the defensive half of the court and then offensive. Spun around, used his core strength very well indeed. Yes, used his core strength there as he got a big hit almost behind the axle, but he managed to maintain his balance.
Yeah, did well. He was up on one wheel for a moment there and looked like he was about to take a fall. Did well. Now he gets an opportunity to bring the ball back up court again and moves quickly. Nice play. Found the gap up the middle. The easiest and quickest way to get over the line. Found it. The inbound pass, Brazil. Again, it's a full court press and some pressure on. These teams will be done for today, though. Both will come back tomorrow as they take on the other international outfits we have in this tournament. 5 international teams in this tournament. It's been a fantastic clash between these two highly rated teams. And it's Brazil in a little bit of an upset so far that are going to get the victory, and a handy victory. Up by 5 with just the 7 seconds to play, 6.9 on the clock. Some discussion on court and a little break for teams to talk through some tactics with a short amount of time left. Refs talking to the Brazilian team over there, and Labrique having a chat. He's on screen with his hands on his hips in a fashion where you'd think he was dissatisfied in some way, but I think he would be a very happy coach at the moment.
Yeah, the assistant coach that he's got alongside him, Ana Paula Ramkrapes, she's actually his interpreter. So she's learning a heck of a lot about the game because she has to pass on all of Benoit Labrique's wise words, translate them into Portuguese for the team.
Well, the translations work perfectly in this one because the Brazilians are going to be successful. The last play of the game sees GB try and get it over the line, but the time will defeat them, and Brazil will defeat them in this one as well. A high-scoring affair. Brazil managing to put up 60 points. Some entertaining offense. They scored quickly. They got the ball over the top into space for their 3.5ers to work in often. When it wasn't them, they found Junqueira in a pocket of space often as well. So they played brilliantly to take victory in that one. And GB, after an early victory in the first game, unsuccessful in their second outing.
To me, it illustrates how difficult it is when you've dug yourself into a hole. Team GB were 5 down at the start of the second quarter, and from that point onwards, you have to play absolutely faultless rugby. And they dragged themselves back, got it to within 1 point, but it's exhausting climbing that mountain, and you've not got to the peak when you get level. They didn't quite get level. Getting level is one thing, and then taking the lead is another. And they got to within 1 point, but it's almost impossible, particularly when you're running through different lineups as well and giving different formations and newer players some game time. So difficult to be faultless, not make any mistakes, and they couldn't quite do it, and it ended up costing them in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and that expectation to be almost faultless and to play perfectly, and they were very good for a period and bridged the gap, but not perfect and not faultless. They were lucky on a few occasions. We talked about luck of the game going their way several times, and eventually that kind of ran out. The ball boggled loose a few times, didn't go their way in the last quarter. And we might take an opportunity now to get a post-game interview. So Jed Oxwager, we'll hand over to you.
Thank you, team. I've got Gabriel down here from Brazil, superstar. You've done quite well today. Welcome to Australia. What do you think it was that Brazil did to take the win today?
Quanto mais a gente está jogando contra essas equipes grandes, mais forte a gente fica.
More we play against these big teams, more stronger we are.
Understood. Well, welcome to Australia. How are you adjusting to the conditions here?
Se ajustando.
Muito bem, clima muito agradável. 12 horas de diferença não é fácil, no jet lag, mas tô acordando 4h30 da manhã, mas tá bom.
So we have 12 hours of time change. But the weather is nice. I'm just wake up at 4 a.m. But everything's all good.
Good to hear. I'm sure you'll adjust as you keep going. You've got a big weekend of rugby here today, and it's been good to chat. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. We look forward to watching.
Está muito animado de assistir.
Muito obrigado e assistam mais o Brasil e a gente vai fazer história aí.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Watch more Brazil, and we are trying to make history.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, team.
Well, one step closer to making history with a successful outing here, up 60 to 55, I should say. And thanks very much for staying with us on this one, and we'll be back after this break.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation, and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no lock-in contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a defib.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
Well, the vibes are high for the final international matchup of day one. The USA, you heard the tail end of their anthem, Germany. They sang theirs proudly just beforehand, but both sides are looking for their first wins of the tournament. Hannah Kuhai is my name, and Ben Eisenhuth. Great to have you in the commentary box. What a matchup between these two sides. They've been brimming with passion after those rousing renditions, but after the rugby that was played this morning.
Well, very excited, Hannah. Great to be alongside you. And yes, there's plenty of history between these two nations, and very much excited to see the Germans face off against the United States of America. Both sides looking for their first win on here day one. So let's see who will come along with it. As we can see on your screen there, the Team USA outfit, of course, coached by Joe Delgrave. And the Germany side, the German national team head coach, of course, Christoph Werner, and the assistant coach in Christian Reidel.
Two strong sides. We'll talk you through each of these players as we get rolling. 6 seconds until we get started here at the State Basketball Centre in Adelaide. What a beautiful place it is. Of course, we've been at this, in Adelaide for the last 3 years, the third year of the 3-year contract. I'd love to see it come back here, because isn't Adelaide getting around it? Signage everywhere, posters of the Aussie Steelers. So fantastic to see.
Yeah, it was great to see. I mean, I flew in this morning, and first thing I saw when I got off the plane was the JC Deco, I think it's how it's pronounced. There was signage, there was live action, there was actually not just still images, there was live footage of the scenes that were in 2025. So it's really, really good to see, and obviously great to see us back down in Adelaide, and great to see Santos once again involved in 2026.
Absolutely, the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, just getting this one underway. Of course, it was USA losing to Great Britain earlier this morning, and Germany losing to Australia. So a few different matchups to keep your eyes on. Of course, some really strong athletes who are taking to both of these sides. Think about the impact that Spiggy, Corey Prudabach, had this morning, the three-point player. Out of San Diego in California, he was very influential for the American side. Meanwhile, someone to keep your eyes on out of Germany. Well, there are a few to keep their eyes on, but Josko Wilkie, the two-point player, he was very, very strong, wearing the number 5, as you can see in the red Guernsey. USA wearing their navy blue. Inbound, Herbst. Strong take in the one-on-one contest. 3.5-point player. One of those Paris Paralympians, quite a few of them in the German outfit. Also works as a systems engineer, so we'll see what he engineers on the floor today. Inbound now. Sarah Adam mops up. Strong work down the floor. Some heavy hits already. You'd expect it early. Fredette getting into the action play. Well outputted now. Going long and over the try line. So an early encouraging start. We're playing 4 8-minute quarters at this tournament. So any gap in the scoreline is welcome at this early stage.
Yeah, I think early on in their first contest, USA just turned the ball over far too often. Just some clumsy handling from probably some of their higher pointers, the likes of Reddington and Pertubau. So they'll certainly want to make sure that they hold on to the ball. But on that occasion, another turnover, but the last touch looked like it was off Team Germany. In fact, maybe there is an inbound from, is it the US going to inbound? Yes, it will be. So really important early on, the likes of USA and Germany looking for their first win. They want to try and make sure they don't turn the ball over too often and try and retain the ball in their possession for as long as they can.
And for those of you playing along at home, number 40 is actually Spiggy. He was in the 22 earlier today, so it might be a different Guernsey, just switching it up, a bit of different luck in the number 40, even though he was unbelievable.
Guernsey, must be an AFL fan, I love it.
Jersey, Guernsey, will roll with both today.
Love it, love the sound of it.
So inbound, well taken, Adam. 2.5 point player. As the countdown ensues. Bit of early passion from the USA bench. So we heard Coach Joe Delgrave at the helm. He himself a London 2012 and Tokyo 2020 Paralympian. Great to see the pathways well and truly alive from being an athlete to into the coaching box.
One thing I find, the difference between the domestic and the international level is just the level of intensity in defence. You might get one player going in for big contact, but I find that in the international ranks, they tend to go in quite often, the whole lot. Like there'll be at least 2 players going in with really, really big contact, trying to dislodge the ball. So really good to see on your screens international action and plenty of big hits coming your way.
Finding some space on the left goes Spiggy. Qualified aircraft pilot, so look for him to fly in those tiny little gaps. Get some open front court, well orchestrated here by Germany. Cruising over the try line was Stefan Vecke. Made his Paralympic debut at Paris 2024. Plays for SV Biarritz. Butchering the German pronunciation there, but his local club.
Tough at the best of times. Eisenhuth, proud German surname, so I'll do my best myself. But they're tough at the best of times.
A local expert. Meanwhile, just cruising over the try line. Once again, prolific scoring work. Hard to find an answer for Spiggy. Given how prolific he's been. Inbound, 2-on-1 pressure. Well done by Adam. A lot of two-way players today we've seen. Prolific in D, able to score as well. Adam's certainly one of those. Now, Schultz does well. He's from Wittlich in Germany. Also a Paris 2024 Paralympian. So a lot of pre-existing relationships with a lot of these athletes. They've worked together for a long time. As you see the fumble, a very, very rare fumble, might I say, from Spiggy.
Great pressure there, Marco Erbst. He can set up tries, he can score them, but probably the most important thing in wheelchair rugby is your defence. Getting in the face of your opponent, trying to dislodge that ball. On that occasion, the number 1 from Germany, Marco Erbst, did just that. And the number 20, Maximilian Stolz, he's an 0.5 pointer, but the way he moves the ball is pretty fantastic and nothing short of incredible. One of the lowest classifications you can have, in fact, the lowest, 0.5, and Maximilian Stolz, the number 20 in the red jersey, knows his way around the court and knows how to get his side points on the board.
So pressure through the centre corridor. Can he dash through the left? Yes, he can. Marco Erbst, 3.5 point player, so you'd expect him to be a prolific scorer. What are the characteristics of a 3.5 player?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, to be classified in the highest rank, it means you're the most mobile. A lot of the time they'll have a limb missing or digits missing, but on this occasion, Erbst is certainly sitting higher out of his chair, a lot more mobile with his hands, a lot more powerful, can produce more momentum with his arms. So the difference between a low classification, of course, or a bit slower in the chair, a lot more enable, but certainly just as important in putting their chairs in the right positions. We talk about the term blocking, and offensive blocking in this sport is so crucial. So someone like Stoles can be just as important to the German side as much as what a Marco Earps can be. So it's certainly a team sport. A maximum of 8 points on the court. So if you added up all the points that are on the back of the players' chairs, they tend to usually equal 8.0. And as we mentioned, Earps, a 3.5, that certainly moves well, but that Maximilian Stoll has been very impressive.
And the reason why you say usually, Ben, is because when we have female players on the court, they allow for some extra points on the floor. So we'll talk you through those as we get some substitutions on. Coming down the floor now, Germany on a tear, 2-on-2 in the front, and Herbst cruising over the line. It's the hard work that's been done earlier. Josko Wilkie taking on that 2-on-1 contest to free up his player down back.
Yeah, very impressive there from Wilkie. Looks like a young gentleman, a young German player, and certainly finds his way around the court really well. You said it yourself, it's so important to try and get the intent early. A lot of the time these players tend to be quite passive and quite slow out of their own end, but the international game, you'll see a lot of intent early on. Get the ball down the court and then spend your time down at the other end of the half as opposed to in your own. So very impressive there from the young man, Josko Wilkie.
You say young, he's one of those 2001 born athletes, so just starting to come into his own. Of course, he was a European Championship MVP back in 2018, so a lot of experience in the sport. Meanwhile, Baker just cruises over. Lovely try, great reward for toil.
2001 born. Makes you feel old sometimes.
Oh, there are certainly some young athletes. That's why I think this tournament's one of the best for young and old. We've got some really experienced, multiple Paralympic game players now cruising over. Lovely try from the number 2. Enya Schroeder.
Great hands, great reach. Enya Schroeder, unbelievable. The ball was flying and she just had that final reach, grasped the ball, and her team, Team Germany, another try to add to their tally.
Zion Reddington, we saw him at this very tournament, albeit not in USA colours last year. Another young gun, up-and-comer in the sport, in the 2-on-1 contest. He's going to have to do well to get rid of it. Over the shoulder, nicely done. USA trying to set up a bit of structure here. Again, Reddington crunched 10 seconds on the shot clock. Tries to fight through the 2-on-1. Can he go backward? Yes, he can.
Class from Reddington. Doesn't need to go forward, can reverse as well. Again, we speak about the classifications of 3.5. Are moving so well on 2 wheels. Incredible stuff. And this young man, 2001 birth, Wilkie. Lovely pass to Schroeder for another try to Team Germany.
Great combination between the two building. Schroeder, one of those female players, so means that Germany's got a few extra points at their disposal.
The extra half point for a female athlete. It's one of the only sports in the world where you see male and female athletes competing at the same time on the same court, so it's incredible to see. And there may have been some contact there on Team Germany, as the referee calls for a technical timeout to try and help this player back up onto 2 wheels.
German support team featuring the mechanic Peter Schauber and manager Nadine Biernick, who was also at Paris 2024 with the crew. So it's really important to have that right chemistry of coaching team, support team and players. As we see a timeout called to the USA, Coach Joe Delgrave, what do you think he'd want to speak to the team about?
Yeah, he'd certainly want to just try and just make sure that he's controlling the ball. I think just a couple of uncharacteristic turnovers by Team USA, but yeah, certainly Joe Delgrave will just want to calm his team down and just make sure that they're holding onto the ball.
Inbound now, Simons. So here's the blazing pace down the floor. 3 minutes to play in the first term. Scores still tied. This was very much reminiscent of the USA's first match this morning. They were up by 2 at quarter time, but then a second term, felt a little bruising. Beautiful score there. Sarah Adam once again. She was USA's first female wheelchair rugby Paralympian. So a lot of history in what she's been able to do in her career already. Long ball over the top. Lovely work and lovely score. Roscoe Vilke once again has a background in field hockey, and I reckon you can see that in the way in which he sees the floor. Hockey, very much a structured game. You can spot opportunities, use angles, and I think you can very much see that with how he plays rugby.
Yeah, very much so. At the end of the day, I think the main key of wheelchair rugby is just try and find open pasture. A lot of these players, as I said, from a low classification or a high classification, it's just trying to find open space. It's a very narrow court. Hockey courts, of course, hockey field's very, very large, but the one thing is just trying to find some open space, try and get yourself into open pasture. On that occasion, the number 55 from the United States, Mr. Mason Simons, did exactly that. So at the end of the day, it's pretty topsy-turvy at the moment. Every time that USA try and take the lead, Germany respond cleanly. Let's see how it continues as the final moments of the first quarter come to an end.
There's the slip. Schroeder can't get hands on. So can the USA capitalise? No, Germany does well to wrestle the ball back. Herbst and now open court. Vilke take his time to convert off that work. Hard to find turnovers in these early few stages. 10 apiece the scoreline, 2 minutes to play in the first term.
Yeah, we said far and few between. There's not often turnovers in the international game, and on this occasion there's plenty. As we see a technical timeout called by Simons, but you don't often see turnovers as often as what we've seen in this first quarter. So both teams probably just get the feel, maybe some jet lag. Day one, after all, so plenty of wheelchair rugby to come our way over the next few days.
That's right, we'll be here till Sunday, so if you're in the vicinity of Adelaide, please come through. You can still buy, I think there are still tickets available, so wheelchairrugby.com.au/tickets if you can come down. Otherwise, we will be broadcasting all around the world all weekend long. Thanks for joining us on KO Sports and Foxtel. This final international match for day one, but we do have Vic and New South Wales up later this evening. So great to see the best of Australia doing it alongside the best of the world. Last year, the Netherlands won this tournament, Australia second and Brazil in third. But we know that Netherlands are out. They're at the World Championship qualification tournament in Colombia. So hopefully we'll have them back next year. So got to look forward to the wheelchair rugby action later on this year. Another score. Beautiful work from Spiggy.
Spiggy Perturbo, very busy on two wheels. The number 40 from the United States of America. And now a chance for Germany to try and narrow the margin back to level peggings. And the inbound coming for the number 21 from Team Germany, and Florian Bongard. Can he inbound cleanly? Important hold here for Team Germany.
Puts it into space, well taken. There's a heavy hit. Schroeder, in a little bit of pain it seems, deep breaths. She copped a really heavy one in the earlier match as well, and the support team repeatedly said, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" She is tough, but that one, that was hard.
Massive contact. Gee, she's tough. She was clutching her left rib there. I can see that obviously the seats would sit into the back of their rib cages. On that occasion, she did fall awkwardly. It wasn't a clean fall, it was a twisting fall. So let's hope the young lady's okay. And in fact, she is taking a few deep breaths. Maybe she's winded. Maybe she's just lost a bit of oxygen out of those lungs. Let's hope it's nothing too aggressive as we see the big hit on your screens. Unbelievable contact. Spiggy, he's not holding back, is he?
No, and you mentioned earlier, Ben, that this sport, one of the reasons why it's so remarkable is because you have it being mixed gender. And I think knowing that it's full contact like this, it's the only sport to have both men, women, anyone who wants to play going fully hard at it. Geez, it takes a brave kind of player, that's for sure.
Well, it's just so entertaining. It's just so good to see that the ladies are not even just hanging it with the men on a lot of occasion. We saw Ella Saville a bit earlier today, and Shay Graham and a lot of the Australians, just how impressive they are on two wheels. They're better than the men on many occasions, so it's great to see. And you can see here on screen Adam how good she's been, already a few tries to her name. So great to see it. It's happening more and more in world sport. We see in athletics now and in swimming, they're doing co-gender mixed relays. It's awesome to see. I absolutely love it. I think it needs to happen more and more. Obviously, it's maybe not in too many other sports, but in this sport and certainly in the sport of disability sports, I think we're going to see it happen more and more.
Once again, wheelchair rugby leading the way. Everyone else is playing catch-up, that is for sure. So, back onto the floor. Adam, lovely open passing lane. Simons, the call, desperately, just go. Don't need to finesse the shot clock. Just get some scores on the board. 1:34 to play.
So crucial, the long arms of some of our players. We called him earlier, Ty Martin Page from the Victorian Thunder in the domestic competition. He has incredibly long arms, but number 55, Mason Simons, clearly a tall man, very long levers, just makes it so advantageous just to get that leap, get that ball, especially when you're inbounding, to reach above your opponent really and try and bring the ball in. It's a really crucial part of the game and certainly using his anatomy well.
Oh, certainly. And think about his story. In 2014, trialled for the US team, didn't make it. Trialled the next year, didn't make it. Trialled for 7 years, and then finally, after being overlooked, 2022, he made the US team. Just such a story of perseverance. Goes to show if you want something badly enough, you can make it happen. Simons, his long arms almost got in the way. Scoreline coming through there from Stefan Vicky.
7 years, perseverance absolutely personified. That's an incredible story. Look forward to grabbing him at some stage over the weekend and having a chat about that. 7 years, so persistent. That's great to see. Lovely pass, Adam. Finds number 40, Spiggy Perturbo.
So with 25 seconds on the shot clock, and take his time. Seen US overload that right-hand channel a few times today, try and create some space. Can he? Yes, he can. You see, a lot of these really well-drilled sides run some set plays for the US. Well, they had a training camp in Birmingham, Alabama in January, so you'd think some of those structures have been drilled in. They knew what they wanted to bring to Australia, what they wanted to practice. Speaking now, Simons, a lot of time, a lot of space, 34 seconds on the clock, 28 on the shot clock. Spiggy now, as he takes a glance, got 21 seconds to play around. Will put the pressure on the Germans. If he takes his full allocation here, 10 seconds, he's into the single digits. Tries to find the right-hand side once again.
4 on the key foul. So a foul against Team Germany there, so somewhat tactical. Obviously they're down to 3 defenders on 4 attackers, but at least they do have a little bit of time on their side. USA now have to inbound well, and try and score a try with only 8 seconds remaining. So let's see if Germany can hold them out.
8 seconds, Adam looks for the left, bit of space. Will take all of the time available and manages to time that to perfection. So 1.4 seconds on the clock, a timeout called by the Germans. Wonder how they're going to orchestrate the next 1.4 on the clock, Ben.
Well, yeah, that hurts. That really hurts if you're a supporter of Team Germany. Somewhat not a great decision to go for in the key, maybe tactical. I'm sure that's something that they'll talk about. But not ideal, but a second to go, maybe on the other side of this, we'll see what happens with a 2-point buffer.
We're going to take a break, 1.4 on the clock. One 1.4 seconds on the clock. Germany with a final opportunity to score in this first term. Long ball, disconnected. No try, the call, and that's the siren has expired. So that is the end of the first term for you folks. It's a 14-12 scoreline. The USA, a brilliant start. We're going to take a quick break. Second term up next.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Team USA at the State Basketball Centre in Adelaide. They lead 14-12 at quarter time. Germany, a good start, but a little bit of work to do. Hannah Kuhar's my name, Ben Eisenhuth beside me. Ben, what did you make of the first 8 minutes of action?
Yeah, look, it was a fantastic first quarter. I think both sides were probably a little bit sloppy. Uncharacteristic turnovers for international wheelchair rugby, but nonetheless, again, it is day one, so plenty to learn for both these two sides. Team Germany will be really disappointed just conceding a try late in that first quarter, and now they've really opened the door for USA to do exactly what they just did and just go up with a 3-point buffer and 3 tries in the international world. Well, it's very, very tough in wheelchair rugby.
That's right, as you saw, the same play that they went with in the final minute flipped. 3 to the left, overloading the court. Bit of conversation between the athletes. I think the USA is one of the lippier teams we've seen so far in day one. Happy to chat with our referees who are doing such a great job. It's now inbound, Wilkie, well handled. You see already that pestering power. So many one-on-one contests there, heavy hit. Well protected the ball. Tough contest. Can they find their way over the try line? Blocked by Brackett. Well done. Herbst manages to do so. So an encouraging start by Germany. We have Jaden Squid Jackson with us. Squid, what have you made of the first term?
Yeah, what a great try from Josko Wilkie there to get a point for Germany. I think this is a very back and forth ordeal. Obviously some very uncharacteristic things from each team, but I can feel the emotion and passion in this team. Obviously USA, a very vocal team, and I can hear it all on the sideline. A little insight, I just spotted Josko Wilkie towards the end of that quarter getting a mid-game snack. So obviously both teams are feeling tired after earlier games in the day. So I think it's going to come down to who wants it a bit more and who can hit that second engine to really finish off this game.
My favourite part of the snack was that he was fed a banana. No need when you've got your hands in gloves and all kinds of bandaging. No need to get involved in the messy handiwork. Keep your eyes on the snack report. Squid, we want more of those. As a heavy hit, Brackett taking out the post.
Penalty try awarded Team Germany. I've shaken hands with a few of these players, and you do not want to be touching a banana. After you've been touching this ball, they've got a Tenzo spray, an adhesive spray all over those hands to help them hold the ball as best as they can. So, yeah, being fed, I think, is certainly the play mid-game. As, again, the long levers. Great take by Simons. Even better pass. And Spiggy Pertabo, number 40. Very athletic man. The biceps on him. Great definition. He's certainly moves well in his chair. Only a three-pointer, too. Not even a 3.5er. So he'd be one of the most classified three-pointers going around the world. Moves very well on his two wheels, does Spiggy, Corey Pertabo.
He's one of those people who's got so many talents. He was a former state chess champion, idolises Gary Kasparov. So for all of you chess fans out there, if you want to find a new chess idol, it's the number 40 for the USA.
He'd be the most athletic chess player in history, I reckon.
If he's not fearsome enough when playing wheelchair rugby, knowing that he can get you on the chessboard as well. It's another heavy hit. Wilkie well protected, space on the right, and they find it. So classy try from Marco Erbst.
Yeah, we said it earlier in the first term how important it is to use all 4 players, whether it's offensive blocking or just passing the ball or offloading. And on that occasion, a great team try by Team Germany. You'll often see your 3.4s or your 3.5, sorry, and your 3.0s touching the ball a lot often than the other players, but they're equally as important, our low classification and mid classification players. If you can get your hands on that ball or put your chair in the way of a higher pointer, you are certainly opening up the path for a team try. And on that occasion, great team try to the red side, Team Germany.
Clay Brackett had the equipment check there. All good for the Californian. Now another set play here for the US. We've seen this one before. Will they try the right? No. Happy to reverse over the try line. Score coming from Clay Brackett.
Yeah, the best high classification players don't just score them, they assist them as well. And a lovely, it was almost a handoff. It wasn't even a pass, it was an NFL play. Handing the ball to his teammate, and as you said, Brackett did his best and scored a try. And another turnover. That man once again, Pewterbau, and he scores another, and the largest lead of this one, 19-15, and Germany with it all to do.
And knowing that work came off the defensive handiwork of Clay Brackett, he's a two-way impact player, that is for sure. His team would be rallying around his efforts in that last minute. Germany wanting to silence and just bring a bit of structure, bring a settled start to this second term. Big block, Herbst pushed over the line by Brackett. He's come alive in recent moments, Clay Brackett, 33-year-old, now living in Alabama.
I must say, speaking his defence, he's going in very aggressively. Whether or not he's trying to dislodge the ball or just turn the player off their 2 wheels, he's certainly making sure USA come away with a win here on day one. So certainly fantastic to see, and somewhat the aggression is so important as long as you can keep it in check, because often you can find yourself on the sideline in the penalty box, but on that occasion, nothing but clean, nothing but cleanliness from the number 40, Corey Pewterbau.
That was a theme of their earlier match. Had a few people sin binned, so just cleaning it up in game 2. Herbst happy to take his time as he cruises over the try line. USA 20, Germany 16. So you think 4-try deficit, not impossible to overcome, but certainly a challenge. Simmons appreciates the block. So 3 Germans in the backcourt. Simmons full of opportunity in the 3-on-run contest. And look at that 3-on-1 hustle. The Germans doing well to try and earn some ball there halfway through the second term. Substitutions from both sides. So good to see a little bit of variation there coming onto the floor for the US. Number 7 in Mandy Marciano. She's worked her way up through the ranks. She used to be a Div 3 player in her first team at Sportable Possums, made the Div 1 side at the University of Arizona Wildcats, and now Team USA. So Germany making a few changes of their own. Kunzel in the number 13 with ball, one of the youngest players for the German outfit. Such a strong young athlete. Just still a teenager, 16 years old. Turnover, US. They can go capitalising here. The big Z does it. So the US scoreline looking very, very comfortable. 5 points the difference, 4 minutes to play until the major break.
Some big contact in this match. We spoke about Spiggy. He is leaving nothing out there. I don't know how his engine's going to go, though. It's only the second quarter, halfway through it, so let's hope he's got a big motor, and I'm sure he does. As we see the young man, 2001 birth, Jasko Vilki, trying to offload the ball. Lovely tap on, and Bongard wheels his way over. Lovely try. And a penalty try awarded to Germany.
Again, Adam, prolific in defence, just getting some arms over pressure. A couple of deflections in there too. Zion Reddington, another young superstar of the game. takes on the 2-on-1. It's already one of the best parts about international rugby. So you see the setup in the back court. Bongard already has players getting ready. Kunzel.
Good contact, Reddington. Good defence, good pressure. He's got to get rid of it. Needs to get rid of the pass. Risky. Wheelchair. Great take. Lovely pass. Schroeder.
Over the line. The one-on-one contest, not quite. Schroeder putting some physical pressure on there. That ball, you'd think the pass just a little offline for Schroeder.
Yeah, in the last few minutes, the intensity from the United States has certainly gone up in defence. Germany just throwing those risky passes purely because really everywhere the ball goes, there's a blue jersey to follow it. The moment Germany with it all to do, trailing by 5 tries. Well, let's see if Germany can pick a few back as the first half almost comes to a close.
This is one of the hard things, Ben, when you're down by 5. Do you take increased risk to try and catch up that deficit? Do you stay composed and take low-risk options in the interest of protecting ball security?
Yeah, I think Christoph Werner would certainly say just keep it calm. It is still the first half, but I think it's more the fact USA just forcing their hand. They're forcing them to take risks. They just can't get a clean ball in. Schroeder, another risky pass. Kunzel should do enough to get it. It does, but again, everywhere the ball goes, there's blue jerseys to follow it, and another turnover. And like I said, they're not doing it on purpose. It's just the USA defence at the moment is sensational.
Unlucky for Jonte Kunzel. Expression on the face. Wasn't happy with the turnover. So USA with opportunity, less than 3 minutes to play until the major break. Adam, now that is a pass into space. Delicious delivery over the try line.
Jonte Kunzel, a young player here in this tournament, and will certainly be better for the effort and better for the tournament. But again, the defence is just the theme of this second period by Team USA. Schroeder tries to find Vilka, does so. Better pass. That is great wheelchair rugby. 1 pass, 2 pass, 3 pass. Kunzel finishes it off. Lovely team wheelchair rugby. Germany, they're hanging in there, but 6 is the margin. And they need to try and stay within that margin as the second quarter comes to a close.
So long ball into space. Vilke, you win the one-on-one contest. Does well to slow up play. 30 seconds on the shot clock, so this one-on-one contest can continue. Adam cleverly setting a screen. You can see the look on Vilke's face. Geez, he's been feeling it this afternoon.
Yeah, they'll be waking up sore tomorrow morning, will Team Germany. This has been one of the more physical wheelchair rugby games I've seen in recent memory. I'm watching the game for almost 10 years and I've just never seen so much contact. There's the sound coming through your screens. Again, another big hit there. But a beautiful pass. And it looks like there's a foul in back play, a holding call as Reddington finds himself on his back. And a technical timeout is called, and they'll be back on 2 wheels in a few moments' time.
So we're going to take a quick break. Scoreline 25-19. So USA just taking the inbound there. Reddington polishing off his own handiwork, going coast to coast. It's under 2 minutes to play. 26-20 your scoreline. USA blistering start to this first half.
It's almost like the old wraparound. Little pop pass and send it downtown, and Simons did just that. Lovely wheelchair rugby. Reddington, it's just so smart. Get it quick early in ball, find yourself in open space and try and receive the ball back off. It's really clever. The big thing that defenders try and do is try and block the throw coming in. But the beauty about coming from your own end is you can't go inside the area. So a bit of skill set from Team USA and Reddington on that occasion, as you can see on his screens, moving oh too well on two wheels.
For a lot of these athletes, not only do they combine national programs, international programs, but they're also playing against each other and with each other in clubland in their respective countries. Take an athlete like Zion, who's got the ball at the moment, Zion Reddington. He's played with so many of these athletes. Class of 2029 student at Auburn University, so already before he's entered the college system, knows these athletes the best in his country. As a high schooler, so inbound now in the hands of Travis Baker. Hailing from Ohio, goes to Simmons. There we go, open lane, right-hand side. Simmons, make no mistake. Happy to take some time off the shot clock. 30 seconds. Reddington, just cool, calm and collected as always. Big Z, youngest ever US wheelchair rugby Paralympian. Started playing at the age of 9. And there's the experience coming through, crashing packs. Getting a nice little score with 1 minute on the clock. Equipment time, little quick equipment check, I believe. Bit of a tangle with 1 minute until the major break. Got a timeout, so we'll take a quick break.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each. There's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
One minute to go until the major break. US up by 6. Wonder what they're going to try and orchestrate in this final passage, or final minute of play, I should say, Ben. They've got all the momentum at the moment. Germany just desperately trying to hang on.
Yeah, I think that's the best word to use, is desperate. They're just hanging in there. They did similar early today against the Steelers, against Australia. They're just trying to do their best to hang in there. Obviously a very youthful side on the court here at the moment, very much in their developmental phase are Team Germany. One of the best, probably one of the top 8 sides, certainly in the world in the sport of wheelchair rugby, but at the moment one of the more youthful sides, and yeah, they're just going to try and do their best to make sure this margin doesn't get too crazy as the second quarter comes to an end.
Another timeout to Team USA. Seconds until halftime here at the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. This matchup, USA and Germany. Last international match of the day. Plenty more wheelchair rugby after this, and of course throughout the course of the weekend. Finals day come Sunday. Today, beautiful Thursday, 23rd of April in Australia. So play underway, USA. Get a few more scores on the board. The question is, how many can they squeeze in this final 40 seconds, Adam, with the try?
I think if Germany can get the margin back to 5, 4 would be really nice, but back to 5, I really think they're a red-hot chance. They've obviously got quite a lot of their talent on the sideline still, as we see another timeout called, 3 in as many seconds almost.
Looks like both teams will be making some substitutions just to get some minutes into a few different athletes, because we know with tournament-style rugby, it's not enough to just have your 4 go-tos. You really have to utilise your full depth of the squad if you want to go deep into Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I haven't seen Peterborough Spiggy on the sideline at all in this first half, and probably similar to Mason Simon. So the fact that Germany are still within 6 tries and they do possess the ball, so hopefully they can peg that back to 5. And they have the healthy Herbst on the sideline and a few other players that will come in a lot more refreshed in the second half. If they can stay within 5, obviously they still need to score another try. They're up to this. They're in this game up to their eyeballs, but getting that try now is integral. 42 seconds remains, and it's the number 21 on your screens there. Florian Bongard, can he get a clean inbound? That is the challenge.
Bongard, one of the more experienced athletes. It's a nice inbound, that is for sure. Turnover though, so devastating for Team Germany with 35 seconds on the clock. USA, an opportunity to widen the scoreline. They're happy to play shot clock rugby now. Very, very clever, this US outfit. They've practiced all of these scenarios. 19 seconds, they'll continue to chew up time. So shot clock's off, just 11 on the match clock. Lovely pass into space, and the finish, prowess from the USA.
Sarah Adam, how about the pass, the one bounce into the lap of that man once again, Peterborough, and that's a lovely try as Wilkie just does his best, lobs it over the top, and the ball will beat us over the sideline, as will the end of the first half. And they hung in there, Germany, but 7 makes it really tough as the second half looms.
Well, that's it. Luckily, we've got 2 more quarters to come. So at the major break, it's USA leading Germany 29 plays 22.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm joined by Marco Hertz of Team Germany, the three-pointer. Now, Marco, you find yourself down at the half. Obviously, a very back-and-forth ideal. What are some things maybe Team Germany can do to get back into this game?
I think we need to adjust a little bit and just get our passes done. And I think then we can score the second time as well, and maybe do some pressure on them, and then we can maybe get some balls back.
Yeah, absolutely. You went back and forth with them very early, try for try, and some tough defense. They're obviously a very vocal team, USA, notoriously chatty on the court. Is that something that influences the game, or how do you block that out on court to stick to your game plan?
Yeah, we just had our game plan, and we just know how to play. It's just like we did some stupid passes, and then just just get us back here, or behind here in the score. As I said, maybe not our day-to-day, but we think we can do better in the second half.
Absolutely. Well, all the best for the second half, and hope you kill it.
Thank you, Squid. And interesting from Herbst says Germany needs to lift the pressure in this second half. Of course, Herbst, one of the more experienced German leaders, making that Paralympic debut at Paris 2024, but probably a fair assumption that there's room for ceiling for improvement for the Germans.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it wasn't without trying. They just were outmatched and outclassed. Team USA just had such better energy, enthusiasm and clear physicality. Anytime that there was a one-on-one play, there was a blue jersey that was coming in at 100 knots an hour. So Germany with it all to do in our second half. I think that man who was on our screens a few moments ago, Marco Herbst, will certainly have to be instrumental if they're going to peg back this 7-point buffer. It's a really, really challenging thing to do, to try and come back from 7 tries. But the beauty is that USA will be tired. They will be fatigued. They had a huge clash earlier today against Great Britain. Germany were outgunned against the Steelers. But at least Herbst will be coming in fresh. I didn't really see him on the court at all in that second term. So a really big chance for the likes of Herbst and the likes of Schroeder and Bongard to try and do their best in this second half. And Maximilian Stoles as well. I really liked him early in that first term. A low classification, 0.5, but the way he was able to move his chair, he can actually throw the ball quite well. But it looks like Germany are starting with the youth in this this third quarter. So let's see how that goes. Can they try and keep this margin, and can they get an early try as they do inbound the ball, does Team Germany?
I think for Germany, they've got some tough matchups ahead. They've had some tough ones already in this USA outfit. Look, they might be one of the sharper teams at this tournament, so it's always hard to get that kind of matchup on day one, that is for sure. Playing the Australians on home soil as well. One of the trickier tasks in world sport. To get back underway, this half-time matchup, 29 plays 23. Big Z Reddington, nice pass into space. Feels like this USA side, they're really distributing the workload amongst their focal athletes. Adam, impressive in the first half. Reddington certainly holding up his end of the bargain as well. Kunzel getting smashed, 2-on-1. Schroeder does well to protect possession.
Yeah, that's a really key part of Team USA. They've obviously got quite a lot of players that have travelled over here to South Australia, and it's the first time I've seen Spiggy on the sideline. So the fact that they can take Spiggy off and bring on the likes of Reddington and the likes of Adam just shows the clear depth that Team USA have.
Absolutely. You think Travis Baker as well will profit well from these minutes, the 1.5 player. Bit of an expert in nutritional sciences, so he would have filled up for this opportunity, that's for sure. Doing well now, Adam, 1-on-1. And you look at the fight of Kunzel, pass relieved in the end. Reddington fighting the 2-on-2 battle. Wilkie has been good in both offense and D.
Yeah, that's better defence there by Team Germany. They're just going to try and disrupt this onslaught from Team USA. Wilkie doing just that. Schroeder trying as well. It looks like a penalty try.
So a lot of pressure off the ball as well as on. Just, you're not safe from any angle. Someone's always looming.
Another foul against Team Germany. It wasn't a penalty try. It was just a foul, and the number 21 in Florian Bongard. It's not the first time he's actually been in the penalty box, and maybe a little bit of frustration for Team Germany, who find themselves down 7 tries as Reddington will look to inbound, and Germany now defending with just the 3 players in the court.
Reddington, nice look over wide. Now Josh O'Neill coming onto the floor in the number 15. Josh O'Neill from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Discovered the sport via, you guessed it, murder ball back in 2009. Have to think the impact that one documentary has had on the lives of so many of these athletes. It's just something to marvel at, that's for sure. Reddington taking some time. What's the setup? 3 Germans in the middle of the court. Reddington opting for the clear passage to the try line. No, will fight the one-on-one against Kunzel. The dramatic improvement of Kunzel from this year, from last year, this very event to now, you see him growing in his physicality, his speed, but also decision-making, picking fights against men who are almost double his age.
Well, exactly that. It's clearly it's the big part of wheelchair rugby. He's a young man, but physicality is key as we see an uncharacteristic. Unfortunately, it's probably more like a common turnover for Team Germany in this match here today. Plenty to learn. But yeah, going back to Kunzel, he'll be better off for the effort. He'll be better off for the tournament. He's learning so much. But the likes of Bond, the likes of Bat, the likes of Spiggy Perterbauer, some of the world's best on 2 wheels. They're so physical. They know how to use their momentum. They know how to use their body weight in dislodging the ball and upsetting attackers. And that's something that Kunzel's obviously, he's got to learn. He's probably got maybe another 4 or 5 kilos to put in. They'll get him in the gym. They'll really try and make sure those shoulders grow. But he looks still like quite a young man. He's got plenty of growth and plenty of experience still to gain. But he's certainly an impressive player in Team Germany.
So you see the US coaches just having a word to the referees. One of the tougher coaches, you'd think, Joe Delgrave. He's always willing to be vocal and very expressive with his side, all out of love, of course. But even when the scoreline is sitting at 8 points, he just wants the best out of his side. So inbound, 2-on-1, the crunch for Adam. And that earns the praise of the coaches. Her ability to endure the contest, unparalleled.
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting. The Team Germany keep the likes of Erbst on the sideline and try and preserve for day 2, or do you try and look at trying to bring him on and see if you can just get a bit more enthusiasm out there in the court? Again, we see another foul against Team Germany, another 3 effort in defence. This can really fatigue players, really fatigue a team, and Team Germany, unfortunately, down by 8, looking like it's going to be 9, but with the likes of Reddington, O'Neill, and that lady on the screen, and Adam, she's been brilliant. Adam does possess the ball and looks to try and add another try to her tally.
Nice offload. And all of that play set up by the number 15 in Josh O'Neill. He's having some good impact since coming onto the floor. Silver medalist at Paris 2024, this US side. Very accustomed to finishing second at the Paralympics. They've done so at the last 3. It's been a while since they've won gold. Not since 2008. Wilkie.
Come on, Team Germany, let's get some points.
There we go. Kunzel, he's listening to the commentary, gets it done.
That's better.
Scoreline still ticking along.
Yeah, I like that there. The 5 and the 13, they linked up, but I like the chair usage of Bongard, he's just been fouled too many times. But Schroeder and Bongard, they're clearing the path for Team Germany. They have a chance to try and narrow this margin, but it's just so tough when you've got the likes of Reddington on the court, getting the ball so easily and willing his way over for another try. So again, can we see an immediate response by Team Germany? The enthusiasm's there. At the moment, the execution, not so much.
So inbound now. 5 minutes to play in this third quarter. Interception, 2 hands. What a take. Reddington try and finish off his own work. Goes with the assist. Well finished in the end by Adam, but that intercept, you can't get any cleaner than that from the Big Z.
Yeah, just a great reach. The long levers of Reddington. Wonderful lean back. The challenge that a lot of these players have is a lot of these are spinal cord injuries. So the fact that they can lean back in the chair, maintain core control, is just something to behold. It's unbelievable. Every time I've watched this game, I've been involved in wheelchair rugby for 10 years. and to see the core control, to see the spinal stability that these players exude and show, and a lot of these players are spinal cord injury and spinal cord victims. It's just amazing. It's an incredible sport, and for those at home watching, you should be so excited of what this sport is doing in our country and really what it's doing on a global stage as well.
So we've gone an entire team off, an entire team on for Team USA, a 4-for-4 switch up. So it shows that they're pretty comfortable with this scoreline, 34 plays 24. Still 5 minutes to go in this third term. And I'm looking forward to seeing what this side does for the USA. Great to get minutes into some different athletes. We haven't said the names of many of these players. Chris Fleece in the 33. Keep an eye out for him, the 0.5 player out of Arizona. Kunzel gets the score, but here, good to get some different combinations working through for Team USA.
Yeah, this is the chance where Germany really has to increase their intensity. They've just got to try and force turnovers. I like that from Wilkie. Oh, but again, there's the number 40. He's back again in Spiggy. Better defence. The reach in by Kunzel, but he did catch the forearm, and the young man will find himself in the penalty box. It's not without trying, Team Germany, but at the moment they're just being out-muscled, outclassed, and probably just out everything.
So when a team's in this kind of predicament where it feels like nothing's going right, you're investing energy, what's the one mechanism that gets your team back into the vibe of the game?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. I think if I'm just Coach Werner, it's just one-on-ones. They say in every sport, you know, from athletics to wheelchair rugby to the game of rugby, 1%ers. Just do the one job that you've been given right. I think for the like of Kunzel, it's about getting clean ball and holding onto the ball. So this is purely a really good opportunity now. Can he get the clean ball? On that occasion, bounces in the back of Bongard. I like that. The one-on-one plays. Why try and share it when you can do it all yourself? And Kunzel goes from one end to the other, and a lovely pass to Wilkie.
Wow, what a highlight play from Kunzel, almost coast to coast. And you look at his speed, ability to get down the court. He's got a bit of agility about him, that is for sure. So could that be the change-up that Team Germany need? USA with possession.
Now, Kunzel, he's just got to try and dislodge the ball off Spiggy, but it's just so hard. At the moment, it's almost a 2-on-1. Any time Spiggy touches the ball, the number 40 from the USA, he needs two defenders to stop him. So it's just so challenging. But Germany, they're in the fight. They're doing their best, and that's a nice pass that finds Wilkie, and even better tap on to Schroeder.
Schroeder, with all the time and space in the world, gets the score. So Germany keep that scoreline ticking over just under halfway through the third quarter. Back of frame. Florian Bongard on his back. Works as an accountant, Florian Bongard. Just amazing that these athletes, they're representing their countries, they're still fronting up to work, good with numbers and good with rugby. What more could you want in the world?
Yeah, it makes it hard to cop when some of those elite athletes complain, right? But no, certainly they got their 9-to-5s and they're in the gym, they're in the rehab facilities, and they're on the court making sure that they're healthy, they're fit, and they're firing. It's pretty impressive to see. And our Australian Steelers, a lot of our players, of course, are full-time athletes. But some of these Germans are in the development phase and need to do the 9-to-5, but there's certainly plenty of players in the court today that are showing why they should be full-time athletes and why they deserve to be around in this sport for many a year to come.
I trust him on the court, and I'd be trusting him with my finances too. So, onto court. Going now, Vicky. Challenging, takes on the 2-on-1 and just pushed over the line, out of bounds. And you could see on his face the instant look of regret, whether or not he should have taken on that 2-on-1 contest. Feels like when you're getting fatigued and there doesn't feel like a lot of options, hard to make a decision that goes otherwise.
Yeah, I think Germany's just got to go back to the drawing board. Their positional play could definitely be better. I think they're just trying to outpace and outspeed USA on the two wheels, and you just can't do it. They're just more powerful and more fast. So they just need to try and get the ball inbound probably a little bit earlier. They're a bit slow inbounding the ball.
Earps, meanwhile, the smack in the air. Can he finish off his handiwork? Earps with the 1-on-1 front position. And the dish. What a passage. Marco Earps.
and there it was, attracted 3 defenders and was able to get the offload away. So they're just going to get positional play better. That's the key for Germany. Find open plays, find open pasture, get the ball in quickly. Don't wait so long to get it in. As Bruckner, can he do just that?
You feel for Germany in that they're scoring, it looks beautiful, but it takes a lot of effort, and just as quickly USA can transition and score so efficiently. So for every bit of toil from the Germans, a wayward ball there, well mopped up. It just looks so effortless for the USA at the moment. 2.5 on the clock. Charging through the middle, not to be. Brackett setting the screen. Nice little alley on the left. Bruckner now. 3-on-2 contest in the front court. Vecchi. Can they hold? Can they treasure possession? There we go, Bruckner. Lovely cruise over the try line here. And it goes to show if you overcome the early USA pressure, you've got opportunities out the back. So, a lot of pressure now. One-on-one contests everywhere. Bongard doing well to apply some physicality.
Over the shoulder pass there from Simons. I know, Looker.
Simons tries to hold that ball. You see the wrestle, bodies everywhere. 19 seconds on the shot clock. Brackett, what can he do? Takes on the 2-on-2 contest. Can something open up? Yes, it can. Again, Spiggy just keeps spinning through that centre corridor. He's been so prolific from pretty much every region of the court.
Yeah, Brackett, he's been fantastic actually since he's come on the court. The one thing about wheelchair rugby is they tend to do a lot of spinning. Spinning's, I guess, almost like the palming in the game of able-bodied rugby. It's one of those things where it's just really hard to try and possess the ball, try and steal the ball, try to even see where the ball is. And Brackett doing 360s and spinning very well. And USA 11 try leaders as the third term comes to a near end.
So a few more substitutions. Big Z Reddington coming back into the field of play. Mandy Marciano as well. So with 1:20 on the clock, still a window of opportunity for USA to further stretch this scoreline. Germany get fatigued at this stage of the quarter. Maybe that's why they're calling a quick timeout. 40-29 the scoreline.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation, and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
USA with 80 seconds to go until the three-quarter time break. 40 plays 29, an impressive start, especially after they lost against Great Britain this morning. So they wanted to have a big response. The big response has come. Germany with a little bit of work to do. Hard to overcome an 11-try scoreline. But they're going to do their best to slim it to 10 here via Vecchi. That's exactly what happens. So if they can get a bit of momentum, final quarter to come, maybe things will look a little different for the Germans.
Yeah, look, the Germans with it all to do, but at the end of the day, they're playing for a bit of pride now. They've got to play for combinations, and we see a lovely turnover there. Great defence at the other end of the court. Herbst just needs to capitalise. Don't allow a turnover and then turn it back as Beck. Lovely effort, and what a great offensive block there by the number 25 and Bruckner. Germany, well, there we go, from 11 to 9. Here they come.
And you see the call of Mason Simons to his teammates. Calm down, he says. Take the momentum out of this, the wind out of the sails of the Germans. Brackett with the quick score. And you think they can transition the ball pretty quickly, the US side. But if they're feeling a bit of pressure, could this be Germany's time to go? Vecchi Overreaching arms he goes. Crash from Z, 2-on-1. Herbst does well to rescue. Bond guards free. Options everywhere for Germany, and the hit on Simons. Just to put a real full stop on that play. 32 seconds to go.
You can really tell Team USA have been aside for a number of years. When they're about to score a try, they're already thinking about how they're going to defend the next phase of play. It's really impressive to see. And Team USA, if they could just get this momentum going into day two, they're gonna trouble the Aussies.
Brackett with 12 seconds. Reddington marshalling the troops. Go, go, he says. He wants people surging through the front. Create a block for him. Can he squeeze it over? Well, felt like that passage was harder than what it needed to be, given the liberty of time the US had. But the clock stops on 2 seconds. Reddington on the floor.
How good is Reddington? Oh my God, unbelievable.
Unbelievable play, quick timeout, 2 seconds on the other side.
The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsor shop.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Two seconds to come in this third quarter. A final passage of play. USA, geez, they've come out with zip. I think they've got a game plan. They would have practiced it a fair few times. Earps with the inbound for Germany. Can they get a quick score? He's looking long, blocks on, and deflection. So USA, they managed to kill the passage and kill the clock. So three-quarter time, it is a 10-point differential. USA leading the way, 42 plays 32.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one!
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Always, always.
42 plays 32 at three-quarter time. An emphatic performance from Team USA. Germany, well, it's been a tough start to the day. They lost to Australia in a comprehensive green and gold performance. And you think they've got a tough challenge here, this final 8 minutes of play. Hannah Kuhar's my name, Ben Eisenhuth. It's been a tough contest. What do you think both sides would want to get out of this final 8 minutes?
Well, look, Team Germany, first and foremost, they're just going to stay in the fight, don't they? There's a quarter to go. They trail by 10 tries. Marco Herbst, obviously, on the court. One of their leading players, Vilk, as well. But, yeah, Germany want to stay in the fight. That's a simple reality. They don't want to be a double-digit loser for the second time today. Team USA, though, they look fantastic. They've gotten better. They obviously played Great Britain earlier today. They've got Australia tomorrow. But USA at the moment, they would probably be almost silver medal contenders. The way they are moving around the court, the way that their combinations are working with and without, of course, Spicky Perturbo on the field. I really think Team USA are a formidable outfit. If they can keep the ball moving like they are and have their intensity ready for day 2, they're a huge chance, not just for silver medals, in fact, maybe even gold medals.
Whoa, big call, Ben Eisenhuth. Jaden Squid Jackson, have you got some big calls for us?
I do indeed. I've been locked in on this game and I can really feel the passion. And I think that's where Team USA has gone right in the right areas. They're bringing that passion and they're sort of just out-motivating Team Germany here. I think what's important for Team Germany to finish off this game, you know, it may be getting away from them, but taking in a bit of momentum into day 2. You see a lot of teams get on the losing end in both their games on day 1, and you don't want to take that same energy in. So it's important they finish off this game strong, regardless of the result.
Absolutely, Squid. And you think it's not just about the play this weekend, but all eyes on that World Championships this August in Brazil. So even though this weekend might not go their way, the Germans, they want to be in tip-top shape for those World Champs. USA, they've got some tough matchups.
Oh, I thought that was going to...
Yes, Squid?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a massive tournament for everyone involved, you know. Germany getting there, obviously they had their first Paralympics not long ago, and I think they want to be bringing the heat. Obviously USA looking to bring back some glory to their country, so I think all teams will be firing and looking to prepare in the right ways, especially at this tournament.
JJ, while I've got you, obviously having a bit of time away from the sport, is watching it from so close giving you the itch? Do you want to get back on those 2 wheels or what?
You know what? I was just thinking that. I think watching from the sideline again, it's bringing back some real good passion, and especially this level, not just in the state, in Sydney where I'm from, but seeing all these international players that I know so well, I really want to get back into a chair, I think.
Well, you don't have to worry about that, Squid. We love having you on the sideline, but we love having you in Aussie colours even more. The Shibuya Cup co-captain last year, Jaden Squid Jackson. Just a treasure having people like Squid in our commentary booth, getting his insights on plays that he's played with and against. We are so lucky on broadcast.
One of the great men, JJ, and I can't wait to see him back on centre court. But at the moment is Team Germany with it all to do. The margin is 9. I'd like to see a single digit. I think that'll give me a huge amount of confidence going into day 2, because unfortunately the matches just keep getting tougher for Team Germany. Of course, they've come up against Australia and USA, arguably the 2 best sides. But again, they've got Britain tomorrow, and that'll be even tougher. But now, if they can keep the margin to a single-digit number, I think they'll be quite happy. And Coach Werner can go back to the drawing board tonight and maybe come up with some better combinations come day 2.
Lots of learnings for both sides. The US, they were up at quarter time in their first match by 2, and then a deficit from there. So hard for these athletes to learn those different scenarios in such a compressed timeline. What's it like to win from when you're down? What's it like to maintain a lead and spring ahead? So that's why tournaments like this one are so important. The Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Zion Reddington cruising over the try line.
And a great try again from Team USA. I like the fact Germany are now starting to think ahead. USA have done it the whole entire game when, as I said before, they're about to score a try. They're already getting ready defensively. And it's the one thing that Germany have gotten a little bit better in as the 4th quarter has got underway. As we see a lovely pass down the court, but just a bounce too big. And the number 24 from Germany, Mossel, just can't keep the ball in the field of play. Another turnover as USA inbound.
That's here, Masha Morsel coming on to the floor. Plays for Koblenz Speedos last year, 2024 Athlete of the Year with Disability in Germany. You freaked out before, Ben, that we've got athletes born in 2001. Morsel, 2003 for you, mate. So we are seeing the future of the sport right now, really. They're not even the future anymore. They are carrying the hopes and dreams of a nation on their shoulders. Athletes such as Masha Morsel. We saw her last year at this tournament.
Yeah, no, she's certainly a great acquisition, and probably Germany with the most female talent on the court. So it's great to see so many female athletes represented in wheelchair rugby in general, but Germany certainly utilising their female athletes who have been instrumental in keeping them very close in this contest.
Arm wrestle here. O'Neill gives to Reddington. 3-on-1. Reddington getting physical. Manages to get it out. You can see the balance from the athletes. Just want to get the ball back into Reddington hands. Does well. So this scoreline still in that double-digit territory, Ben. 45 plays 34. Nice work. Outlet to Bongard. Down the floor. So Earps looks down. Can he take some bodies? Oh, there's a hit. Strong take by Merzel and Vilke, the recipient at the end. That's a great team passage. Asher Merzel putting on the pressure.
Well, they talk in rugby union, in able-bodied rugby union, about the scrum pack, the starting 8 and the weight. And I reckon Team USA would be by far the biggest side. Muscular, thick, they're rangy. As I said, the long levers of Mason Simons, and it's so important. They can't just move quick, but they're so powerful, they're so strong, they're just so physical. And as I said, if they can go on with this intensity tomorrow and day 2 against Team Australia, I really think, I mentioned before, silver medalists, that they're a real big chance of the colour that they're after, well and truly, and that's, of course, a gold medal.
So Bongard off the floor. A raft of substitutions for the US of A. Still rotating through their bench today. Getting some minutes into a range of different athletes. Simon's just barking to the side.
USA, USA. Formidable. One of the great chants of all time.
I'm sure people at home keep chanting on Amazon Prime. Lovely to have you with us wherever you are around the world. KO Sports, if you're here in Australia. Great to have the Foxtel family on board. Brackett. Without difficulty, gets the try.
We haven't said his name enough, Brackett. He's been brilliant since he's come on the court. He's shown his muscle, he's shown his skill set, the way he moves, he disrupts play, he's intercepted on many an occasion, he's very good at try assists as well, and I think he's about to get the ball back once again. Doesn't need to. I think the last touch was off Team Germany, but Brackett has been brilliant. The number 21 from Team USA, and he'll look to inbound, and of course he'll try and find those long arms, I imagine, of Simons.
One of my favourite quotes in wheelchair rugby comes from Clay Brackett. It's fun when you can predict something that will happen and cause the other team to mess up in your favour. It's exactly what just happened there when he read the flight of the ball. Think for Brackett, product of the University of Alabama. Have a lot of family and friends watching from home. Mum Jennifer and Dad Craig, I'm sure, watching along. Wife Hannah too. So Vilke.
Sweet home.
Keep singing, Ben.
Lovely try by Team Germany. Can they just stay in the battle? Again, plenty to learn. They'll be better off for this contest, but let's hope Team Germany can just hang in the fight. As Brackett inbounds to Simons. Once again, the long arms, just too tall. Good contact, better from Germany. Interception by Earps. And one goes 2, and just like that, Germany are trying their best to claw their way back. Can they stay in the fight? That's a really good outcome for Team Germany if they can get it down to that single-digit number.
It's rare for the US to have a pass that goes awry like that, so they'll want to treasure possession here. A lot of work off the screen to create some space. Left channel, frees up. Brackett does well, steers himself into the 3-on-1. Going to be free options. He'll just try and hold on to possession. Tough battle. Margot Earps doing well, and Vilke with the ball. There's venom in this contest. Vilke. Nice trap from Bongard. Now Earps to finish off the handiwork. It was very much a team try on that one. Everyone playing their role to get Germany ticking that scoreline along.
Yeah, again, we speak about the high pointers often, but again, it was Bongard just getting his chair in the right way. Another intercept by Team Germany. Fantastic stuff. Masha Mossel, the young lady, lovely intercept and a foul against Team USA. It's always a tricky situation. Do the umpires let the play go on and let the try be scored, or give it a penalty try? But on that occasion, of course, the foul called against Team USA, who will be down to 3 defensive players in the next phase of play.
So a couple of substitutions for the US. Deliberation on the side, yep. They'll bring O'Neill and Fredette back into the passage of play. Lee Fredette, the 43-year-old from Port Jefferson in New York, has played some wheelchair rugby with the South Florida Rattlers, 3-time Paralympic silver medalist, Rio, Tokyo, Paris. You have to wonder what Los Angeles 2028 will hold for the home nation. A lot of pressure hosting your own Olympics. Do you think that's something that the US players would have in the back of their heads, that they've got a Paralympics on home soil? There's a little bit extra on that one.
Yeah, well, they're clearly trying everything they can. They know they've got the match signed, sealed and delivered. So what they're trying to do is they're making as many substitutions as they can, get a few more combinations out there. They're clearly looking ahead to probably not even just the Olympic Games in years to come, but also just the fact that, like I said, they're a big chance in this year's tournament to try and take it out. So I like the fact that they're chancing their arm. Obviously, an ex-player in Joe Delgrave over there on the sideline, barking orders. And yeah, Team USA, they've really impressed me here. Team Germany have hung in there, but Team USA, they really look fantastic.
They do look the part. Up by 9, 3 minutes to play. Merzel can't handle the ball, so unlucky for Team Germany. And you wonder when they do a bit of tape review tonight, I expect that they're a pretty diligent side. They'll be looking at little turnovers such as that one, thinking, if we had our time again, they're just regulation passes. One of those days, perhaps.
Yeah, it's one of those days. Obviously, just USA a better team in all facets. But I'd just say Germany needs to be a little bit faster. They just seem to be quite slow about inbounding the ball. It could be just the power of just passing in general, but they need to be quicker. The way USA, they're just so much faster. They're faster in every facet, defensively, attackingly, trying to get in the way of the opponent. I'd like to see a little bit more speed from Germany on day 2, and I'm sure with a good sleep and a good meal, maybe a bit of a schnitzel, they might be certainly a little bit faster on day 2. But yeah, they'll learn from this. They'll be better side for it. Their combination of, I think, Vilk and Erbst is definitely the way to go. And, of course, Bongard and that young lady in Morcel, that's their best 4. The question is, how can they just find some open pasture and try and not be down by 10 points throughout the match?
Squeezing through the gap there. You do wonder the game plan to take down the USA. It's not out of the question, but they are a formidable outfit, and you get the sense they're only going to get better from here. Spiggy, long ball, great pass. O'Neill, he'll cruise over the try line. Nice to get some stats on the board, Josh O'Neill.
Josh O'Neill, another very tall player, those long arms. It's so important. We said it, saw it years ago. Japan, they have really tall players that sit high out of their seats, and they're obviously the world's best. And USA, really long players, and fantastic here today.
So we have a timeout, 50 plays 40. It's the USA up by 10 with 2 minutes to play. They held a 10-point margin at three-quarter time. So Germany doing well to sustain pressure through the first 6 minutes of this 4th term. Hannah Kuhar is my name. Beside me, Ben Eisenhuth. Squid Jackson in the house too, your commentary team for this match. But later on, it'll be Victoria and New South Wales in 2 minutes' time. That call team, Drew Lilly, Jason Anderson and Jaden Jackson. Squid, he's working double time. We've taken him off the court and we've said, you're working extra hard in commentary today. Gunsel, Nice pass to Vecchi. He'll get the score on the board.
Yeah, Vecchi's been impressive for Team Germany. He's just positioning himself well. He's scored a few tries here today. He'll be, again, better off for the effort. And this young man, Kunzel, has got plenty to learn, but what we've seen so far today, a very impressive wheelchair rugby athlete, but just as impressive. What a pass. And what a try by that man on your screen, Josh O'Neill.
O'Neill happy to keep half an eye on the clock there, Vecchi. Bit of physicality to contend with. Does well to get out of danger, albeit not completely. There we go, into the front half. Kunzel, clear passage to the try line. You see the German coaching team, pretty much all coaches involved, saying just stay calm, stay calm. Coach Christoph Warner, he was a player back in Athens and Beijing, 2004 and 2008 Paralympics. Now, the score coming via Fredette. So just over 1 minute to play. 9-point differential, Germany. Kunzel, one of the young stars. Can he get final score? Hard-fought battle won this time by the USA. And that performance, almost have to say best on. Would we be in agreement, Ben?
I think so. Just, yeah, every time touch the ball, oozes class. And, yeah, very much looking forward to seeing him on day 2. And, geez, it doesn't get any easier for Team USA. They're up first tomorrow. Team Brazil, who were amazing earlier today, but then lucky last. The last clash on your Friday night, TGIF. The Gladiators up against Team USA. That will be a cracker and one I can't wait to watch.
Absolutely. So much wheelchair rugby to look forward to all weekend. Deflection. No score, says the referee. 32 on the clock. It's a tough turnaround for the US. Late night, early morning, but they're seasoned athletes. They know the drill.
Yeah, not ideal. You're right. The first game on day 2 and then the last game on day 2. They've certainly either rubbed someone the wrong way or they've just drawn the short straw. But nonetheless, like you said, they're elite athletes. Team USA have been in the wheelchair rugby world for over 4 decades. They know what it's about. They're an elite side. They've obviously shown it here today. But an early sleep, a good meal, and they'll be up tomorrow. And I think they'll be very, very tough to beat. Not just for Team Brazil, but also for the Gladiators, or should I say the Steelers.
Kunzel has the overload on the left, gets the score via Schroeder. So Germany still attracting applause from their loyal supporters in the house. State Basketball Centre of Adelaide, your home of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Final 12 seconds on the clock. O'Neill, he'll take possession. Bunts it backward into space. Kunzel, can he get one more? 3 seconds for Schroeder. And doesn't get it done. So 53-43, your final scoreline, folks. The USA triumphant over Team Germany. And the players, they're looking exhausted. It's been a huge day. First day of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. A win and a loss for Team USA. Team Germany, they might find their first win on day 2. Ben Eisenhuth, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, again, kudos to Germany. They certainly hung in the fight. I wanted that single digit, but we'll take 10. But Team USA, they were fantastic. Obviously, they were a little bit, maybe the nervous jitters against GB a bit earlier today, but Team USA were sensational. We can talk about attack, we can talk about the 53 tries, but clearly they epitomised defence. Their enthusiasm, their aggressiveness, how hard they were going into collisions. That is exactly how you beat one of the world's best sides in the Australian Steelers. And I think if USA can bring that on day 2, they are a massive chance of upsetting the Steelers tomorrow on day 2.
Won't that be a matchup? The Steelers, they're pretty much Australia's darling. They have, anytime they play in Australia, it's a packed house. The clappy hands are going, the faces in the crowd. That will certainly be one to watch. But for Germany, they should take a bit of encouragement, knowing in that final quarter they equalised the scoreline. So they did well there in those final 8 minutes. What do you think their team will discuss tonight?
Yeah, well, look, we spoke about date of birth. They're just a very young side. They're clearly in their developmental phase. They've got plenty of youth, but yeah, they were impressive. Like we said, they just got to be faster. Not even just on two wheels, just inbounding the ball, finding an open player a little bit earlier. But they'll be proud of their efforts. You know, they've come up against two really good sides today. They'll be better off for the run, and they'll certainly be a better outfit come day two.
Well, lots of young Germans to look forward to, and a lot of experienced players in the US side, such as Lee Fredette, the 43-year-old three-time Paralympian. Squid's got him now.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I am joined by the 1.0 of Team USA, Lee Fredette. Lee, obviously a disappointing loss this morning against GB. What were some of the things you changed in your game plan to be able to have a convincing win like this against Team Germany?
It was really, we wanted to focus on our transitions, you know, from offense to defense, and really put the pressure on and bring intensity. You know, they're a very good. Germany is a very good team, spacing out and passing the ball, and so we just wanted to play our game and do what we could to bring intensity and try to win the game. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you did a great job of that. Now, hopefully taking this momentum into two big games tomorrow. Obviously, you have Team Brazil and then the Australian Steelers. Do things change again, or is it more of the same?
It's going to be a lot of the same. We're just focused on our game, you know, what we can do, our standard of ball, and focused on ourselves and trying to just grow as a team.
Lastly, how do you rate your own performance? Obviously, being a low pointer of the game, a lot of viewers don't really see the highlights of the low pointers. Can you talk us through some of the things that you might be doing to help that team, especially win?
Yeah, I try to focus on you know, setting good picks and being where I need to be, you know, and talking through some of the offense and the slide throughs and stuff, and then being an outlet when I need to be.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for your time, Lee. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Lee, and thank you, Squid. We've got to celebrate all players, especially the low pointers, so I do love that point. Thank you also, Ben Eisenhuth, for bringing us the action. What a matchup it was between Team USA and Team Germany. USA, the victors, by 10 in the end, but there's a huge matchup to come. The last one of the day, it's Victoria and New South Wales going head-to-head. We're going to take a quick break. The best of the Battle of Blue next.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation, and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one!
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other. Just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a DFIP.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
Thank you for staying with us as we broadcast live from Adelaide. Day one of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. We have reached the final game of day one, a national championships game that will see the Protect Victoria Thunder come up against the New South Wales Gladiators. Two teams with a long history in the national championships, competitive teams. The Gladiators have had a lot of the recent success, but I think this will be a fantastic game, and I am looking forward to taking it in and looking forward to commentating it for you. And alongside of me is another man who I'm sure is looking forward to it as well, Drew Lilly.
5 times in a row, New South Wales have won these national championships. They're going to have the work cut out for them this time around. Last year it was already more difficult because there was the international tournament with the Steelers playing going on at the same time. So all of a sudden you can't count on the likes of Andrew Edmondson, Riley Batt. It's going to be interesting to see how New South Wales fare. They've got Mike Whitehead in from Canada, the 50-year-old high pointer who's got a couple of Paralympic silver medals to his name. But when you look at Protect Victoria Thunder and the likes of Shinichi Shimakawa, they're going to be perhaps the ones to beat. And we've already seen Queensland in action earlier in the day, and they've got nothing but internationals in their squad. So it's going to be a very, very good Division 1, and it's going to be interesting to see just how well a depleted New South Wales team, if we can call it that, is going to fare today.
Yeah, real international flavour to this one, whether it is the international imports that have come into it or whether it's some of the Australian players that have played internationally or are finding themselves in development squads for the national team at the moment. But we are underway, and the Gladiators are the ones that will gain first possession of the ball, but they turn it over almost immediately. It's Josh Hose, one of those international players, a national player for the Steelers previously. It is going to be the one that brings the ball over half court for the Thunder. Goes to their international import in Shimakawa. And an interesting combination in their high pointers for Victoria. no 3.5s in their team. The 2 3s, Josh Hose and Shinichi Shimakawa, they combine for the first score of this day, or this game, I should say.
You get a lot of international teams that have 3-pointers as opposed to 3 5s. You think of France with Jonathan Yverna and Sébastien Verdun, and they've been European champions for a number of years. And then Japan. Japan, obviously, one of them being Shinichi Shimakawa. And their 3-pointers, they just seem to churn out so many absolutely brilliant 3-pointers. They can have 3, 4 of them at any one time, and here's one of them now currently playing for Victoria.
Yeah, Shimakawa into the play early. And I've introduced myself and Drew, but we've also got Jaden Jackson, a Steeler himself, that's on the sidelines, adding to our international flavour with his national experience. And Jaden, you got any early thoughts on this game?
Not too sure. It's a bit early to tell, but however, I am a New South Welshman and I've been lucky enough to be a part of 3 recent Gladiator national champions, so I think there's a bit of bias there. I'm hoping for a New South Wales Gladiator win, but it's hard to tell with this Victoria Protect Thunder team. Obviously, the likes of Shimakawa that you've spoken about, but also Josh Hose, they've got that experience, and I think it's going to be a really heated clash here.
Jaden, do you think we're going to see much of Rhiannon Billette, the high pointer? She just turned 18 today. She's very young, perhaps only here really to gain a little bit of experience here and there, or do you think she's going to be used as a real option?
I'm not too sure. It's going to come down to player coach Richard Voris to see how the game plays out and whether she can get an impact on the court. I've been lucky enough also to be a part of Rhiannon's training and development, and she's really developing into a great young 3-5. So hopefully she can get on court and show her talent off.
Yeah, a young player, but a player to keep an eye on. And having taken in a little bit of the warm-up out the back, youthful exuberance. You mentioned 18 today, to go back to those days again. But some leadership capability as well. Very vocal out there, very instructional to the rest of the teammates. So, yeah, I'm hopeful that we see her on the court soon enough. Into this game, 4-3 early. It is Victoria that have the lead at the moment, but an opportunity for the Gladiators to square things up, and they do. Mike Whitehead is the one that gets it done. He's a name that you mentioned off the top, Drew. One of those players, the global imports that have come into this one.
Great thing about Mike Whitehead, another 3-pointer, 3.0 as opposed to 3.5. The great thing about having Mike Whitehead in this squad means that he can pair with Jake Howe, who is a 1-pointer, so a low pointer, but not 0.5. He's a 1-pointer, so he needs to play usually with a 3-pointer. And so you've got Jake Howe coming in to do some blocking at the back of the key there, and Mike Whitehead, the other part of that tandem that adds up to 4, going through for the try.
Yeah, and it probably gives them another option on the inbound. Howe certainly quite proficient on the inbound passes and gives them a nice option there. So it does, the lineups do give them a bit of flexibility.
It's good to have someone with a little more strength there. You see that in the inbound just there from Jake. Otherwise, the 0.5s, the really low pointers, they tend to, if they want to get any distance on it, they have to bunt it, and there you're losing the accuracy. But it's Mike Whitehead taking care of business at the moment.
Yeah, and worth just noting those out on the court. So we've talked about the different combinations and how they're using their lineups, but it is that man Whitehead that is out there alongside Hayden Delves, who's a 3.5 player, and Jake Howe, the 1-pointer, and Will Tahini is another member of the team, a 0.5, who will come into shot in any moment.
Ben Fawcett and Will Tahini have actually blocked one another, and they seem to be, I don't know if their pick bars are stuck, but they're having quite a chat with one another. They know one another very well. They've just been stuck on one another's chairs, bottom left of your screen, for quite some time now. They're taking it all in good part. I think we might have to go on court there and help the man here.
Yeah, it's a game of 3-on-3 at this point. We mentioned Ben Fawcett's that man that's tangled up at the moment, but he's one of the 4 out there for the Protect Thunder. He's out there with Tai Martin Page, and then Shinichi Shimakawa we have spoken about, and Josh Hose as well. So some strong lineups out there to begin as we work our way through to nearly the midpoint of this opening quarter. It's a tight tussle so far. Hasn't been any distinct turnovers or anything outlandish so far. Nothing too risky. And I think we are probably looking at a close clash in this one. Victoria would be used to playing in those. They had a very narrow defeat, the narrowest of margins in their earlier game against the Suncorp Queensland Cyclone, where they went down 51-50. It's the first time we've seen New South Wales out on the court. They've had to wait until the final fixture of the day to get their first opportunity. But it does seem like Division 1 this year is going to be incredibly tight.
Yes, 5 teams in Division 2. So you've got South Australia, West Coast, ACT and Kenya in there as making their international debut alongside Queensland's second team. And then in Division 1, just the 3 teams, New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria, and they're going to play one another twice. So it's going to be interesting to see whether there's evolution in the lineups, the tactics. So when you're playing the same team twice in a couple of days, then it's going to be interesting to see how the coaches in particular, a lot of them player coaches, how they react and adapt.
Yeah, potentially leave a little bit up their sleeves for the latter part of the tournament.
Plus a final as well, where you may well end up, well, 2 of the 3 teams are going to end up playing one another 3 times.
It does seem like they've at least started this one with what we would expect to be probably their strongest lineup. So throwing their full complement out on the court early in this one. And here's Shimakawa. Man, that when you see some of his turn of pace, you don't see it there because he's turned the ball over. It's a great kick. The outstretched arms of Mike Whitehead. Man, we've spoken about a few times now, getting it done on the defensive end that time.
Fantastic. You can see how well built he is, how tall he sits in the chair, and that just sticking the right arm up there and picking that pass out of the sky. And that was a 2-point swing, saved a try and then scored one himself.
Yeah, and good positioning. He's scored that try and then gone back onto the defensive end and initially parked himself right in the middle of that key again. And as you say, with that height and the outstretched arms, he is going to block up that keyway and be able to pick off some passes. So might not be the first time that we see that. Now here he is on the offensive end with the inbound pass coming his way. Good communication there. Called out for his teammate in Hayden Delves to turn, pivot on the spot there. Lob the ball forward for him. And then creates a little bit of space for him to come through on the near post. New South Wales would be happy with their start. They got that break after the last pick-off and now have a 2-point gap. Some pressure on the inbound. Effectively a full court press, but Shimakawa found his way through and now eases his way into the space in the front court. But it is surprising to see. We've talked about the quality of these 2 teams, the likes of Fawcett and Howe playing at this level. When the Steelers are in the tournament playing in the international competition, and to still see the strength and the depth of competition that there will be in the national championships, it's just testament to the quality of wheelchair rugby in this country.
You've got the likes of Braden Foxley-Connolly playing for the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones. In fact, if you look at the entire lineup there, Josh Nicholson, Cam Whitaker, the mid-pointers, Ella Sabeljack coming back after maternity leave, as it were, and she's back in there. Connor Tweedy, Dan Horton, Damien Morto. So that's an entire Steelers lineup. So that's 7 there, just to add to the 12 already in the squad. We've got Jaden alongside us commentating, not to mention the other ones playing elsewhere in Division 1. So there is real strength in depth in this country at the moment.
As you see, a hand in on this play. Good defensive work to slap that ball free. Not going to force the turnover though, but did nearly get it to spill free and get the possession going their way. But it stays with Victoria. Ball over the top and Hose gets through. We wind our way down. A little over 90 seconds left in this first term. Just the one turnover, and that resulted in a score at the other end. So the Gladiators do have a small break to their advantage. They will open up the gap back out to 2 again as Delves crosses the line.
That was almost a commentator's curse. That was ended up being a little 1-2 that Mike Whitehead played with one of his opposite numbers and managed to wrestle the ball back. So just the one official turnover. That was almost a double turnover in one there. That's what they want to be doing, New South Wales. They want Howe to be inbounding to Whitehead, not the other way around. And Delves seems to be a good outlet.
Yeah, he's put the last couple over the line. Delves, one of those international players. He's a New Zealand import. Great to have players of his ilk come across and join this competition.
New Zealand not taking part this year. They were at the World Championship qualifying tournament in Medellin that finished just a couple of weeks ago, and that's going to be another turnover. Hose can't reel that one in. So 41 seconds to go. It's a corner inbound. You don't start from behind the line, so it's a tough one for Howe, but he manages to get it there to Whitehead, and then Delves, there's the outlet once again. So New Zealand not here this time around, but they did qualify for the World Championships that are going to be held in Sao Paulo from the 15th to the 24th of August this year. One of 12 teams to be there.
Yes, New Zealand not able to be here for this tournament, and much the same for the Dutch.
The Dutch, the defending champions at this tournament, who had to go and qualify for the World Championships as well, ironically, but they cruised through, along with New Zealand and Colombia. Switzerland just missing out.
Yeah, looking forward to those championships hosted in Brazil, and Brazilians with an early victory here earlier today, which will have them up and about, and I'm sure they'll be feeling good about what they can take to those championships. But back here live, we're in the final seconds of the first term as Kenichi Shimakawa gets over the line. Important to get that score before the quarter-time break. Try and keep the margin as slim as they possibly can. It is now 16-14, and with a timeout call, we might take a quick break and be back in a second. Back with the action now. Return from the timeout. It's the Gladiators taking a timeout. They'll advance themselves down the court and have 1.4 seconds to play. They'll take something pretty special from the inbound pass here. They're sticking with their same 4. This time it's not Howe that's going to take the inbound. Whitehead takes it instead. Plenty of traffic
needs to be a long inbound. That's why the three-pointer's inbounding it and looking for, well, I think he should probably have been looking for Hayden Delves there, but be that as it may, it's the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, that is the end of the first. They won't add to their lead, but they do take a handy 2-point buffer into the first break. So we might take an opportunity to take a break as well, and we'll be back with the second quarter soon.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation, and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Team's just about to get themselves back out into position for the beginning of the second quarter in this clash between the Victoria Protect Thunder and the New South Wales Gladiators. A few changes in the break as well. You can see the inbounding the ball for Victoria will be Ty Martin-Page, and it goes inbound to Shinichi Shimakawa, so they're still on the floor. But Shane Brand enters the game, a playing coach for Victoria, and another one of those international players there with the ball now that might be able to back in over the try line, and he does. It's Weverson de Cruz Rodriguez, one of the development players out of the Brazilian outfit. So a bit of a new mix out there for Victoria.
Good to see Weberson getting some game time. It was the same last year. He was a ring in, as it were, and it's good for him because he doesn't fit into the Brazilian lineup at the moment. If you're not a high pointer or a low pointer, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of room for you in Benoit Lebrec's plan. So good to see him getting some game time. And we also have Rhiannon Billette out there at the moment.
Rhiannon Billette out there, and also Peter Campbell-Rogers, who's immediately made an impact, gets there for a turnover and then gets over the line, and then a second one immediately again. So instant impact, a great move from Richard Voris with his changes to the lineup.
I'll tell you why that worked, and it's because Rhiannon Billette managed to block Shinichi Shimakawa. So there was very little. That's the main outlet. It's the highest pointer out there. There's no Josh Hose at the moment for Victoria. So it meant that Ty Martin-Page couldn't aim for Shimakawa. He was aiming for the likes of Weberson, and that was brilliant blocking by Rhiannon Billette.
Yeah, great play. Interested to get your thoughts, Jaden, down on the sidelines again, and what you're seeing so far.
Yeah, obviously we spoke about those names earlier, Rhiannon Billette and Peter Campbell-Rogers. Immediate impact as soon as they came on the court. Obviously a great play by Richard Voris, but it's so important for our young players, especially coming in, Rhiannon making her debut for the Gladiators. Getting those early plus signs on the board will really give them confidence coming into the game. And you mentioned that play of her blocking Shimakawa. That's such an important play in the game. If you can limit the function on court, you're bound to get some turnovers, which will all add up down the final stretch.
Yeah, good to see Billette out there and playing with Campbell-Rogers. Both are some emerging players. They're part of the development group within the Australian setup as well, and good to see them both getting court time and getting court time together for their development together as well. And we do have a 2-point gap in this one. New South Wales are just edging away with the turnovers that we were talking about earlier. And an opportunity now to extend it to 3. It's a bit of a tangle there. Brand manages to clog things up momentarily. And a bullet pass from Whitehead. From Billette, I don't know that was completely expecting it, but the bullet pass and well handled.
She would have been expecting it because Whitehead pointed and told her to get right in the middle of the key because there was room for her there, and she stationed herself there. And then he absolutely fired it in, didn't he? Yes. So
a good play.
That's the advantage as well for Billette to all of a sudden she gets to play with someone like Mike Whitehead, who he's a former world champion, 2 Paralympic silver medals. He's been playing for decades, and the experience he has, and still the skill and the strength, the push that he's got. All of a sudden, she gets to play with someone like him for. She gets to train with him for a few days and play with him for 3 days. And again, Whitehead's just told her what to do, where to go, and he's teed it up for her.
Yeah, what a great exhibition of that leadership from Whitehead and the coaching out on the court. 2 plays in a row where he's been able to direct her. Now in front of us we've got Shinichi Shimakawa, initially pinned down by Billette, but managed to get free in the end, and then gets on the end of a pass from Weberson. Inbound pass finds Whitehead. Campbell Rogers tasked with the inbounds at the moment. The double team comes, some pressure on the ball handler. Takes a bounce. Finds Billette coming to the top of the key, and then finds a nice little loop and an easy path over the line.
It's great to see how much the 18-year-old's being trusted, and Mike Whitehead is calling the shots out there, telling her what to do, where to go. You can hear her, both him and Jake Howe as well, telling their teammates what to do.
Yeah, contrast out there with 2 very experienced players. You mentioned Jake Howe. He's, of course, former Steeler player that we've seen before. As the ball comes loose, and is he able to salvage it? The ball's still on the deck. Loose ball with a lot of hands coming in, and it's Victoria that forced a turnover. Well done by Martin Page.
It was a lot of low pointers going for the ball, and when the ball's on the floor, you don't want low pointers going for it, and I think there were 3 of them there. So that's been a couple of turnovers that Victoria have forced in the second quarter.
And back in the hands of Whitehead, who this time takes it upon himself. He's seen the turnover on the last play and decides, I might just calm things down by taking it upon myself and getting it over the line. We've got a brief break in play as Howe gets a wheel change. And I was mentioning Howe earlier, so a Steelers player who's part of the World Championships in 2022, the previous edition, adds a lot of experience. So between himself and Whitehead, and then 2 more junior developing players out there, it's a really interesting mix that they've got out on the court. Now here's Shimakawa. Nice speed and power, but can't quite find his way through the gap, but does manage to find Ty Martin Page, who would be enjoying playing in front of his home crowd. He's a South Australian native, but playing in Division 1 to get the absolute most out of his skill set and playing in the highest level that he should be. But yeah, South Australian native, and I'm sure has some people watching closely in the stands today.
That was a fantastic chest pass there by Rhiannon Billette. It was a dangerous one because it was close to both Shimakawa and Weberson, but it results in a try.
It does. Some big contact on the line. Shimakawa against Whitehead. But Whitehead was able to get over the line. I think briefly paused, thought there might have been some damage to the chair, but then said no, everything's fine. It was heavy contact. Now Shimakawa with some space to work into and gets over again. Now his turn of speed is something that's going to make a difference in this game. It's made a difference there and gets him over the line. But we'll now take a timeout. So we'll have a brief pause in play. Scores now 23 for the Victorians and 24 for New South Wales. being passed on to both sides after the timeout called. Tight encounter so far. It's 23 for Victoria, 24 for New South Wales. New South Wales do have possession though. Do have an opportunity to extend the lead. New South Wales opting to go back to their initial starting lineup again. It's a good exposure for a couple of other players through the first half of this quarter, but have gone back to their favoured lineup. Victoria unchanged after the break. Shimakawa looking over the top, finds Weberson over the top, and he crosses. It's the two internationals, imports, teaming up on that one.
Another import, Mike Whitehead, a big push. You can see the difference between Whitehead and Shimakawa. Whitehead, it's all strength in the push. Shimakawa just seems to glide. It's as if his chair's on rails and he just moves so silkily. Actually, of course, silkily, and then right at the very end there, just to prove me wrong, with a big smile on his face, he bashes his way through and gets over the line so he can show the grit when he needs to, but the rest of the time his movement is effortless.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. He's 51 years of age, speed on the court for his age, and to think that he's someone that's been playing this sport for 27 years, I believe I was told earlier today, and around a Japanese national setup for about 24 years of those. And you draw the contrast to a player on the opposite team that is celebrating her 18th birthday today. So Shimakawa has seen a lot through his time, but yeah, still at a very prolific athletic ability, still has that turn of speed, still has that silky skill and the grit on the try line, like you mentioned. He's in a bit of a tangle here. They're looking for him. Couldn't find him with the pass, but does come off New South Wales' hands last. So Victoria will maintain possession. It will be Ty Martin-Page that has the inbound. Gives it to Brand in some space. So Shane Brand, the playing coach, both of these teams, playing coaches in this year's tournament. Richard Boris, of course, on the New South Wales side.
That's why the game is flowing quite quickly, because you don't have coaches on the sidelines occasionally overthinking things and going, right, okay, I've got all these timeouts left, I'm going to take them now. The players are out there and they just want to play. So if it's a player coach, they'll let play flow.
Yeah, it's been a fast pace so far. Ball in play a lot, plenty of movement, and not too many breaks throughout. And Whitehead manages to get through again. His experience is showing in this one.
Hasn't taken a break yet. Maybe that was part of his stipulations. If I'm going to fly all this way, then you're darn well going to give me some game time.
Yeah, and if he plays like this, then he can keep his game time. Play for as long as he wants to, the way he's going.
Ditto Shimakawa.
Yeah, Shimakawa back for a second time. He was over here for last year's tournament. Played in the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones last year, so has a change of colours. But nice to see him back. And Whitehead this time decides to offload. Probably had delves in some space a couple of times, but often it is safer to maintain possession of the ball rather than looking for that forward pass when you've got a bit of a clear run towards the line. That time he didn't, so went the passing option, and Delves was safe and secure in the way he handled it and crossed over. It does have a feel, you mentioned earlier, 3 teams in Division 1, Drew. Might be feeling each other out a little bit. It's got the feel of that at the moment. Both teams just checking out what the other's capable of.
Nothing between them at the moment. New South Wales had the noses in front. It's now dead level, so it's going to be all important when it comes to getting the final score of this second quarter. Obviously, 2 more quarters to come, so each team will open a quarter with possession, so there's no advantage there. It's whoever can score the final point of the second, third and fourth quarters.
There will be some clock management now. We're into the final 50 seconds. And Shimakawa scurries across the line. 48.7 seconds to go. What's the play here, Drew? Do they try and eat up as much of this 40 as they possibly can and leave single digits? Or, I think we've already seen, that's not going to be the case. They actually take it over nice and quickly.
They just want to score points at the moment. The main thing is scoring points. You can get a little bit too clever at times. Australia versus Japan in the semi-finals of the Paralympics. Australia did everything right, and they managed to use timeouts when player timeouts were still available to make sure that they would have the final possession and score the final point. And they did everything right other than score the final point. And it went to overtime, and Japan ended up winning. And ended up winning the tournament. So the main thing is, it's not the timeouts, it's not the clock, it's the scoreboard that decides at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a great point. And in a close one like this, 30-31, New South Wales up. Every score will matter. Now it's Shimakawa who's had a little damage there and asked for the tyre to be changed over.
It's going to be a reset now. So we're not, it's unlikely we're going to see timeouts because they're going to have to start again, and they've got 10.5 seconds in which to score. So theoretically, if they score with a second or two to go, then New South Wales will take a timeout and take it up the other end of the court. But the main thing now is just getting a point before the clock expires.
Yeah, getting it in this man's hands is probably your best bet at this stage. The long inbound pass went cross-court, but then they cut it straight back to the middle for Shimakawa, who parked on the line for a moment there, but then decided to cross over and left New South Wales with just 1.7. And exactly as you say, Drew, they then take the timeout, and we'll have a chat about their inbound play and what they can do from here. We might take a quick break while this timeout happens. It's New South Wales leading by 1.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
And we are back for the final 1.7 seconds of the first half of this National Championships clash. We've seen this before, I believe, with a short amount of time on the clock and New South Wales going for a long inbound play, and we've seen that before as well, where it doesn't come off on this occasion. Ball will go out of bounds, and it'll come back because it's gone all the way out, wasn't touched. The clock has not moved, and we'll come back to where the inbound pass was taken, and Victoria will have the opportunity now. Ambitious throw on the buzzer, but not able to get there. So an entertaining first half that ends up with teams level at 31 apiece. What have you liked from this encounter so far, Drew?
I like the fact that you've got these international superstars, Mike Whitehead, who is a very good Canadian player, and then Shinichi Shimakawa, who is an absolutely outstanding player for the outstanding team at the moment, Japan, coming in, and I think, you know, a rising tide lifts all boats. It's bringing up the ceiling of these teams, and it's going to bring up the ceiling of the players as well, playing with them. And we've seen how well Shimakawa just leads by example. Mike Whitehead tells people where to go in and out, and he's calling the shots, so that helps in that respect.
Yeah, yep, agreed. I think it's been a fantastic first half, and interested in some player insights and the insights of Jaden Jackson down on the court side as well. So Jaden, we might throw to you now.
Yeah, thanks guys. I'm joined by former Steeler and current .5 player of the Victoria Protect Thunder, Benny, obviously a close game here. After a tough loss to the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones this morning, what's the morale like of the team coming into the game, obviously against the reigning champions, the Gladiators?
Yeah, we're definitely up and about. We knew that first game was going to be pretty tough, so we're pretty happy with not happy with a 1-point loss, but we know we can get back in it, and if we get the win here now, we'll be looking forward to hopefully making a final.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, with the experience of Whitehead and obviously the function of Delgrave, what things can you do on court to limit their impact on the game?
It's try and take out those long passes, really. They've got the function and the ability to spread the court with those big passes. So, yeah, if we can try and shut that down or at least take one of them out of it, that's sort of our key role.
Awesome. Thank you, mate, and good luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you to Jaden down on the sidelines, and thanks very much to Ben Fawcett for his player insights as well. We are tied up at 31 apiece at the halftime break in this one. We'll take a break, and we hope you can stay with us for the second half soon.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored. Welcome back to our live and exclusive coverage of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, brought to you here in Adelaide, beautiful Adelaide in South Australia, and broadcasting through Foxtel and KO and through various streams all around the world as well. We appreciate your company. We're taking a look at some of the highlights from an entertaining first half in a clash between the New South Wales Gladiators and Victoria Protect Thunder. We've loved what we've seen so far. Very much looking forward to the second half. My name's Jason Anderson. I'm alongside Drew Lilly for this one. And Drew, tight contest in the first National Championships game when Queensland faced off against Victoria, and a tight contest in this one as well.
Certainly is. I'll be interested to see what the Protect Victoria Thunder do in the second half. They had a lot of ball handlers out there in the second quarter. They took Josh Hose off, and they had Weberson, Ty Martin Page, Shane Brand. So the lowest classification they had was 1.5, so a lot of ball handlers. They've come back out now with more of a high-low lineup with Josh Hose alongside Shinichi Shimakawa. But they seemed to play very well in the second quarter when they had more ball handlers out there as opposed to 0.5s. So that may be something we see a little bit more of in the third, maybe the fourth quarter. New South Wales come out with Rhiannon Billette up front as well, and she did incredibly well. So they can choose between Hayden Dells and Rhiannon Billette. Billette, who gives them the extra points by dint of the fact that she's a female player. And she showed a load of grit and determination in the short amount of time we saw her in the second period. She's on the ball now. And unfortunately, of course, as soon as I say that, there's a turnover. She has the ball stolen out of her lap. And so advantage goes the way of Protect Victoria Thunder.
Yeah, early turnover. Not many turnovers through the first half, but to get one inside the first minute of the second half gives an advantage to Victoria.
It wasn't a loose pass either. It was stolen out of her grasp, out of her lap. So that's something she's going to have to keep an eye out for, because you think, I'm going to make sure my passes are accurate. But there you can see she's absolutely desperate to protect the ball, maybe draw a foul. Mike Whitehead comes in and he says, I'll help you out here.
Yeah, and it's probably a bit of that experience where there might be an opportunity to draw that foul, but just some different movements, and as she gets more used to the game and how to potentially draw some of those, that might be something that she adds to her game.
She's 18, but she's got a very strong physique for an 18-year-old. If you compare her with someone like Jacinta Richardson, who plays for New Zealand, who's a little bit older than her, but hasn't got the build, the upper body strength that Rhiannon Billette has got, it's going to be a real advantage for her.
Yeah, and she's earned the right to play here in Division 1 in this tournament. She was the best high pointer in the 2025 edition in the Division 2 competition, so has earned the right to come up. And yeah, you mentioned about the physical strength and fitness that she has. She's got an athletic background, has done various sports in athletics, track and field, which I'm sure will come to the fore. We've got Peter Campbell-Rogers back out there, so that's a combination that they've gone to. This 4 on the floor is something that they've played through the second quarter as well, so it seems to be a foursome that they like. Billette has the ball over halfway. There's some pressure, and they're trying to force the over and back here, and nearly did, matter of inches, but a nice little offload pass went to Howe, who managed to be available for that offload and prevent the over and back foul.
I think it fooled Victoria. It looked as if Whitehead was going to bounce the ball, which he had to. You have to bounce the ball or pass it every 8 seconds, and it looked as if he was going to bounce it as he commits a reaching foul there. It looked as if he was going to bounce it, and then managed to flip it over his shoulder to Jake Howe, who was in just the right position.
Not for the first time, something crafty from the Canadian veteran. This time, though, he is going to be penalised. Got his arms where they shouldn't have been there, and Shimakawa also down on the floor. He's helped back up again.
I don't think he'll mind this too much, Mike Whitehead. It's worth trying to steal it from Shimakawa, and if you can't, then, well, why not have a break for a minute or two in the sin bin, catch your breath, and then come back out.
These two would have seen a bit of each other. They've been in the game for a long time now and would have played in various tournaments and come up against each other in the past, I'm sure. Yeah, some discussions being had on the floor, and maybe just a little bit of mechanical work on the chair of Howe. The referees telling the players that they can head back to their huddles. So we're going to have a little break in play, opportunity, unexpected opportunity for the teams to gather. We might take this unexpected opportunity to also take a quick break as well. So we do have a tied score at the moment. We'll go to a quick break and be back with live action soon. And we're back with Shinichi Shimakawa crossing over for a try. quick break there. Opportunity to catch their breath again. Just over 2 minutes into the second half. Teams unchanged after that break, though. It's the same 4 out there. Willett has it. There's some work by Martin Page off the ball in blocking out Whitehead, but he managed to get himself free, but it had taken a while to get it to that point, and they had to rush the pass to get it over halfway, and a turnover is forced. Cam Wales on that occasion getting his hands in the way and managing to cut it off. Another of those emerging players, so great to see him on the court having an opportunity in the second half as well.
Josh Hose did very well there, didn't fire the ball forward to tie Martin Page, kept the ball, dropped the shoulder, waited for Shimakawa to become available. If you want someone to score you a point, then you want it to be one of your high pointers.
Again, a little delay in bringing the ball up past halfway. Some difficulties the last 2 times down the court, but this time no turnover and a gap straight down the middle of the key that Whitehead will take advantage of.
He created that gap himself. He pointed to Billette and said, go to the right of the key, and that drew eyes and wheels away from where he was.
And now a one-on-one battle to see who could get to that long ball first. It was Hose versus Whitehead, and Whitehead was the one that won out. But gives it straight back. It's that man Wales, for the second time, manages to pick one off. Great defense from Cam Wales. And Victoria have had a handy few minutes here in the second half and managed to take a small break. They're up by 2. And pressure on the ball carrier again. Whitehead needs to take a bounce.
Shimakawa is following Billette every step of the way. She finally gets the ball, and there's some excellent blocking. That try was all down to Peter Campbell-Rogers getting the block in there and creating a lane for Rhiannon Billette.
Yeah, and great learning opportunity. We talked about Whitehead giving some instructional information to Billette, but to also go in a one-on-one. You mentioned Shimakawa following everywhere on the defensive end. What better way to learn than to try and break free of almost a hard tag in moments there where Shimakawa was staying right with her. So great exposure, great learning experience. And here's Whitehead again. Again, some pressure on the ball carrier. Came from Hose on that occasion.
Again, Billette can't get free because the left-hand side of the key was completely blocked off by Shimakawa.
Yeah, and that one took a little more force from Whitehead to get over. But he does get over. It's 38-36 as we have a timeout on the court again. So we might also take a break as well. It's 38-36. We'll be back soon.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
And as we return back to play with 3:39 to play in the third quarter, Victoria have a narrow lead of just 1 in an encounter that's been tight throughout. No significant breaks, no great gaps that have been able to be achieved so far. And it does feel like it's going to be a tight contest all the way through. We see Victoria return from the break with a bit of a change in personnel. Shane Brand, player coach, made a couple of changes, brings Weberson back in as well. Andrew, you were saying earlier you felt like this 4 that they have on the floor for the second quarter were probably the most impressive 4 and played some of the best minutes that we've seen out of the Victorian outfit.
I talked earlier about raising the ceiling of players and rising tide lifts all boats. here they've raised the floor, as it were, because you've got nothing but ball handlers out there. So your lowest classification out there is 1.5.
And it helps with the ball handling, but it can help with some flexibility on defence, because they've managed to match up well there. It was largely, again, Shimakawa going head-to-head with Rhiannon Billette, but New South Wales unable to get the ball over that half-court line in time, and the turnover's forced because of the defensive efforts of this very balanced lineup that Victoria have.
Yes, you haven't got 0.5s out there, or even 1.0s where they're primarily going to be blocking. If you've got 1.5s, then there is a decent amount of push and mobility out there. And, well, they're coming thick and fast now. This lineup, there we go, the magic lineup is creating points and turnovers left, right and centre.
It is, it's working for them at the moment.
Almost another one.
Yeah, pressure again. Going to need to get it over halfway in a hurry. And just getting it there, but then having to get it over the line in a rush. Looked for Will Tahini. Ball came loose.
It's the equivalent of a turnover, because it's gone out off a New South Wales chair.
Yeah, some looks at that one and some discussion about which way it was going, but it's gone Victoria's direction, rightly so. Some contact there. Weberson was waiting down by the line, absorbed the contact.
He positioned his chair very well to absorb the contact. He knew he wouldn't have the push to out-accelerate Hayden Delves, so he positioned his chair perfectly to block.
There's a high ball on the inbound. A little 1-2 play, gets it back to Campbell Rogers, and then back again to Delves, who then goes over the top, and Billette finds some space momentarily, but Shimakawa with pace comes through and cuts off her opportunity to score, but well done by Hayden Delves. The Kiwi managed to get down in a hurry and provide an option.
It's good that he did. She hadn't got the push there, Billette. And she was worried about picking up the ball, and Shimakawa sensed the fear.
Shimakawa, a little nod of appreciation to his teammate, Ty Martin-Page. Nice ball over the top. So we have a gap of 4, having said not long ago that it had been close throughout and looked like being close throughout the rest of it. Victoria have managed to push ahead, and I speak out of turn, it's a gap of 5.
It's the magic lineup. Give me a coaching job.
Yes.
I said get the ball handlers out there, and there we go. They've pulled 5 points clear.
Difficult being a player coach in this example. Shane Brand inserting himself into the game as part of this magic lineup that's getting the job done, but I'm sure he's got in the back of his mind he doesn't want to take too much time out there, and he wants to give everyone some playing time. But it does seem like this is the best lineup that they can put on the floor at the moment. Perhaps just needs to be greedy, keep himself out there for as long as he can. Now, Billette with a nice turn, and then through ball, Delves gets onto. And an easier score for New South Wales. They haven't had too many easy scores for the last 5 minutes or so. So nice to get a ball through and some space to work in.
That's a good blocking by Pete Campbell-Rogers, again, to take Weberson out of play.
And forces a turnover.
It was going to be an over and back if they were going to lose the ball either way. So they had to try to punt it forward, Victoria.
Yeah, they did punt it forward. And it got picked off, and then the ball came loose again. Comes off a set of hands, but will be New South Wales ball. So the Gladiators will take it. It's a short mechanical break. New South Wales, the dominant team in recent history in these national championships. 5 titles in a row. and very different squads each year. We've seen a lot of them over the course of the years, Drew, and they've had a lot of changes to the lineup. The Steelers and the introduction of the international competition and the World Challenge has changed things again, but every year they find a way.
Yes, surprisingly, last year they managed to come out on top once again for the 5th time in a row, even though Riley Batt wasn't playing at all. And then you've got the likes of Andrew Edmondson playing for the Steelers.
Yeah, their introduction to this competition, though, finding it a little more difficult. Now down by 4, opportunity to stretch it back out to 5 again, and Victoria take that opportunity.
They're in single figures for this quarter. It was 31 apiece at the end of the first quarter. And it's been a lower scoring second quarter. And they committed too many turnovers, and as if to illustrate the point, here comes another one.
They have stayed with the lineup. They've obviously wanted to get some minutes into this lineup despite the struggles they've had in retaining possession and managing to score. As good impact there from Shimokawa forces Billette backwards. She was about to go over the line, had to heave the ball into play, and well done again with the defensive efforts. Shimokawa with a little smile after that one. He knows this quarter is certainly going their way. It does feel like New South Wales are just trying to give some exposure, and they're weathering the storm, and they're trying to give these players some time. And time will run out for this quarter at least. They have a margin of 7 that they're going to need to try and deal with in the final term. It's a pretty tough margin to come back from, but stay with us and we'll see on the other side of the break whether they're able to do so as Victoria take a 47-40 lead into the final break.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one. I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other. Just like no other.
You need to finish.
We are back with the final quarter of this clash and the final quarter of day one. A day that has seen 6 games on the feature court and through our broadcast. 4 of those international games through the World Challenge and a couple of national championships games as well. This is our national championship game between Victoria, the Protect Thunder, and the New South Wales Gladiators. A 7-point margin after being all tied up at the half. Victoria managed to blow things open in a third quarter where they dominated play.
We've got Jaden Jackson with us on the sideline, a New South Welshman. Jaden, are you itching to get out there and help them out?
I am. I actually just had a good laugh with good friend and coach Richard Voris with what's looking like Jake Howe's chair issues earlier in the game. I think that excludes him from playing at the moment, so they actually do need a 2-point classification. So we had a good joke that maybe I should chuck on a New South Wales jersey and help them out.
I'm sure they would love to have you out there at this point.
We can switch the cameras off for 30 seconds and then do a bit of a switcheroo, and there we go.
Tight work down on the sideline there as Whitehead managed to keep it in, but had to try and look for an ambitious pass, and they haven't cleared the half court within 12 seconds. So it will turn over again. And the final term starting much like the third quarter played out. Victoria have changed their lineup again though. Fawcett coming back into the game and Hose back into the game as well. New South Wales sticking with the same lineup they had through the third quarter. Letting them try to play through some of these teething issues perhaps. Collette locked up with Hose. Looks for the long ball over to Whitehead, who cleverly taps it over the top. Really clever bit of play as the clock was ticking down. They were going to run out of time to clear the half court, and really clever play by the crafty veteran.
Was very good play. As Jaden Jackson on the sidelines has just pointed out there, Jake Howe can't play at the moment due to problems with his chair. So New South Wales are actually playing under strength at the moment. They can have 9 points out there due to Rhiannon Billette giving them an extra point, but they're only playing 8.5, and they're only playing 5.5 as Mike Whitehead goes into the sin bin.
Yeah, not having Howe available for a fairly lengthy period of time now since he had those chair issues certainly hamstrung their options. We have talked about New South Wales running the same four on the floor despite having some difficulties with that combination, but they don't have a lot of options available to them.
The only real option would be to take off Mike Whitehead and to put Hayden Delves on, which I don't think they want to do, and that was a clever little 1-2 there, just bouncing that one off the head, and it didn't go out. So
I'm not sure Tahini was quite expecting that. I don't know that the header was exactly how he was trying to get the 1-2 play, but it worked.
I don't think Tahini knew anything about it. Yeah. I think Whitehead just thought, I'm going to bounce it off his noggin, it'll come back to me, and away we go. It enables him then to get inside, inbounds, and can start pushing and moving people out the way.
That's an important part of it. He had to get in before he could.
Yeah, he can't encroach after. Yes, before the inbound.
Yep.
That's what you learn when you've been playing for heaven knows how many decades. You're 50 years old. You learn to bounce it off the head of one of your teammates when they're not looking. And
you won't find that in too many of the coaching manuals. But yeah, you mentioned that Delves could come into the game, and that could be one of the changes that New South Wales could make. But Whitehead has played an exceptional game so far and carried quite a load for them. And it does feel like he's an important cog to maintain him out there on the court. As Whitehead again directs some traffic, gives some instructions to Billette, who gives a little pop pass option over the top. And then Whitehead picks one off on the inbound pass. It came loose. Hose was unable to take the handle. They come back to him on this inbound pass again, and much cleaner on this occasion. And then the long ball over the top.
The problem that New South Wales have got at the moment with Jake Howe's issues, it illustrates how if one person's injured, it can take another one out of the squad. So usually it's when a 0.5 is injured and they're so used to playing with a 3.5, and all of a sudden you haven't got a 0.5 to replace the one who's injured, and it means you can't play the 3.5. At the moment, they can't play Hayden Delves. He can't come on because he would have to have Jake Howe with him. If he comes on for Rhiannon Billette, then all of a sudden that's an extra point that it's costing them, and they can't have Jake Howe out there. So he's basically not an option at the moment. So they're the equivalent of 2 players down.
Yeah, and when you factor in that the third player on their bench at the moment is the playing coach in Boris, who hasn't checked into the game.
So they're basically down to 4.
They are. They're playing this 4, and they're playing this 4 through to the end. Again, if you're going to look for the silver lining, some great exposure for 2 younger athletes to be out there in Billette in particular as that high pointer, but Campbell Rogers as well, and so too Tahini, gaining some valuable court time. He was playing in Division 2 only a couple of years ago, made his debut in Division 1 last year and gets a second opportunity this year, but great exposure for some of these, and they might benefit from it as we get to the latter parts of the tournament.
Mike Whitehead showing a bit of frustration there. Rhiannon Billette trying to apologise for not anticipating the pass that he was going to throw out to her, and he didn't really particularly consider it. A, she's 18 years old, B, it's a birthday today. I think Mike needs to maybe take a breath there and just, you know, think it doesn't really matter that we're 8 points down as opposed to 7. Needs to cut her a little bit of slack there.
Maybe owes her a birthday card or something later
I think
today.
he does, yes.
Yeah. I am interested. I spoke to Rhiannon pre-game and I asked, what time is your next game tomorrow, given that today is the big 18th birthday? She knew quite quickly that it's a 2:50 start for the game tomorrow. So I did wonder whether that might be a little bit extra recovery time after a big night tonight, but she assured me that there are coach's orders that there will be none of that until the tournament is done.
Well, particularly now since you've just dobbed her in on air. So,
yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So celebrations will be put on hold for a couple of days. As a South Australian local myself, I did say that I could give some suggestions of where to go or perhaps where not to go, but then I did remember my own age and that perhaps I'm a little out of touch and probably don't have much useful advice for her after all.
Well, we could recommend plenty of absolutely fantastic wineries in the Barossa Valley, the McLaren Vale, the Adelaide Hills. However, I think 18-year-olds are more interested in RTDs. So
yes. A trip down Hindley Street might be more to the liking of the younger folk. Not for us anymore. We digress, though. Let's take a look back at the game again. It is Victoria maintaining a strong lead. Weberson has come back into the game, turns that one over. The long ball didn't work over the top. Now Rhiannon has an opportunity, but the defence from Weberson really good. It still came off his hand, so the possession will stay with New South Wales, but did well to knock that ball free.
Yes, you won't mind that. Obviously, if you're desperate for a turnover and there's only a minute to go and it doesn't go your way, you'd be really frustrated. But you don't mind the fact that you've just... I mean, as it is, he was a 2 going alongside a 3.5, and she was never going to make it over the line. She hasn't quite got the push yet, Billette. She'll develop that as the years come, but that's the main thing she needs to be pushing almost before she picks up the ball. But at the moment, she's 18 years old. She just wants to get good control of the ball and then think about pushing.
Yeah, and last year's tournament, I mentioned she was the best high-point player in last year's competition in Division 2, but that was her first experience at any kind of level like this. So to reflect on the fact that, 12 months in the game, to be at this level and playing against this quality of competition says a lot about her potential. And that's an ambitious, over-the-top pass that has worked perfectly. Couldn't have placed that any better for Whitehead to be able to come onto.
Well, she knew vaguely where the players would be. And yes, this time last year she was playing Div 2. And right now, 30 seconds ago, she had Weberson and Shimakawa absolutely smacking into her, trying to push her out of bounds, and she managed to get out what was basically an assist. So full credit to her there.
We've mentioned Weberson a couple of times since he's checked back in, as he gets a hand in there but can't quite force the turnover. But you did mention that the Brazilians do play a high-low outfit pretty consistently, and Weberson does not have an opportunity to play internationally very often. So what's an opportunity like this for Weberson? What does that do for his development?
Well, it's playing time. It's first and foremost. And the fact that he's out here and he's playing with one of the best three-pointers in the world, alongside the likes of Ty Martin-Page, Ben Fawcett, who are internationals as well. But it's getting international experience, it's getting game time. The fact that he's been brought along with the Brazilian team, but will get to play as well. And at some point, the Brazilian team, at some point, either Braz or Lima, they're going to have an injury, or they're going to have what we've seen here with Jake Howe, which is there's something wrong with the chair. And if it were an international semi-final or final, you can bet your bottom dollar that the mechanics will be working desperately at the moment. If New South Wales really needed to get Jake Howe out there, they'd be working desperately on his chair and on his wheel. But at the moment, it's, well, okay, we're going to play the same fixture again tomorrow. We might even meet in the second and third place play-in match to see if we can get into the final. This one, the stakes aren't huge at the moment. But it might well be that one of the big two of Brazil gets injured at some point, or has a chair issue at some point, at which point it's, Weberson, you've got to play. And you don't want him to have been absolutely cold and barely having played anything other than local club games for the past 6 months.
Yeah, well, the Brazilians have brought over a deep squad, a long squad. Yeah, they've brought over a number of players. They actually don't have a two-pointer within their international outfit.
They've got 3 point. They've got an absolute. They've got 4 or 5 very low point. They've got 5.5s. Yeah. That's the great thing with the Steelers. The Steelers have got absolutely everything. You have got every base covered, so you can move things around. Just looking at the squad, 3 5s, 3s, 2 5 2. The only thing they haven't got is a 1.5, but they got Shea Graham, who gives you an extra point, so she's a 2-5 who counts more or less as a 1.5. And the fact that they've got 4 female players in there, one of whom gives you 0.5, the other 3 who give you an extra point. That's what you need, and that's what Brazil don't have at the moment. Brazil can play one type of rugby, and it works very well. We saw that earlier against Team GB. But if that doesn't work, then where's Plan B?
Yeah, it's been...
And Plan B is currently playing for Victoria.
It's been a long-held strength is the female participation in the sport here in Australia as well, and to have 4 in the squad, and again to draw a comparison with Brazil, just the 1 in the squad is a 0.5 athlete as well. It gives you so much more flexibility, and ideally for the Gladiators, as we go deeper into this tournament, Brandon Billette should also give a little bit more flexibility. They're hindered today because of Howe and his chair, but the advantage of having those female players and the additional points that you can put onto the floor does change a lot. Back to this one, we are taking a short time out, so we might take a short break ourselves. It's Victoria leading by 8.
The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsor shop.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
We are back for the final 52 seconds of play in this clash and of day 1 in this tournament. National Championships game between New South Wales and Victoria, arch rivals. 52 seconds to play. No chance of a change in result here. We've seen a change in play as New South Wales have put Hayden Delves back on the floor. We've talked about they have very few options in terms of the way they would like to play, and that was the only option they've probably got to change their team, is to take Whitehead out and put Delves on. They decide for the last minute or so they'll let Whitehead rest his weary muscles and get Delves back into the game. Victoria unchanged as we are now into the last 30 seconds. Mere seconds between game clock and shot clock at this point. A little bit of clock management. See if they can get over the line without giving New South Wales an opportunity to trim the margin. And margins will matter. in 3 teams in Division 1. It could come down to that margin when we're deciding who's first, who's second and who's third. It will be Queensland with 1 win and Victoria with 1 win as we go into the end of the first day. As the ball comes back inbounds, and that will see the end of play in this clash. So it's Victoria that take the win. They take it rather convincingly after a very tense first half where we were 31 apiece. They struggled to score through the second half, did New South Wales. A little hamstrung by the lack of options they had and the lack of combinations they could put on the floor, but it's Victoria that emerge as 8-point victors. Drew, I'm interested in your thoughts. These teams will find each other again in the pool games and every likelihood of facing each other again in finals games as well. So what would they take from this game? And perhaps interesting, what would New South Wales take from this? An 8-point loss, but what would they take and what would give them hope going into the latter part of the tournament?
You got the fact that Jake Howe couldn't really play in the second half due to a problem with his game chair. Mike Whitehead's going to spend more time with them, and he was coming out with the X's and O's, you go here, you go there. So he'll be the equivalent of another coach for them, really. So that's the kind of thing that they will take on board as well. And it's been a lot of good game time for the likes of Pete Campbell-Rogers, who was very young but got some great experience. And we've also got the fact that Rhiannon Billette got a lot of game time today on her 18th birthday. And I do believe that she is right now about to be interviewed and wished a happy birthday by intrepid reporter on the sidelines. Jaden, over to you. Say happy birthday from us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm joined by Australian Miners development player and New South Wales Gladiator now, 3-5, Rhiannon Billette. Rhiannon, not the happy birthday that you wanted, but regardless, happy birthday. So I know things didn't quite go your way on the court, but coming up as a Miners development player and now making your full debut as a Gladiator, tell me what sort of feelings do you have coming into a game like this?
I guess just trying to do as best I can, and yeah.
Yeah, but coming into a full debut as a Gladiator, surely it means something to you. Is there someone you want to shout out, or how does it feel to be on the court finally?
Yeah, I guess just friends and family back home, I guess, just to thank them, yeah.
I know things quite didn't go your way on court. We had a minor delay on Jake Howe's chair, which cost him the game. But what other things do you think you could have done as a Gladiator and as a team to maybe change the pace of the game?
Just kind of refocus ourselves and just try and go back to how we were playing at the start of the game, and yeah.
Absolutely. And last thing, tough game tomorrow against Suncorp Queensland Cyclones. What's the recovery look like to make sure you're fit and ready for tomorrow?
Get some dinner, ice baths, showers, just fueling for tomorrow.
Absolutely. So delayed birthday celebrations, and we're not thinking about that until the end of the comp.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Rhiannon.
Thank you very much to Jaden Jackson down on the sidelines, and to the birthday girl, Rhiannon Billette. Great to hear that she is going to be using the ice bath and using everything to try and recover, ready for a clash with Queensland tomorrow. The Suncorp Queensland Cyclones do await New South Wales. New South Wales would be disappointed with how this one started, but would take a lot from, you made the point earlier, Drew, it was 31 apiece at halftime, and when they had Jake Howe available to them, they were very competitive and should hope that they can be equally competitive against Queensland, and then when they face Victoria again later in the tournament. Second half, probably not a true reflection of what that team is capable of. Victoria, they would be stoked. They've had a huge victory after a narrow defeat in their opening game, but they've managed to come back and turn the tables and get a big victory at the end of this one. So we've had a fantastic first day's play. We might take a break. We'll be back with a brief recap a little later, but we'll throw to the break first, and we hope you can stay with us for a little longer.
Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one!
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a DPIP.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
Thank you very much for staying with us on day one of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And what a day it's been. We have seen 4 contests in the world event and 2 national championships games as well. The Australians will be top of the table after day one with a comprehensive victory against Germany, 65-46 earlier. Great Britain have had 2 games and they have a 1-1 record at this point, getting up 56-52 against the US, but then suffering a somewhat surprising defeat to the Brazilians in their second game. The US also 1-1, having gone down to Great Britain in that opening game, but did get up against Germany in their last encounter. And then in the national competition, it's Victoria 1-1, but with a nice healthy points advantage in their favour. Queensland with the 1 victory and New South Wales had a loss in their only clash. So it's been a highly entertaining day one. I'm alongside Drew Lilly. Drew, what have been the highlights for you?
The fact that Australia wiped the floor with Germany, that was fantastic to see. Brazil came over with their all guns blazing style and they beat Team GB. I think it's going to be very interesting tomorrow when Australia play Great Britain and USA. Those are going to be two real tests for them. Brazil also, they'll take on USA, so they won't have it all their own way. I think we're going to see a lot of quality on day two, and the table at the end of day two will give us a better idea of who's really at the top and who's struggling to make the final.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've seen some interesting play through the first day, a little bit of feeling out of the opponents through that play. But tomorrow's going to be one that really moves and shakes the competition, and checking the table at the end of tomorrow, I think we'll find out a lot. So thank you for your company throughout the broadcast today on day one of the championships, and we hope that you can come back and join us again for day two. I'm sure it will be every bit as exciting as we've seen today. So we look forward to your company then. Good night.
And all that drama was just one of the 6 races that we had in New Zealand. G'day everybody, welcome to Motor Racing 360. It's motorsport from all angles. Chad Nailon filling in for Jesse Yates. I'm pretty sure I was on a winery somewhere still in New Zealand. We've got Mark Scaife, we've got Mark Frosty Winterbottom, and we've got James Phelps to dissect what was a huge back-to-back couple of weeks in New Zealand. Scaife, the way it finished, it looked like everything was settled, and then bang, you just never know.
Well, I think the first thing you've got to say, Chad, what a double header it was. Great initiative for supercars to go and do the 2 events over there. Christchurch looked for me like a sort of a combination of Oran Park, Winton, maybe Lakeside, a few dramas there, as we can see. And I can't believe that in all that, between Mostert and Kostecki, that he got away with it without major contact. I mean, you know yourself, we've both gone off the road at, say, Winton, and you can rejoin on the back straight or over in between turn 7 and 8. But where he was going, he did not know where he was at.
Yeah, and the move, obviously, we could talk about the move and dissect it a bit, and we can all have a chat about it. But it was a bump, another bump, another bump. But when Kostecki was going sideways, the dust and the fact that you're still doing 200 kilometres an hour, you don't know where you're going to end up. Yeah. And then Will Brown going, am I going left or right? And if you miss that curb at turn 3 there, the car understeers and you run off the track. So it created a massive drama. And watching Kostecki in the car, he had no idea where he was. He was sitting there, looked like he had to get his breath back. There was dust storm everywhere, trying to start the car. That was one of the scariest moments we've seen for a long time.
But Frosty, I'll put you on the spot. Was it deliberate by Chaz? Because we've had some pretty big claims of being malicious afterwards. What do you think?
Malicious is a big word, isn't it, Scafey? When we race, you never want to see something happen, and you can't take the motor racing out because that's what I loved. I turned the TV on, watching from home, and the door banging and the move was really cool. So the consequence and the aftermath is what you sometimes look at, and that wasn't good. But if they didn't lock wheels and they banged doors, you get away with it in some respect. But malice, malicious, I don't like those words. I don't like deep. You know, Chaz is a fair player, so I wouldn't call it malicious.
I love those words because it creates
the headlines for you, Frosty. But just go back, Chad. So I think two things. The little bump down at turn 2 and that little move obviously got Chaz offside.
Yeah.
When Brodie was able to get alongside, the first thing you do is you graunch the thing alongside the car next to you to take that momentum out. So as Kostecki was driving by, Chaz first off just went and rubbed it against him. But as it kept on going, and with a wheel contact, and then the final one that Chaz gave him, I don't reckon he meant to do it that hard.
Right.
I mean, I don't think he meant to just serve him straight off the road.
No, and you never do, but you race hard. It's
That's
the
right.
last couple of laps and you race hard. And Chaz is, I've been teammates with him, he's one of the fairest blokes in the category. He races hard and that's what I love about him. Brodie Kostecki doesn't step back either, so this will carry on. This is I love sports, rivalries. This is going to continue. So people at home should be licking their lips because motorsport needs this.
I would say no way it was deliberate, except for the fact that it was Brodie. Brodie's creating some enemies along the way, and mate, he's been bullying people. Maybe he's getting a bit of his own back here.
And they've got history.
Yeah.
So Topor last year in 2025, they had a really big exchange there, and they didn't agree on that one at that time, Chad. Remember, they got out of the car and they were angry with each other last year.
This is what it looked like from 12 months ago. The two had a pretty good look at the front row, and it was a couple times. There was actually one against his teammate Ryan Wood, and then there was the one against Chaz. It actually broke the spokes in that wheel from memory as well, and it was pretty lucky that he even got that thing home.
This is the one here. So remember, he got down the inside and he pushed him wide, but then Brodie returned serve and fired back down the inside again after that, right?
There's the bit of wheel breaking
There's the wheel breaking off. Now watch this. He fires straight down the inside. He's battling to stay on the road. Now Chaz fires down the inside of him. They make contact again, and then he escorts him off the road. So they were blowing about this last year. So it's taken a full 12 months. It's still happening.
We got there.
It must be something about the passport. They stamp in New Zealand
and the red mist just descends.
New Zealand.
There was certainly some words to be had about it. Certainly after the race, Brodie was a bit more subdued about it. He waited about 24 hours and then he unleashed on his podcast, The Lucky Dogs. Have a listen.
I've had some pretty good battles with Chaz, but most of the time I end up 4 wheels off the circuit. I thought it was probably pretty malicious, to be honest. And I only say it because this is the second time it's happened in 2 weeks. It happened to Brock down the straight. Chaz come up to me afterwards and he tried to contact me afterwards. He basically just pinned it all back to turn 2 the whole time. So I was like, oh, well, I guess it's just retaliation then, I guess. We all have lapses of judgment at time. But yeah, there's a difference between having a lapse in judgment and then the malicious side of it.
And Chaz has also had his say via social media, and it was a difficult race for us, he says, and it finishes with an apology right down the end there, sorry, to Brodie and his team.
He hasn't had his say, though. We're trying to contact him as a response to the malicious quote. This came out before that. Well, I don't know what he thinks now that Brodie's attacked him so publicly, but he's got a little bit AWOL. I think he's refreshing.
I think Chaz has had a bit of a social media holiday actually all year, so I think this would be a timely thing for him to just spend a bit of time. I know his family's from New Zealand, so he's probably quite happy hanging over there. But there was those pretty big images of the two of them having a chat in pit lane afterwards. Is that the spot where you settle it as a race car driver, or does it keep going?
Well, look, let's talk about turn 2. I thought the move that Brodie did was textbook supercar 101, very good move. So when you do talk about turn 2, if Chaz was upset about that, I think if you watch the footage, he wouldn't be. There was no lock-up of tyre. He left enough room to leave him on the track. So I think watching back, sometimes you get a hot head, don't you, Scafey, in the car? You just get that red mist. He's trying to take your position. You feel hard done by and you retaliate. So the turn 2 move from Brodie, tick, amazing move. I thought he did very well. The aftermath, it is what it is. You try and chat about it. It was probably, I'd love to put him in a little section and just battle it out when they're heat of the moment. The in-lap radio, Brodie was quite animated. It works you up, but You do have to chat about it because you don't move on, because we keep this little scorecard in our dash, don't we? You've had a few scores. I reckon I was on your scorecard once. But you just go on, this guy, if he's on the outside of me, if Brodie's in that position again, he does not leave the room for Chaz at turn 2 to retaliate. So the memory ticks, the rivalry is built, and this is what our motorsport is built on.
But these comments, this malicious comment made by Brodie came 24 hours. It wasn't made in the heat of the moment. It was on a podcast. It's a very big claim, and he's thought about it. What reaction do we get now from Chaz, and what does this mean? Is this the newest rivalry, and how would you react to that? It's almost saying you intentionally knocked me out.
Probably do what Chaz does, go on your holidays in New Zealand and not listen to any of yous, but...
Scafey wouldn't, I can tell you right now.
No, but look, you're a fighter. We race cars because we're super competitive, we're thick-skinned, we've got big egos, and we race to try and win. So there's always opinions, and if it's someone that you respect highly who comes at you and says something, you take offence. If it's a competitor, it's water off a duck's back, because you race these people, you've got to get under their skin. You want to have respect, and Chaz has respect. He's a defending champ. This isn't him every weekend. It's one move, we move on. So I think Chaz, he'll have a couple of beers or whatever he does, spend time with his family and rock up at Tassie trying to win the race. He's a very, very talented, experienced driver.
We weren't on site, but I thought the BP Cool Room response from the drivers was pretty apt, wasn't it? Because they just had an independent view.
It's always the first time they get a chance to see it as well, so it is always a little bit of fun when the drivers have a chance to see what happened sort of in the review mirror. If you missed it, this was the BP Cool Down Room on Sunday.
Watch this. If Brodie got Chaz, he would have won it. Look at him just feed him.
Oh, he'd feed him.
No. Like,
Chaz.
2 weeks in a row.
Hang on, cowboy.
Oh
my God.
He's 11.
Oh, that's so...
Yeah.
That's not clean.
That's not at all.
That's not cool.
That was mega.
I'll be honest with